Chapter 683. In the deepest depths of the mountain valley shrouded in fog, the young masters that had abandoned their companions fell into chaos and fear. They struggled to withstand the crazy lashing of the blood-red tentacles. Several of the weaker ones had already been torn apart on the spot. They could only watch helplessly as their companions were turned into pieces of flesh and blood that fell to the ground, rapidly decaying and being absorbed. In the blink of an eye, all that was left over was white bones. The invisible psychological pressure created by this was enough to cause one to collapse. "Ah! I don't want to die, I don't want to die!" A female cultivator cried out in tears. Her beautiful face was smeared with tears, no longer as lovely as before. Her magic power was about to be exhausted. With a loud cracking sound, the shimmering barrier of light around her was directly shattered. With a desperate scream, this graceful female cultivator was swept away by the blood-red tentacles. Unfortunately, it didn't possess the aesthetic standards of humans. Towards such a beautiful woman, it didn't have the slightest bit of pity. There was a scalp-numbing sound of flesh and bone breaking apart. The beautiful woman turned into white bones as her flesh and blood melted away and was cleanly absorbed. "Senior Apprentice Brother Chi, let's hurry and leave this place, otherwise we will all die here." Chi Xingtian paled. "Okay, I will immediately tear open space." The remaining cultivators were overjoyed. They gathered together, waiting for the space crack to appear so they could immediately escape inside. But even at this time, there were still many people that looked at the deepest depths of the mountain valley, at the blood-flame fruit tree. All sorts of thoughts were running through their minds. They had originally thought that coming to this mountain valley to search for treasures was just an ordinary adventure, but they never imagined that there would be such precious treasures hidden here. 3 blood-flame fruits. Even if it was just this bit of information, it would still be enough to sell for a great price. Chi Xingtian lowered his head, as if gathering the strength to tear open space. As he saw everyone's reactions, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Shwar, a black light appeared once more. But what it tore through wasn't space, but ring-shaped as it smashed into the backs of the gathered cultivators. Caught off guard, the protective light around their bodies collapsed. The cultivators that were sent flying backwards spat out great mouthfuls of blood. "Senior Apprentice Brother Chi, you!" Angry screams were mixed with fear and disbelief. Chi Xingtian was expressionless. "I'm sorry, but the blood-flame fruit tree can only be mine. So, junior apprentice brothers and sisters, I ask that you all die." The tentacle would not be surprised, nor would it care about the so-called elegance. There was no reason for it to let go of the food that was delivered to its doorstep. Screams of despair rang out one after another, followed by the sound of flesh being torn to pieces. Soon, the valley returned to silence. There were only the deathly white bones on the ground and Chi Xingtian, who was quietly standing there. The blood-colored tentacles intertwined in the air and actually formed a human shape. A pair of empty eye sockets stared at him. However, for some unknown reason, the blood-colored tentacles did not attack. It was as if they could sense some sort of threat from the cultivator in front of them. Lightly laughing, Chi Xingtian said calmly, "Shouldn't you be thanking me? Because of me, you can enjoy so much fresh blood that is filled with power." The blood-red figure opened its mouth, and sharp syllables erupted. It was like an iron awl piercing through one's marrow and soul, causing space to tremble. Chi Xingtian's face became even paler, but his eyes were incomparably bright, and his demeanor became even more relaxed. "Are you afraid? Of course, you should be afraid of me, who has a powerful bloodline. You will die today, but it is also your lucky day. Because in this world, no one has truly witnessed the bloodline power that I possess. You can call it annihilation." A layer of black light appeared, covering Chi Xingtian. He seemed to fuse into it. Then, darkness suddenly erupted. Like a raging flood, it swept out in all directions. Its speed was 10 times faster than lightning, 100 times faster. There was simply no chance to dodge. The blood-red figure was submerged in the darkness. From within, its angry and tyrannical roars echoed out. Terrifying rumbling sounds continued to spread out. But the darkness seemed to possess the strength to annihilate all. After the sound spread out, it became incomparably weak. Even its aura was like a gentle breeze, unable to be detected by the outside world. Gradually, the movements in the darkness became smaller and smaller until they completely disappeared. After another moment, it retreated like a tide, condensing into Qi Xingtian's voice once more. His aura was incomparably weak, and his entire body was soaked with sweat. He looked as if he had just been fished out of the water. But Qi Xingtian's face was full of smiles. Although he had forcefully erupted with his bloodline that had yet to fully awaken, there would be a backlash. Compared to the harvests of the blood-flame fruit trees, all of this was worth it. Now it was all his. Qi Xingtian's feet moved and he rushed deep into the mountain valley. But at this time, there was a humming sound behind him. His eyes widened and an icy chill rose up in his heart. But Qi Xingtian didn't stop. He didn't even turn his head to look. Instead, he erupted with the last of his strength and crazily rushed towards the blood-flame fruit trees. No matter what accident occurred, as long as he obtained the blood-flame fruit, he would be able to take the initiative. You are very smart, ruthless enough. If you have enough time, you will definitely become a great and awe-inspiring figure. But I must apologize. As you said before, this blood-flame fruit tree can only be mine. So, I thank you for your previous efforts. I also ask that you go underground and accompany your fellow disciples who haven't yet gone far on the road to the Yellow Springs. A cold voice pierced through Qi Xingtian's heart like a cold winter wind. Qi Xingtian suddenly discovered that his body had become powerless and he couldn't help but fly high into the air. His final gaze fell on a black-robed youth that walked out from the fog. There's no aura. Qi Xingtian actually died at the hands of an ordinary person. Qin Yu's consciousness fell into darkness. Qin Yu's eyes were faint. He swept his eyes over Qi Xingtian's corpse and then turned his attention to the blood-flame fruit trees. He sighed with joy. He originally thought that the process of obtaining them would be extremely difficult, but it was unexpectedly simple. Perhaps the heavens saw that he was too unlucky and adjusted his luck. Qin Yu dispelled these absurd thoughts from his heart. He stepped on the pig that was crazily trying to rush towards the blood-flame fruit trees and kicked it away. Since this fellow was so impatient, there shouldn't be any danger. But it was always better to be cautious. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The ant swarm split off and picked all 3 blood-flame fruit. The fruit was separated from the tree. This fruit tree that was like a flame and exuded exuberant vitality withered in the blink of an eye. A gust of wind blew past, directly turning it into powder. Qin Yu felt this was a pity. He extinguished any thoughts of moving the blood-flame fruit trees away and continuing to cultivate them in the future. But soon, as he looked at the 3 blood-flame fruits in front of him, Qin Yu's mood brightened. After a simple appraisal, he determined that they were indeed supreme treasures used to nourish the mortal body. He couldn't help but tightly clench his fists. Zhu Dagong, listen up. If you dare to touch these 3 fruits, I'll skin you alive and light you on a lantern. Saving the old man was more important. Now wasn't the time to swallow them. After a stern warning, he placed the blood-flame fruits into a separate space. This strange space had a formidable effect. It was similar to a sealed jade box that could lock in the blood-flame fruits so that they didn't lose their potency. The greatest sorrow in the world was that good things were in one's pocket, but one didn't even have the qualifications to look at them. A pig's life was so difficult. The indignant pig Dagong had nowhere to vent his anger. He threw himself over to Qi Xingtian's corpse and looted him clean. When all that was left was his underpants, he reluctantly stopped, feeling a bit better. Qin Yu allowed this fellow to do as he pleased. It was hard for him to have any thoughts of rejoicing over Qi Xingtian. Just as he was about to call Pig Dagong to leave, his eyes suddenly sharpened. He quickly walked over and flipped over Qi Shengtian's corpse. As he thought, his flesh and blood had already begun to rot. The thick flesh and blood hadn't dyed the ground red. Rather, it seemed as if it had been cleanly swallowed up by some great mouth hidden underground. Qin Yu looked at the ground beneath his feet and gradually frowned. He had personally seen the blood tentacle completely corrode in the darkness. This could only mean that it hadn't truly died. Even if it hadn't died, it must have lost a great deal of strength. Otherwise, it would have never watched helplessly as Qin Yu took away the blood flame fruits. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He kicked Pig Dagong and said, "I'll give you a chance to get rich. Carefully smell the ground and see if there are any treasures hidden here." Pig Dagong shook his head again and again. He had an expression that said, "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He had personally experienced just how fierce the blood tentacle was. Qin Yu shook his head. "I never thought you would be so smart." Pig Dagong humphed, revealing a high-spirited expression. "What nonsense are you spouting? As the king of the pig race, I am smart and fierce." Qin Yu's complexion sank. "If you refuse a toast, then you can only drink a forfeit. Hurry up and find what's underground." Pig Dagong was stunned. He seemed to have forgotten that he had already become Qin Yu's blood-fed beast. Facing his orders, there was no way he could resist at all. This is tyranny. This is utter disregard for the lives of pigs. I protest, I strongly protest. But, if protesting was useful, the world would have been peaceful long ago. There wouldn't be so many grudges and grievances, right and wrong. Pig Dagong was filled with unwillingness. He lay on the ground and sniffed. Because this was an official order from Qin Yu, his instincts didn't allow him to play any tricks in the dark. He could only pray that there was nothing underground. But things didn't go as he wished. After a careful investigation, Pig Dagong smelled a strange scent. It was bloody but also sweet. These were clearly two opposing and even seriously conflicting auras. But they had completely fused together, becoming even more enticing. Uncontrollably, Pig Dagong's lips curved up. Then, like a broken dam, saliva flowed out. Ao, with an excited roar, Pig Dagong threw himself to the ground. His two tusks pierced into the earth, and like a shovel, he crazily dug into the ground. Qin Yu discovered that there was something wrong with him but didn't stop him. He quietly stood on the side, watching as Pig Dagong dug a deep pit at an astonishing speed. A moment later, a horrified scream suddenly rang out from the deep pit in the ground. Immediately after, Zhu Dagong sprang out. His black, needle-like hair was stained with a large patch of scarlet red, like red paint. But if one looked carefully, they would discover that this red color was constantly wriggling, trying to drill into Pig Dagong's body. Unfortunately, this pig's black skin had been tempered over and over again, and it had also undergone the baptism of the black hole. It was thick enough to be used as a city wall. The wriggling red color struggled for a long time but still wasn't able to corrode through its defenses. Qin Yu's heart settled. It was just as he thought. He shouted, "Stop for me!" A formidable suppression from the level of his bloodline caused Pig Dagong to instantly lose all strength. He fell to the ground, gasping for breath. "Master, save me! Master, save me!" Qin Yu's lips twitched. He quickly cursed, "Idiot, haven't you discovered that it can't harm you at all?" Pig Dagong was stunned. He carefully sensed that this was indeed the case. His spirits rose and he cursed, "Little thing, you dare to bully anyone you see? Do you even know what a thick iron door looks like?" He rolled around, his long fur rapidly shaking. The sticky red color fell off. It didn't stain the dirt and rapidly gathered on the ground. Then, this jelly-like object rapidly rolled towards Qi Shengtian's corpse. But before it could get far, Pig Dagong stepped on it. Pig Dagong grinned, his expression fierce. "Little thing, you caused this Grandpa Pig to lose face. I won't let this go so easily." He opened his mouth and bit down. "Shut up!" Qin Yu's light voice echoed out. Looking at the jelly-like object, that was less than an inch from his mouth, Pig Dagong froze for a second. He looked up with difficulty. Master, I was too excited, this thing. I'll leave it to you to deal with. Woo woo woo, my life, why is it so bitter? This time it was really right at the tip of my tongue. I was just a tiny bit away. The jelly-like object, that was flung down rapidly lost its vitality. It seemed as if the air was poisonous, and it would die as soon as it was exposed outside. But its death meant that its harmful side had been stripped away. The smell of blood in the air faded away, leaving behind only an alluring sweetness. Qin Yu faintly smiled. Put it away. We can study it later. This thing was absolutely related to that terrifying blood vine. Before he could figure out just what it was, no matter how tempting it was, he couldn't eat it. He kicked the listless Pig Dagong. We're leaving. The movements here were likely to draw attention. Since he had obtained the benefits, it was naturally best to leave as soon as possible. Delay for fear of change wasn't just a simple phrase. Over the endless years, countless seniors had paid the price of blood and even their lives for this. After cleaning up the scene, Qin Yu quickly left the valley. He soon saw the female cultivator trapped in the array formation. However, her current condition was far worse than he expected. Her body was covered with wounds and her dress was soaked in blood. Qin Yu soon understood why she was in such a miserable state. After Qi Xingtian died, the strength he had poured into her body had dispersed, causing her to be unable to withstand the impact of the array formation's strength. He rubbed his nose. If he were to seriously consider this matter, he also seemed to be responsible for it. But the one who schemed against this female cultivator wasn't him. What caused her to fall into a perilous situation was a natural array formation. There was no need for Qin Yu to stir up trouble for himself. Moreover, with Qin Yu's current condition, he couldn't expose himself. It would be best if no one knew that he had appeared in this mountain valley today. Although one had to have a bottom line, they weren't family or friends, so there was no need for Qin Yu to place himself in danger. He closed his eyes and opened them again, continuing to walk out of the mountain valley, as if he didn't see the female cultivators struggling on the verge of death. But at this time, Zhu Dagong suddenly stopped. He stared straight at the female cultivator trapped in the array formation. Master, as a great monster that is about to take human form, I am filled with curiosity towards human women. In any case, she will die soon, so how about I bring her out and let her learn from the differences between human women and my pig race beauties? I ask Master to agree. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He calmly nodded and said, I agree. Praise you, most benevolent Master. Zhu Dagong impatiently turned into a bolt of black lightning and rushed into the array formation. The strength of this heaven and earth array formation was already about to be exhausted, so several attacks didn't hurt him at all. Hee, good little beauty, Grandpa Pig is coming. Mu Xian's strength was exhausted. Because she had lost too much blood, her vision was blurry. She suddenly saw a wild boar appear, and this wild boar was staring at her with an incomparably wretched expression. A horrifying thought appeared in her mind and she fainted. Zhu Dagong was stunned. As he looked at Mu Xian who had fallen to the ground, he felt as if 10,000 horses were galloping in his heart. What was the meaning of this? What was the meaning of this? You saw the handsome, masculine, and powerful king of the pig race and you fainted in fright? Are you saying that I'm ugly? That I'm frighteningly beautiful? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. No matter who it was, this was something that he absolutely could not tolerate. Save her. What are you doing? Qin Yu's voice sounded out. Big Pig clenched his teeth. Right now there was more important business to attend to. He couldn't expose himself. In the future, he would slowly train this little girl. This pig could guarantee that she would become the most loyal little maid that would fall head over heels in love with me. He picked up Mu Xian and placed her on his back. Then, Zhu Dagong jumped out several times, an impatient look on his face. "Master, please wait a moment, I will be quick." Although saying these words was extremely shameful, when it came to benefits, what was face worth? "Hold on." Qin Yu reached out a hand. He smiled and said, "This isn't a place to stay for long. Take her and leave first." Zhu Dagong couldn't oppose this reason. He could only dryly smile and praise his master for his wisdom. After leaving the mountain valley, the swarm of ants flew over and picked up the two people and the pig before quickly leaving. Because the process of obtaining the blood flame fruit had gone unexpectedly smoothly, Qin Yu had plenty of time. After the swarm of ants flew out of the safe range, they landed. "Master, do you want to inspect the blood flame fruit? I will take it out now. Don't worry, I understand the rules. I will immediately take this woman and disappear. There is no need to worry, I will wait for you outside." At the cave entrance, Zhu Dagong had a thoughtful expression on his face. Qin Yu faintly smiled. "Is that so? It seems you are quite thirsty. But, what you desire is only this woman's body, right? As for the items on her body, you shouldn't be interested in them. Leave them all to me." Zhu Dagong, "What? Qin Yu, what do you want to do? Can't we just follow the normal script for once? Do you want to be like this? Every time you steal food from a pig's mouth. 3 times, this is already the 3rd time. Do you really think I don't dare to go crazy?" Qin Yu glanced at the enraged Zhu Dagong. He lightly said, "What, do you have an opinion?" "I do." Zhu Dagong erupted in anger. But as he met Qin Yu's eyes, he felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head. He lowered his voice and said, "Opinion my ass. Master, you are the greatest. You can do whatever you want. I will completely follow your will." Chapter 684. There was no reason for Zhu Dagong to refuse. Zhu Dagong calmly placed one magic treasure after another on the ground. There was a ring, a pearl necklace, a necklace. When it took off the bracelet that seemed to flow with starlight, Qin Yu keenly noticed that Zhu Dagong's hoof was trembling slightly, and the corner of its mouth was twitching. This was it. Without giving Zhu Dagong a chance to think of anything else, Qin Yu bent down and took the bracelet away. He lightly said, "This thing is a bit interesting." He really did sense it. Zhu Dagong's face was ashen and he stiffly nodded. Qin Yu's smile deepened. He earnestly looked at this bracelet. Just what was so different about it? Why was it able to attract Zhu Dagong's attention? Although he was suspicious of this fellow's character, Qin Yu recognized his ability to identify treasures. If he didn't hesitate to carry the shameful title of very fast on his back, then there must be something extraordinary about this bracelet. But what left Qin Yu puzzled was that he didn't feel any powerful aura from this bracelet. The only fluctuations he felt were that it had a certain protective effect on the soul. Perhaps it was because he had lost his cultivation that his eyesight had declined. He glanced over and saw Zhu Dagong's listless appearance. Qin Yu was even more certain of his guess. He would put it away first and carefully appraise it after his cultivation was restored. Perhaps there might be some unexpected harvest, but at this time, through his connection with the blood-fed beast, Qin Yu sensed that Zhu Dagong's emotions were fluctuating, as if he were filled with shock. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. "What did you discover? Just what secret is hidden in this bracelet?" "This is my order." Zhu Dagong lifted his hoof and opened a spatial crack. A mass of blood-red light flew out. Then, the bracelet in Qin Yu's hand erupted with an even brighter light. Motes of stars appeared in this light, as if they were stars floating in an endless galaxy. An invisible pulling force was released, pulling the ball of blood-red light over. It landed directly on the bracelet, and the instant the two came into contact, the blood-red light dissolved into some kind of flowing liquid. In the blink of an eye, the liquid covered the entire bracelet, and in the next moment, it was completely absorbed. Qin Yu's eyes subconsciously widened. He watched as the dark blue color on the surface of the bracelet rapidly vanished like paper being swallowed up by flames, revealing a deep and thick dark gold underneath. Countless complex and exquisite patterns wove together, forming a mystical and cryptic diagram. He had already seen clearly that the blood-colored light that had been absorbed was the thing that Zhu Dagong had dug out from the ground and suspected to be the source of the blood vines. But why was it that the bracelet was able to absorb it and cause such a shocking change? It was as if a layer of camouflage, or perhaps a seal, had been broken, and the original appearance of the bracelet was revealed. Before Qin Yu could think any further, the light emitted by the transformed bracelet began to rapidly enlarge, turning into dazzling stars. Looking at this light was like looking up at a sea of stars. A suction force suddenly appeared. Qin Yu knew this was bad, but he didn't have time to respond. The world spun, and when he recovered his consciousness, his gaze swept the surroundings, and he was instantly stunned. Because at this moment, he was in a boundless sea of stars, and his surroundings were numerous incomparably enormous stars. Standing in front of the star, Qin Yu was like a small and weak ant beneath a mountain piercing through the clouds. Awe and fear rose from the depths of his soul. Suddenly, these quiet stars in the sea of stars began to slowly revolve, emitting deep rumbles that seemed to come from the highest heavens. They carried with them an incomparable penetrating and destructive strength, as if they could grind everything into powder. Qin Yu instantly felt the terror of these stars. It was like a million mountains were pressing down on him, and as time passed, this oppressive strength grew stronger and stronger. Ah! Qin Yu cried out in pain. At this moment, he felt as if he could explode at any moment. Give up. This strength isn't something that you can withstand. To be buried in the sea of stars is a revered title that only divine realm powerhouses can enjoy. With your weak cultivation, it is already gratifying that you were able to accomplish this. Why do you need to resist and endure unnecessary pain? Liberation is right in front of you, as long as you are willing. Countless thoughts drilled into Qin Yu's mind. His eyes blurred and countless cracks began to appear on the surface of his body. The stars spun faster and faster. The rumbling they emitted was like the taunting laughter of giants. A lowly and insignificant human actually dared to attempt to break through the torture of the stars. No. I cannot give up. I won't die, I won't. Because of the tremendous pressure, Qin Yu's bulging eyes were bloodshot and his blood vessels bulged out. He looked up at the surrounding stars and angrily roared out. With just you lot, you want to kill me? That's far from enough. In the cave, when the bracelet revealed its original appearance, an invisible strength arrived. Space instantly froze, as if it were a giant block of ice. Zhu Dagong's eyes widened with panic. But, his expression was still frozen in the pain he felt after discovering that Qin Yu had unraveled the treasure. Comparing the two, it was strange and comical. He didn't know what had happened, but without a doubt, it was related to the bracelet in Qin Yu's hand. After trying every method to escape but failing, Zhu Dagong gave up. He could only place all his hopes on Qin Yu. But at this time, his heart fiercely shrank and a great fear rose up in his heart. This was the ability he obtained after becoming the king of the pig race, Danger Foresight. After obtaining this ability, it had helped him overcome many difficulties. But there had never been a time when it gave him such a terrifying feeling. It was like the collapse of the heavens and earth had swept away all life in the world, sending them into the abyss of death and destruction. No one could escape, but everything in the cave remained still, without the slightest abnormality. So, why would there be this terrifying feeling of annihilation? Zhu Dagong struggled to turn his eyes. Finally, with a pair of white eyes, he discovered that there was something different about the frozen Qin Yu. Just by looking at him, he could clearly feel an incomparably terrifying pressure, as if invisible stars were suppressing him. The fear in his heart intensified. This was because Zhu Dagong was well aware that if he were the one withstanding this pressure, he would have already died. But, even if Qin Yu could withstand it, how long could he last? Once he collapsed and died, as a beast that was fed with blood, he would inevitably be buried with his master. Zhu Dagong finally understood why his danger foresight ability had been triggered, and why it was so terrifying. Tears filled his eyes, but they were imprisoned by an invisible strength unable to flow. His vision was completely blurred. If he could choose, Zhu Dagong would rather not discover the aura of a treasure on Mu Xian's body. But time would not flow backwards. Now that things had reached this step, there was no turning back. Zhu Dagong thought back to the elder who had pushed him onto the throne of the pig race. That elder had once warned him not to abuse the heaven-bestowed talent of the pig race to obtain things that shouldn't belong to him. Otherwise, if he accumulated more and more karma, there would come a day when he would suffer a backlash. Was this the time when he would suffer a backlash? Zhu Dagong's heart filled with despair. Suddenly, there was a light cracking sound in his ears. Then, the terrifying strength that covered the cave instantly vanished from sight. The confinement space was restored, and Zhu Dagong's accumulated tears finally flowed freely, drenching a large puddle on the ground. I didn't die. I really didn't die. Zhu Dagong wept tears of joy. Qin Yu opened his eyes. His pupils were dark and gloomy, revealing a deep weariness. He only had time to glance at the bracelet in his hand that had turned into motes of starlight before his consciousness fell into darkness. It was a long sleep without the invasion of any dreams. When Qin Yu opened his eyes, not only had all the energy he used up been restored, but he also felt unprecedentedly relaxed. Although he still couldn't summon any magic power, he could clearly see his soul space. The surface of his soul was covered in cracks, as if it had been forcefully glued together. There was a dazzling chain wrapped around it, shining with runes that floated around it. Chain of stars, produced in an unknown land. It has been passed down in the world for endless years. It is a transcendent soul-level treasure. Not only does it possess a formidable defensive power, but it also has suppressive and regenerative functions. This information appeared on its own. Because Qin Yu had passed the interrogations of the stars, he had become the new master of this supreme treasure that had disappeared into the river of time for countless years. There were still many mysteries. For instance, why did the chain of stars appear in the hands of a weak little female cultivator? For instance, why was the source body of the blood-red tentacles able to undo the seal on the surface of the chain of stars? But even if he couldn't obtain an answer to these questions, Qin Yu was sure that he had obtained a great harvest that surpassed his imagination. With the help of the chain of stars, although it couldn't solve his difficult situation, it could at least help him gain more time. It wouldn't be like before, where he could feel the aura of death approaching at every moment. To use ember flies to ashes in a severely wounded state, although the isolation that solitary Westgate gave him could slow down the rate at which his soul was burned, after being wounded again in the black hole, this isolation had been damaged. Although there was no invasion of pain, the feeling of being able to feel his soul approaching destruction at every moment was enough to cause his mind to collapse. Qin Yu let out a long breath. He felt the dark cave in front of him become brighter and more beautiful. Thus, when he saw the nervous Mu Xian not too far away, he was startled for a moment before he smiled. No matter how it was said, the chain of stars was this little girl's possession. If it were only an ordinary treasure, Qin Yu would have taken it as a matter of course to save her life. But now he felt that he should treat her better. After Mu Xian woke up, she found herself in this cave. There was also a man and a restless wild boar. At first glance, Mu Xian recognized that this wild boar was the same one that had appeared in front of her before she fell unconscious. Thus, its wretched expression immediately appeared in her mind. And what caused Mu Xian to collapse was that she discovered that all of her belongings had been taken away. A horrifying thought struck her mind, causing her face to instantly pale. Luckily, the restless Zhu Dagong wasn't in the mood to speak nonsense with her. He coldly shouted, "Stop being so smug, this grandpa pig isn't interested in you." Mu Xian relaxed. She looked at Qin Yu. If it were him, although he would still be sad and indignant, he would still be able to accept it. Zhu Dagong was so angry that he actually laughed. Was this little girl's brain made of tofu? She didn't even look at her own situation and only knew how to let her imagination run wild. He sternly reprimanded Mu Xian and had her stay on the side. Zhu Dagong only hoped that Qin Yu would wake up soon. If something happened to him, then this pig would also suffer misfortune. So, when Qin Yu woke up and revealed a smile, Zhu Dagong was extremely excited. "Master, my most respected and powerful master, you've finally woken up." His attitude was extremely intimate, leaving Qin Yu bewildered. He reached out a hand and pushed away Zhu Dagong's pig head. "How long was I unconscious for?" "Half a day." Qin Yu relaxed. Luckily, he hadn't caused any trouble. He stood up and looked at Mu Xian. She had already hurriedly stood up, her expression tense. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Yu directly said, "I was the one who saved you and I've already taken the reward. It's that bracelet on your body. Now we are even. I still have matters to attend to, so take your things and leave." The corners of Zhu Dagong's lips twitched. "You clearly wanted to cruelly ignore me, but it was this grandpa pig who saved you. You even took away the favor and benefits. You are ruthless." Mu Xian's eyes widened. She immediately regained her composure and bowed again and again. "Thank you, Senior, thank you, Senior." She hurriedly picked up the items on the ground and left, afraid that Qin Yu would change his mind. The sound of footsteps faded away and then turned back. Qin Yu looked at Mu Xian, who was slowly returning to the cave. He couldn't help but frown. "You don't want to leave?" Mu Xian was frightened. She hurriedly said, No, my injuries are very heavy right now here. I'm not familiar with this place, Senior, could you, Qin Yu's frown deepened. You should have a token to ask for help on you, right? Mu Xian lowered her head, her face flushing red. Qin Yu was left speechless. It seemed that this little girl had forgotten to bring it. She didn't even have this sort of common sense, and yet she dared to go treasure hunting with others? No wonder she had been sold off. Seeing Qin Yu's gloomy expression and not saying a word, Mu Xian became even more nervous. "Senior, rest assured. I absolutely won't let you make a trip for nothing. I live at Wudong Mountain. Since you sent me there, you will surely reward me generously, and she couldn't finish her sentence. The little girl was so anxious that she began to sweat. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Where this female cultivator lived, there would definitely be a massive number of cultivators. The blood flame fruit could repair the mortal body and destroy the power of curses. But it was far too strong. It was far too risky to recklessly give it to old man Zhou. It would be best if he could supplement it with other materials and refine it into a pill with a mild effect. He might as well send this female cultivator home and find an alchemist along the way. How far is Wudong Mountain from here? Mu Xian was confused. I don't know where this is, but it's about 20,000 miles east of the mountain valley. As she spoke to hear, she was startled. She cautiously looked around. Qin Yu didn't seem to notice. He silently calculated the time and then said, "Let's go." He stood up and walked away. Mu Xian quickly followed. Suddenly, there was a loud buzzing sound. Purple-back blue-wing ants flew in from all directions. Mu Xian screamed, her face paling even further. Qin Yu lightly said, "These are spirit insects that I raised." With a thought, the swarm of ants picked up the two people and the pig and soared towards Wudong Mountain. Looking at Mu Xian, who had a look of awe on her face, Zhu Dagong humphed twice, thinking that this little girl was far too naive. Chapter 685. 10 miles away from Wudong Mountain, the swarm of ants quietly landed in a hollow. Qin Yu said without expression, "You've arrived." Mu Xian had a grateful expression. Thank you, Senior, for sending me back. Seeing that Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to speak any further, she respectfully bowed and took several steps back. But just as he took several steps, Qin Yu lightly said, "You got lost in the mountains and I brought you back. That's all." Mu Xian instantly broke out in a cold sweat. She trembled and said yes. She walked far away before she felt a bit of warmth on her body. Senior is so scary. His strength must be terrifying. It seems that Senior Brother Qi and the others will not be able to return. Mu Xian shook her head. With her cultivation, it was impossible for her to do such a thing. Even if someone were to investigate, they would not suspect her. After confirming that Mu Xian had left, Qin Yu kicked Pig Dagong. The latter whimpered as its body rapidly shrank until it was the size of a mouse. It quickly ran to Qin Yu's shoulder and sat down. Looking for an alchemist was risky, so he had to disguise himself a little. For example, if he had a mini pig sitting on his shoulder, it would be obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. This would save him a lot of trouble. After instructing the ants to hide themselves, Qin Yu walked towards Wudong Mountain. Mu Tong looked up at the massive signboard with the words Sky Declaring Pavilion written in gold on a black background. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Was there going to be another auction when he specifically asked someone to invite him over? But that wasn't right either. With his status and identity, he didn't have the qualifications to notify them alone. Shaking his head and suppressing these thoughts, Mu Tong stepped inside. Someone immediately welcomed him. "Fellow Taoist Mu has arrived. Please follow me." The one who spoke was a pale-faced, thin man with a pair of small, slender eyes, giving off an extremely shrewd feeling. He subconsciously frowned as he glanced at Mu Tong, but in the blink of an eye, he hid it. Mu Tong was a bit overwhelmed by the favor. The other party was a senior manager of Sky Declaring Pavilion. He had only seen him a few times at auctions, but he had never received such treatment. He hurriedly returned the greeting with a smile, but at the same time, he secretly muttered to himself, "There must be a reason for this abnormality." After entering the luxuriously decorated box, Mu Tong could no longer hide the shock on his face when he saw the three people drinking tea inside. He quickly stepped forward and bowed. "Mu Tong greets Elder Lu Yu, Grandmaster Qi, and Miss Feng Qing." No, something was definitely going to happen today. Mu Tong bowed down motionlessly, fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. Elder Lu Kuan was an elder with real authority in the sect, while he was just a small deacon. There was not much of a difference between their positions. Master Qi, on the other hand, was the most famous pill refinement master in the surrounding area of Wudong Mountain. He had a wide network of friends, enough to be on the same level as a sect master. As for Miss Feng Qing, she was the general manager of the Sky Declaring Pavilion. No one knew her true identity, but the Sky Declaring Pavilion, that covered the entire Upper Yuan mountain range, was an extremely terrifying superpower. As its spokesperson, naturally, no one dared to look down on her. These three had actually gathered together to wait for a nobody like him. That's right, in front of these three, Mu Tong was very clear and certain that he was an unremarkable and lowly character. Elder Lu's expression was cold, and he had never shown any emotion to anyone. However, there was a faint smile on his face as he spoke first. "Mu Tong, I won't beat around the bush with you. I called you here today because Grandmaster Qi wants to buy an item from you. Miss Feng Qing and I will be the witnesses. Don't worry, Grandmaster Qi will definitely give you a sufficient reward. He won't let you suffer a loss." Mu Tong's mind was a bit numb. His Mu family had been in decline for many years, and all the good things had been lost. What could possibly catch Grandmaster Qi's eye? Even though he was confused, he still hurriedly said, "Elder is too serious. Mu Tong has always received your care in the sect. If Grandmaster Qi needs something, just say the word and I will immediately send it over." There is no need to delay your Grandmaster Qi and Miss Feng Qing's time. These words were enough to give him face. Elder Luju's smile widened. He waved his hand and said, "That won't do. Otherwise, if word of this gets out, I don't know what will become of us." Looking at Mu Tong's attitude, as long as he spoke, this matter would be settled. To be able to obtain a favor from Grandmaster Qi for such a simple matter was simply too worth it. With a light cough, Elder Luju said, 3 months ago, you purchased a bracelet that is beneficial to the soul from a small trade fair held by the Sky-Declaring Pavilion, right? Grandmaster Qi is willing to buy it back at 5 times the price you paid for it. I wonder if you are willing? Mu Tong's face stiffened, speechless. Grandmaster Qi frowned. He lightly said, "If you aren't willing, then 10 times is fine." Elder Luju's complexion darkened. He felt he had lost face. "Mu Tong, do you agree or not?" Feng Qing smiled as she looked at this scene. Today, she had only happened to be present and had the intention of forming a good relationship with Grandmaster Qi. Thus, she naturally wouldn't say anything. Across from her, Mu Tong's complexion paled and sweat streamed down his face. "Grandmaster, Elder, please don't misunderstand. It's not that I'm greedy, but that bracelet is not in my hands right now." He immediately explained what had happened. Grandmaster Qi's complexion darkened. He had spent a great deal of effort to finally find the whereabouts of that item, but he never imagined that something would happen. Elder Luju said in a low voice, "Who did Mu Xian go with? When will she return?" Mu Tong bitterly smiled. "I don't know." The room fell silent. Mu Tong groaned inwardly, his robes soaked in sweat. Grandmaster Qi and Elder Luju spoke in secret. Then, the latter said, "Mu Tong, immediately contact Mu Xian and have her return to Wudong Mountain. Or I can send someone to pick her up." Grandmaster Qi lightly said. Feng Qing's eyes brightened. It seemed that this bracelet was extremely important. It was sold from Sky-Declaring Pavilion. Who would be so stupid as to not discover it? Otherwise, it would be easy to form a good relationship with Grandmaster Qi. After thinking for a moment, she gave up on her plans to secretly tamper with the bracelet. It would be bad if something went wrong. Mu Tong hurriedly said, "I will immediately contact Mu Xian and have her return as soon as possible." Elder Luju waved his hand. Mu Tong respectfully bowed and retreated. Once he left Sky-Declaring Pavilion, he immediately jumped up and said, "My little ancestor, I told you not to go. How good would it have been if you had listened to me? You must take good care of the bracelet, otherwise our Mu family will be completely finished." He rushed back home, opening the door and running straight into the inner room. Inside was the last remaining bloodline-sensing treasure of the Mu family. It could transmit simple messages between clansmen. When Mu Tong heard the voice of the Spirit Lord in Mu Xian's room, he almost collapsed. This clumsy little girl, she didn't even bring her messenger spirit bead when she went out? As his heart was filled with discomfort, he suddenly heard the courtyard door open. Mu Xian choked with sobs. "Uncle, I'm back. How scary. I don't want to go out exploring anymore. I almost didn't come back." Mu Tong ran out, grabbing onto Mu Xian with both hands. "You stupid girl, you're finally back. Hurry and give me to you." His eyes suddenly widened. He looked at the empty white wrist in front of him, and it was like he had been struck in the head. His vision darkened and his ears buzzed. "Where is the bracelet? Where is the bracelet I gave you? Great Aunt, don't scare me like that." Mu Xian was filled with grievance and fear. Just how much suffering did I suffer? I almost didn't come back. When we met, he didn't comfort me, ask me, or even enlighten me. Instead, he directly asked for my bracelet and even shouted at me. Uncle really doesn't love me anymore. What? I want to cry. Wah, cry as hard as I can. Mu Tong's face darkened. After a moment of fluster, he finally coaxed her to stop crying. "Mu Xian, stop messing around. Hurry and tell me where the bracelet is. Uncle really needs it urgently." Mu Xian sobbed. Bracelet. I gave it to someone. Before he could even catch his breath, Mu Tong fell face first onto the ground. The loud bang startled Mu Xian. Uncle, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Mu Tong's face paled. It's over, it's all over this time. Soon, he seemed to have grasped onto the last straw. He stared at Mu Xian with a nervous expression. Who did you give it to? Where is he? Mu Xian shook her head. He sent me to Wudong Mountain and left. I don't know either. She looked nervous. Uncle, what's wrong? Mu Tong weakly lay on the ground. It's nothing, don't worry about it. Things had already come to this, so what if he said it out loud? He could only make Mu Xian feel guilty and sad. Perhaps this was fate. Their Mu family was doomed to fall. They had finally seen a glimmer of hope for a comeback, but in the blink of an eye they had been thrown into the abyss. Looking at Elder Lu Zhao and Grandmaster Qi's attitudes, they seemed to place a great deal of importance on the bracelet. Now that it had been lost, it was inevitable that they would be implicated. Mu Xian, how was your treasure hunting trip this time? Did you find anything? Mu Tong had already decided that he would shoulder all the responsibility by himself. As he thought about how it was likely that he wouldn't be able to see Mu Xian again in the future, his eyes became affectionate. Uncle, I almost died outside. Mu Xian finally had a chance to explain what had happened. She changed some key parts and said that she had broken out of the array formation by herself. Afterwards, I lost my way. Luckily, that senior helped me and I was able to return alive. I gave the bracelet to him. She paused and then said in a small voice, Uncle, are you really all right? Mu Tong clenched his teeth. Those bastards, they actually dared to treat you like this. It's good that they died. His thoughts raced. He continued to say, Qi Shengtian and those bastards wanted to use you as a sacrificial pawn from the very beginning, so they didn't tell anyone that you went treasure hunting with them. That's even better. Just pretend that you don't know about this and don't tell anyone that you were with them. Grandmaster Qi was Qi Shengtian's uncle. If he and Elder Lu Zhao didn't know about this, this was without a doubt proof of this. Mu Xian quickly nodded. I understand, uncle. Suddenly, the courtyard doors were pushed open from the outside. Mu Tong, since your niece has returned, hurry up and come with us. It was someone from Sky Declaring Pavilion. Looking at the smiling and thin manager, Mu Tong's heart sank. They had actually been monitoring this place this entire time. That bracelet was likely even more precious than he had imagined. His face paled. Mu Tong squeezed out a smile. Manager Bai, that there was an accident. Mu Xian's bracelet was lost. Manager Bai's complexion paled. Lost? Are you sure you lost it? Fellow Taoist Mu, a smart person should know what they can do and what they can't. What do you think? Mu Tong bitterly said, It really was lost. Otherwise, even if I were as bold as the heavens, I wouldn't dare to hide something that Grandmaster Qi wants. Manager Bai took a deep breath. You can personally explain this matter to the Grandmaster. Mu Tong bitterly nodded. He glanced at Mu Xian from the corner of his eyes, telling her to remember his words. I will go with you. Miss Mu Xian will also come with us. Manager Bai, let's go together. Manager Bai turned and left, his expression incomparably gloomy. He had followed Miss Feng Qing's orders in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and leave a better impression on Grandmaster Qi. He never expected this to happen. Things had become troublesome. Sky Declaring Pavilion, in that same box. Grandmaster Qi fiercely stood up, his expression fierce. You lost the bracelet? Tell me you lost the bracelet. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. The air rumbled and the tea set on the table was instantly shattered to pieces. Mu Tong's face paled and blood flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Beneath this terrifying aura, he shivered and couldn't even speak. Mu Xian's injuries had not yet healed. Now she spat out a mouthful of blood and fell unconscious. Elder Lu Zhao clenched his teeth. Mu Tong, I will give you one more chance. Hand over the bracelet and I will not pursue this matter any further. The deeper meaning was that if you continued to be so stubborn, don't worry about me being rude to you. Grandmaster Qi took a deep breath and restrained his aura. Mu Tong kowtowed again and again. Grandmaster, Elder, the bracelet has indeed been lost. Even if I were to be as bold as the heavens, I wouldn't dare to deceive you too. Grandmaster Qi slumped down on a sofa and leaned back. He closed his eyes and fell into a deep trance. There was a deathly silence in the box. Mu Tong was dripping with sweat. He knew that the fate of his uncle and nephew would soon be decided. Although Wudong Mountain was named after a mountain, it was actually an ancient mountain ruin. Because of some unknown reason, it had collapsed and the rubble had filled up the ravines in the earth. The city had been built above these ruins. Qin Yu hadn't been in the city for long. After spending a bit of time, he was able to gather some simple information about the city. For instance, the most famous and strongest alchemy service organization was called Sky Declaring Pavilion. In addition, he confirmed information about Sky Declaring Pavilion from other aspects. Qin Yu had already made his decision. This sort of powerful chain organization would place a great deal of importance on their reputation. Perhaps this would save him a great deal of trouble. Of course, it was impossible for Qin Yu to take out all of the blood flame fruits he had. He would refine half a pill and half a fruit as compensation. That should be enough to dispel their greed. This was the decision that Qin Yu made after careful consideration as he hurried along. A moment later, he arrived outside Sky Declaring Pavilion. He swept his eyes around and stepped inside. Unlike other places, Sky Declaring Pavilion wouldn't take the initiative to greet guests. Only after determining that there was a need would there be someone specifically assigned to receive them. Qin Yu walked to the alchemy service area. He looked around for a moment and beckoned. A female cultivator walked over with a smile. "Guest, what are your orders?" She glanced at the little pig on Qin Yu's shoulder and her tone became increasingly gentle. "I would like to refine some pills." The female cultivator brightly smiled. "Would you like to prepare your own materials, or would you like to purchase pills from Sky Declaring Pavilion?" "I would." The female cultivator gestured to the side. "Guest, please follow me. After determining the rank of your materials, I will be able to recommend you a suitable alchemist." Passing through the crowd of people in the alchemy area, Qin Yu arrived at a white stone house with a black door. There were over a dozen similar stone houses. After waiting for a while, the stone house opened from the inside and a cultivator walked out. The female cultivator smiled and said, "It's your turn. I'll be waiting outside. If you don't have any objections to the appraiser's result, just give me the receipt." Qin Yu nodded. He pushed open the door and walked in. The room wasn't too large. Behind a large black experimental bench that seemed to be made from crystal sat a tired middle-aged man. He didn't bother with pleasantries and directly said, "Guest, please take out your materials." Since he had come here, he naturally wouldn't hesitate. Qin Yu patted the mini pig Big Gang on his shoulder. It hummed and slashed its hoof through the air. A crack suddenly appeared and a blood flame fruit flew out. Behind the experimental bench, a middle-aged man who was drinking water spat out a mouthful of water. If he hadn't seen wrongly just now, then this mini pig had actually torn open space. It was normal for powerful cultivators to shatter the void, but for a pig to do so, that was a bit too outrageous. And what was most terrifying was that from start to finish, there wasn't even the slightest movement. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to feel any fluctuations in his aura. It was like opening a pocket. Just what level of strength did one need to be able to accomplish this? The middle-aged man looked at Big Gang with a look of awe and awe. As he looked at this common-looking black-robed youth in front of him, he held him in much higher regard. There wasn't even the slightest bit of aura. How was this possible? Wudong Mountain was deep in the upper prime mountain range, a place where ordinary people couldn't reach. It seemed that this person was the same as his pet. He was also a hidden master. "Respected guest, please wait a moment. This humble servant will serve you with the utmost sincerity." Blood flame fruit. His voice suddenly rose. He was like an old duck that had been grabbed by the neck, his face rapidly flushing red. He threw himself onto the experimental bench and picked up the appraisal lens. He carefully looked over it several times, becoming increasingly excited the more he looked. It was real, it really was a blood flame fruit. It was known as a supreme treasure that could restore flesh and bones from the brink of death, a treasure that could heal all wounds. After a long time, the middle-aged man regained his composure. He awkwardly smiled and said, "Dear guest, I've made a fool of myself. It's just that the materials you provided are too precious." There was absolutely no mistake. This seemingly young black-robed man might be tens of thousands or even tens of thousands of years old. Look at those pitch-black eyes, they were so deep that you couldn't see the end. They were filled with the vicissitudes of time. The middle-aged man took a deep breath and stood up. "Dear guest, the materials you provided belong to the highest level of existence. I no longer have the qualifications to touch them. Please come with me, I will bring you to see my teacher." The door opened from the inside. The bored female cultivator revealed a brilliant smile, but then her face stiffened. The middle-aged man said, "Honored guest, from now on, I will personally receive you." He bowed. "Dear guest, please come with me." Not only was the female cultivator stunned, but the surrounding guests also widened their eyes, their faces filled with disbelief. The appraiser of Sky Declaring Pavilion had a high status, yet he was so respectful to this young man. Just who was this person? As Qin Yu was preparing to leave with the middle-aged man, a group of cultivators carried 2 wooden boxes out from Sky Declaring Pavilion. The one leading them was a pale and thin man with a gloomy expression. The middle-aged man cupped his hands together and bowed. "Chief Steward Bai, is teacher free right now? I have received an honored guest." Chief Steward Bai squeezed out a smile. "Grandmaster Jiang should be free right now." He nodded towards Qin Yu and cupped his hands together in greeting. He didn't have the qualifications to ignore the honored guest that an appraiser had spoken of. Suddenly, one of the wooden boxes shattered and a man tumbled to the ground, his expression panic-stricken. "Chief Steward Bai, it was I who offended Grandmaster Qi. I ask that you show mercy and spare my niece." He had pretended to be knocked unconscious in order to wait for a chance to blow things up. Perhaps that would give him a slim chance of survival. I beg you. Chief Steward Bai's face paled. Today's matters couldn't be brought to light. With Mu Tong causing such a ruckus, it would definitely cause a series of waves. "You bastard, seize him!" As he spoke, he cupped his hands together at the surrounding people. "Honored guests, this person lost an extremely precious treasure of Grandmaster Qi Yunshan's, thus he was punished by the Grandmaster. I will immediately bring him away so that he doesn't disturb everyone's mood." "No, it's not like that. I have already bought that bracelet, so it is mine. Even if I lost it, it has nothing to do with Grandmaster Qi." Mu Tong couldn't care less anymore. He directly pointed out the matter. "I am a deacon of the Blue Wave sect. You cannot treat people's lives like grass." Chief Steward Bai trembled with anger. "What nonsense! Hurry and seize him." Now that all pretense of cordiality had been torn apart, how could Mu Tong be willing to surrender without a fight? In the chaos, another wooden box was knocked over and a young woman tumbled out. Her face happened to be facing Qin Yu. It was Mu Xian. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to connect everything together. He had lost the bracelet, and because of this he was placed in a difficult position. It seemed that the source of all of this was him. Qin Yu frowned, his eyes becoming cloudy and uncertain. "Shut up. The Blue Wave sect's face has been lost because of you." With a cold shout, Elder Luyue strode forwards. His aura rose and a powerful suppressive aura left everyone startled. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Grandmaster Qi, Mu Tong is the scum of my sect. Not only did he lose your treasure but he even dared to slander you. Grandmaster, please rest assured that I will bring him back to the sect and give you an explanation. Grandmaster Qi gloomily nodded. Feng Qing had an indifferent expression. In the world of cultivators, the strong preyed on the weak. She had seen such things happen far too many times. Besides mocking them inwardly, she wouldn't interfere at all. Mu Tong had a panic-stricken expression. He was well aware that in today's situation, once he and Mu Xian left everyone's line of sight, they would undoubtedly die. If Elder Luiyue killed them, all he needed to do was find an excuse to resist and try to escape. That would be enough to give an explanation to the sect. No one would care about the life or death of two little cultivators from a declining family. No. Everything I said is true. Elder Luiyue, you have colluded with Grandmaster Qi. I will expose you to the sect. Elder Luiyue sneered. Very good. I will wait for that day. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards. An invisible strength surged out, imprisoning Mu Tong so that he couldn't utter another word. He turned around. Grandmaster Qi, Miss Feng Qing, I will bid my farewells first. Inside and outside Sky Declaring Pavilion, there was a deathly silence. No one was an idiot. From Mu Tong's words and actions, they were able to sense something. But so what? Elder Luiyue and Grandmaster Qi's wills were enough to distort black and white. If even Miss Feng Qing remained silent, they certainly wouldn't look for trouble. In this silence, a light voice suddenly sounded out, "Wait a moment." Elder Luiyue instantly turned around. A sharp light rose in his eyes as he locked onto the person who spoke. His pupils shrank imperceptibly and he said, "Fellow Taoist, what advice do you have?" Qin Yu flicked his fingers. "I haven't seen enough yet, so how can I take him away?" See enough, everyone's hearts trembled. Even if this was true, there was no need for him to say it out loud. Wasn't that just looking for trouble? Countless people broke out in a cold sweat for Qin Yu. However, they also felt a bit happy in their hearts. Although they didn't dare to stop someone from distorting black and white like this, they were still excited to see someone step forward. Elder Liu's complexion paled. He coldly said, "I must solemnly remind this fellow Taoist not to make a mistake, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences." The middle-aged man appraising the materials paled and his heart trembled. This person wasn't as harmless as he seemed on the surface. If he really angered him, then even an elder of the Blue Wave sect might not be able to deal with him. He hurriedly took several steps forward, bowed, and quickly said several words. Feng Qing's eyes narrowed. She looked at Qin Yu and then at Zhu Dagong on his shoulder. Her expression was dignified. After a moment of thought, she stepped forwards and said, "Guest, could you give face to Sky Declaring Pavilion and not interfere in this matter?" Grandmaster Qi still needed to be on good terms with him. Qin Yu smiled. "And if I say no?" Zhu Dagong, who was lying on Qin Yu's shoulder, nearly fell over. "Big brother, could you please not play around? You are walking on a tightrope here. If you aren't careful, you will die a horrible death." Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never imagined that this person would be so unyielding. Even facing Miss Feng Qing, he didn't give her any face at all. Feng Qing frowned. She glanced at him with a bit of sadness in her eyes. "Honored guest, why must you make things difficult for me? Well, since you insist on interfering, then please leave before you deal with this matter. Sky Declaring Pavilion does not want to be implicated." These words expressed her respect towards Qin Yu and also vaguely reminded Elder Luiyue and Grandmaster Qi that this person wasn't someone to be trifled with. Immediately, everyone's eyes changed as they looked at Qin Yu. Elder Luiyue and Grandmaster Qi's complexions became increasingly ugly, but they didn't speak. This boy was clearly extraordinary. If he could force Sky Declaring Pavilion to back down, they didn't want to make enemies with him. But if they let the Mu family uncle and nephew go like this, where would their face be? They had to find a suitable reason. In the awkward silence, Mu Xian tumbled out from the box. After a coughing fit, she slowly opened her eyes. After a brief daze, she saw her uncle being caught. Then, she saw Qin Yu standing in the crowd. Mu Xian's gaze paused for a moment, then she bit her lip and slowly lowered her head. Chapter 686. Qin Yu's lips curled up. He faintly smiled at Qi Yunshan and lightly said, I know you have an intense thought that tortures your heart and you urgently want to know the answer. I will satisfy you now. That's right, the bracelet you are looking for is in my hands. Feng Qing's pupils shrank. She was even more sure of her guess. This seemingly ordinary black-robed youth was absolutely and unfathomably deep existence. Otherwise, how could he dare to recklessly provoke Qi Yunshan's sensitive nerves at this time? Qi Yunshan's eyes brightened and his face flushed red with excitement. He stared at Qin Yu, his voice hoarse. Is that true? Qin Yu nodded. Of course it's true. Qi Yunshan took a deep breath and cupped his hands together. Fellow Taoist, I am Qi Yunshan. I have some achievements in alchemy and I have unintentionally offended you today. I ask that fellow Taoist not take offense. That bracelet belongs to my Qi family's ancestor and is extremely important to the juniors of my Qi family. If fellow Taoist is willing to return it, I am willing to pay any price. Moreover, from now on, fellow Taoist will become my close friend and the most honored guest of my Qi family. He didn't even mention Mu Tong and Mu Xian. After determining the whereabouts of the bracelet, they didn't have the qualifications to be noticed. Whether they were alive or dead didn't make a difference. Although I don't know whether what you say is true or false, this is a very sincere offer. Unfortunately, I am also interested in this bracelet and have no intention of selling it. Qin Yu lightly said, so I refuse. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Their eyes widened and their faces filled with disbelief. This was disdain towards an alchemy grandmaster. It was no worse than directly slapping him in the face. Did he really not fear thoroughly angering Grandmaster Qi? Qi Yunshan suppressed his anger. Fellow Taoist, do you really not want to consider it? Qin Yu reached out a hand. I will only say this once. Let go of the Mu family's uncle and nephew, and do not disturb them in the future. If you do, I will not pursue this matter any further. Big Pig's field of vision darkened. Big Brother, if you were in perfect condition, exterminating him would be as simple as crushing an ant. But now you are nothing more than a paper tiger. Be careful you don't go overboard and bury yourself. But, he was well aware that with the situation at this step, Qin Yu could only walk to the end. If he revealed the slightest weakness, he would immediately be exposed. Good, very good. Qi Yunshan gloomily said. I have no idea who you are, but since you have chosen to become my enemy, I will not back down even half a step. Hand over the bracelet, otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Bang, a powerful aura burst forth from his body. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes, a cold look on his face. The dignity of a superior was revealed, like a god from the highest heavens, making others feel awe and awe. Master Qi, Feng Qing suddenly said, I've already said that I hope the two of you can restrain yourselves and not have any conflicts in Sky Declaring Pavilion. I hope you can understand. Qi Yunshan was expressionless. Good, then I will go. Before his voice fell, he lifted a hand and a shadow flew out, exploding forth like an arrow. In an instant, this shadow arrived in front of Qin Yu. It opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs as it ruthlessly bit down at him. A fierce light flashed in Qi Yunshan's eyes, revealing madness and cruelty. With the starlight chain, his alchemy skills would rise to a whole new level, and he would become a true alchemy master. At that time, even great Tao realm existences would have to give him enough respect. Even if he provoked a powerful enemy, it would still be worth it. The energy that a true alchemy master could erupt with was enough to suppress a powerful sect or even an ancient inherited family clan. So, Qi Yunshan chose the right time to attack without hesitation. But the plot didn't develop in the direction he expected. The terrifyingly fast shadow's sharp fangs pierced through Qin Yu's skin. But then, as if it had been struck by a lightning crystal, it froze in place, as if an immobilizing technique had been used on it. A terrifying suppression that came from the bloodline level made it feel as if it were facing an invincible natural enemy. Fear gushed out from the depths of its soul, completely submerging its consciousness. All that was left was trembling and despair. Dragon bloodline monster spirit. Cries of alarm sounded out. Countless people looked at the gray shadow that was wrapped around Qin Yu's neck like a snake and covered in dragon scales. Their faces paled. When they looked at Qin Yu again, it was like they had discovered some unimaginable miracle. Their eyes filled with awe. Several drops of cold sweat appeared on Qin Yu's back. He didn't know what a dragon bloodline monster spirit was, but without a doubt, he had just passed through the gates of hell. Luckily, this thing seemed to be extremely afraid of the ancient race. After touching its blood, it was directly suppressed. He swore to himself that he would never do such a risky move again. The feeling of helplessness on the verge of death was incomparably disgusting. But on the surface, Qin Yu's complexion didn't change at all. His fingers steadily removed the dragon bloodline monster spirit from his neck. His tone was light and calm as he said, "What a naughty little fellow. It's a good thing you closed your mouth quickly, otherwise you would already be dead. I can forgive you, because this wasn't your original intention. But I will absolutely not allow you to offend me." Qin Yu looked up, his pitch-black eyes locking onto Qi Yunshan. The ice-cold intent in his eyes could freeze all and cause all things to fall into extinction. Bang! A terrifying aura was like a great slumbering beast awakening. It was like thousands of volcanoes erupting at the same time, looking down on the world with disdain and trampling a trillion stars beneath their feet. The air suddenly became thick and viscous, submerging everyone like an invisible swamp. They withstood a terrifying pressure and were forced to stop breathing. Beneath the impact of this aura, the defensive strength that sky-declaring pavilion had set up was instantly activated. A brilliant divine light flashed, cold and dense. But at this time, it could only shrink, not daring to approach Qin Yu at all. This was because the strength of the entire Great Array formation had been thoroughly suppressed. Qin Yu stared at Qi Yunshan, his voice so cold that it seemed to come from the depths of hell. "Tell me, how do you want to die?" The world fell deathly silent. Countless people froze where they were. Their hearts seemed to be grasped and fear tumbled in their eyes. "Peak Calamity Immortal Realm, no, this is an aura comparable to the Great Tao Realm." Feng Qing screamed in her heart, her complexion paling. She had once come into contact with these existences that stood at the peak of the world, and she became increasingly aware of just how terrifying they were. With a flip of their hand, they could annihilate trillions of lives with a single thought. Qi Yunshan felt as if he had fallen into an icy lake. His entire body seemed to freeze, unable to even think. But he was well aware just what sort of existence he had offended. Great Tao Realm, it was actually the Great Tao Realm. It was over, it was completely over. Even the entire Qi family would be implicated by him and suffer a calamity. Great Tao Realm! A low and deep voice suddenly echoed out. Fluctuations appeared in the imprisoned space, and the figure of a white-haired old man appeared. As he arrived, sky-declaring pavilion's suppressed array formation erupted with an even more formidable aura, instantly locking onto Qin Yu. Chapter 687. The oppressive aura that enveloped everyone was swept away. Feng Qing was pleasantly surprised. "Elder Zhao, why are you here?" "Old man Su has made a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he has returned to his cave residence to cultivate in seclusion." I will temporarily replace him in patrolling the various places. Speaking of this, Elder Zhao revealed a trace of envy. He then smiled. I heard that Miss was here. Thinking that we haven't seen each other for a long time, I rushed over through the teleportation array. I didn't expect to run into what happened today. Miss, please wait for a moment, I will deal with this person first. Qi Yunshan was overjoyed to have survived this desperate situation. Old Zhao, this person dares to look down on the dignity of sky-declaring pavilion. We cannot let him off so easily. Elder Zhao's expression was indifferent. Don't worry, Grandmaster Qi. I will be impartial. He looked at Qin Yu, his expression cold and harsh. You may speak now. It was clear that if they didn't have a background that could cause sky-declaring pavilion to feel fear, today's matter would not be easily resolved. Countless eyes fell on Qin Yu, and many of them revealed looks of pity and sympathy. Looking across the entire world, great Tao realm existences could be considered first-rate powerhouses. They could call upon the wind and summon the rain, and they could laugh proudly in all directions. However, this person's luck was truly terrible. He had actually bumped into the hands of sky-declaring pavilion's patrolling elder. Even if he didn't die today, he would at least lose a layer of skin. But what surprised everyone was that Qin Yu's expression was still as calm as before, as if he didn't care at all about being suppressed. Could it be that he still had cards in his hand that he didn't fear sky-declaring pavilion? Explain? In the silence, Qin Yu slowly said, Then, I wonder if Mr. Zhao is satisfied with this explanation? In his mind, Qin Yu tried to recall the scene of him refining the chain of stars not too long ago and standing in the vast starry skies. He imagined himself to be one of those eternal and limitless stars that possessed infinite strength. On his finger, the ring of lyre trembled. He crossed his hands behind his back and hid it in his sleeve. Immediately after, the aura emanating from his body skyrocketed once again. The space around him shook violently, as if countless ripples had been set off in a huge wave. Within his soul space, the chains of stars that wrapped around his soul suddenly emitted a faint starlight. They passed through his body and gathered around him. A vast and boundless aura that seemed to be able to contain and devour all emanated from his body like the endless starry sky above his head. Rumble, in the sky above Mount Wudong, all the clouds were instantly torn apart by an invisible force. The extremely bright sun dimmed, and one star after another appeared. Cold and mysterious starlight sprinkled down, condensing into a small figure that was neither male nor female. It was chanting an ethereal and reverent syllable, and a holy aura covered the sky and the earth. Divine Tao! Elder Zhao let out a low roar and almost bit off his own tongue. His mind rumbled as he fell into a state of confusion and panic. He had never thought that he would be able to face a supreme existence in the godly state today. Moreover, it was a heaven-defying existence that had gathered the stars in the sky and stepped onto the path of stars. No, this isn't the complete aura of the divine Tao. It doesn't seem to be complete. Right, if I were to face a true existence of the divine Tao, then a single glance would be sufficient to make me lose all resistance. The person in front of him was a powerful being who had touched the threshold of the divine path and could step into it at any time. Perhaps he was currently traveling the world in search of an opportunity to break through and become a divine transformation cultivator. Looking at Qin Yu's body that was shining with starlight, old Zhao had already thought of everything for him. He hurriedly bowed, his tone respectful and fearful. I didn't know that divinity had arrived and old Zhao has offended you. I ask that divinity consider my master's face and show mercy. Divine Tao Feng Qing's eyes widened. Her heart instantly fell into a blank. Even with her status, she had never truly come into contact with a divine Tao existence. That was an existence that stood at the peak of this world. Their thoughts could overturn day and night, and with a wave of their hand they could cause the world to lose color. Qi Yunshan's face was ashen. He fell to the ground, his body violently shivering, filled with endless fear. The divine Tao, it was actually a divine Tao existence. Such a great character only needed a single finger to completely erase him and the entire Qi family. Elder Lu Zhao was dripping with sweat and his heart wildly raced. His robes were soaked and stuck to his body, leaving him in an extremely distressed state. If there was a medicine for regret, he would definitely eat a basket full of it. Damn it, who could tell him that this was clearly a trivial matter of finding a bracelet? So how did things develop to such a degree? Even a divine Tao powerhouse had appeared. Did things have to be so ridiculous? Elder Lu Zhao could only pray that he wouldn't be noticed. He hoped that this divine Tao existence would treat a minor character like him as if he were invisible and let him off. Bathed in starlight, he was like a divine god descending to the earth. His voice was low and deep, each syllable seeming to shake the void. If it weren't for the Master of Sky declaring pavilion, do you think your offenses against me would have been so easily forgiven? Elder Zhao paled. Thank you, Lord Divinity. Your magnanimity is like the vault of heaven, able to accommodate all living beings. The terrifying aura that flooded the world suddenly vanished, as if everything that happened just now were only an illusion. Elder Zhao's pupils shrank. As a veteran powerhouse of the great Tao realm, he already had the qualifications to come into contact with some secrets related to the divine Tao. The scene in front of him undoubtedly proved that this person had already truly grasped the key to stepping into the divine Tao and could make a breakthrough at any moment. Only like this could he control the might of the heavens and earth as he wished. And this sort of formidable control could only be achieved through the endless years, slowly accumulating it bit by bit. He was acquainted with his master, but he had no impression of this person at all. Of course, Elder Zhao was only a bit puzzled, but he didn't doubt this at all. He had already personally witnessed the aura of the divine Tao. That terrifying level couldn't be faked. Greetings, Lord Divinity. Elder Zhao half knelt on the ground. Walala, within sky declaring pavilion, everyone knelt on the ground. This was the transcendent reverence that a divine Tao existence should enjoy. Mu Xian had a dazed expression. She was dragged to her knees by her uncle, still in a daze. She never imagined that the senior who escorted her all the way here would be a legendary character. It was no wonder that senior didn't kill her to silence her. Thinking about it, he simply didn't think that killing Qi Xingtian and the others would be a problem. As for the reminder before they parted, it should have been simply because he didn't want other matters to affect his mood. Ancestors, bless us, ancestors, bless us, our Mu family finally has a chance to prosper again. Mu Tong's whispers caused Mu Xian to regain her composure. Mu Tong's murmur brought Mu Xian back to her senses. She raised her head and saw her uncle looking at her with a fanatical expression. Mu Xian, my dear grandaunt, you've performed a great merit this time. Our Mu family will have to rely on you in the future. Although she didn't understand the ways of the world, that didn't mean she was stupid. Mu Xian soon understood the meaning behind her uncle's words. But between her and Senior, their debts were already cleared. There was nothing else. Mu Xian's lips moved, but she didn't speak. She was well aware that after today's events, the Mu family was destined to be valued by others. To be related to a divine realm existence, even if it was just a tiny bit of suspicion, it would be enough to extricate the Mu family from their current predicament. Mu Xian. A calm voice suddenly sounded out, startling her. Like a startled rabbit, her eyes widened as she looked at Qin Yu. I like the gift you gave me very much. If you have any needs in the future, feel free to mention my name. Qin Yu had already succeeded in showing off. Following the principle of not wasting anything, he pushed the boat with the current and thoroughly helped the Mu family. This could be considered his repayment for the chain of stars. Mu Tong's mind buzzed. Because of the rapid congealing of blood, he nearly fainted. Happiness had come too quickly. He wasn't prepared at all. The spring of their old Mu family had truly arrived. Countless envious eyes fell on the Mu family uncle and nephew. They were secretly calculating in their hearts that they had to find a way to pull closer to the Mu family. But no one was stupid enough to have any ideas about Mu Xian, who knew just what sort of relationship she had with this person. Old Zhao respectfully said, "Your Excellency, please rest assured that the Mu family will receive the protection of Sky Declaring Pavilion in the future. We will not disappoint you." His icy cold eyes swept over Qi Yunshan, revealing a deep loathing. It was all because of this bastard that they had nearly stirred up a great mess. "Your Excellency, would you like to move to the next step?" Qin Yu nodded. His eyes swept around. "I am traveling the world and do not wish to be disturbed by others. As for today's matters, let them rot in your stomach." With these words, everyone's thoughts of showing off were thoroughly extinguished. No one dared to ignore the warning of a divine realm powerhouse. A moment later, in the most luxurious room of Sky Declaring Pavilion, Qin Yu leaned back on a soft sofa, his eyes indifferently looking at Qi Yunshan, who was lying on the floor. "Your Excellency, please spare me. Your Excellency, please spare me." Even ants struggled to live, much less a character that was soon to become an alchemy grandmaster. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he wouldn't give up. Old Zhao and Feng Qing respectfully stood to the side. They didn't look down on Qi Yunshan's performance at all. In order to live, in front of a divine realm powerhouse, this wasn't a loss of face at all. It was just that they weren't optimistic about Qi Yunshan's struggle. The dignity of the divine realm could not be provoked. Only death and blood could atone for one's sins. "Qi Yunshan, I do not wish to kill any more people right now. I will give you a chance. If you can complete it, I can spare your life." "Thank you, thank you, thank you," Qi Yunshan kowtowed. "If you have any requests, please feel free to speak. I will die 10,000 deaths for you." Qin Yu lifted a hand and tapped Big Pig, who was lying on his shoulder. Big Pig lifted a hoof and tore open space, taking out a blood flame fruit. As old Zhao saw this, his pupils shrank. He felt even more awe towards this mysterious person in front of him. As for the blood flame fruit, although it was extremely precious, it was normal for someone of his status to take it out. With these 3 blood flame fruits as the main ingredient and supplemented with other materials, can you refine a pill with mild medicinal properties that can be eaten by ordinary people? Of course, the medicinal effects must be maintained. Qi Yunshan's voice trembled. "Don't worry, I am confident in my abilities. It's just that refining the pill requires some precious materials that I don't have on hand." Old Zhao bowed. "I ask that you give Sky Declaring Pavilion a chance to make up for its mistake. As for the other materials needed to refine the pill, we will provide them." Qin Yu nodded, indifferent. "That's fine. I'll do as you say." He looked at Qi Yunshan and lifted a finger. "You only have half a day. I will leave before nightfall." His eyes swept over old Zhao. "You wouldn't tell your master that I am here, right?" Old Zhao's face stiffened. He reluctantly said, "No one dares to go against your will." "Very good." Qin Yu stood up. "Prepare a quiet room for me to rest in. Do not let anyone disturb me." Feng Qing hurriedly said, "Please follow me." Subconsciously, he brought Qin Yu to the best resting room in Sky Declaring Pavilion. As he watched the door close, he suddenly cried out. Old Zhao's complexion changed. "What is it?" Feng Qing's face flushed red. She shook her head. "It's nothing. Last night, she had rested here. There were specialized cleaners here, but the clothes she had changed into after washing up yesterday had been left in the bathroom. She could only pray that this person wouldn't see her personal clothes." With Qin Yu's cautious personality, even if his acting was perfect, he still wouldn't be negligent. Thus, he naturally had to inspect her clothes in the room. Thus, Feng Qing's prayers weren't of any use. Looking at the girl's clothes on the wooden rack, Qin Yu subconsciously thought of 4 words. Light, small, thin, and transparent. After enduring the awkwardness of inspecting her clothes, Qin Yu pulled Zhu Dagong away. He let out a long breath, a bitter smile on his face. At this time, he still had the mind to pay attention to such things. What a bastard! Qin Yu suppressed these thoughts and sat down at the table. He ordered Zhu Dagong to take out a blood flame fruit. Chapter 688. The status of a divine Tao was enough to arouse awe in others. This isolated chamber was the safest place right now. Qin Yu certainly wouldn't waste the half a day he had to wait for Qi Yunshan to refine pills. No matter how good a bluff was, it didn't have any real meaning. Only by restoring his own strength could he truly rely on. Qin Yu was well aware of this. The blood flame fruit was truly worthy of its reputation as a supreme body-strengthening treasure. Wherever that incomparably hot current swept through, the tiny cracks in his flesh and blood rapidly healed. Of course, this was also because Qin Yu's mortal body was powerful enough to withstand the strength of the blood flame fruit. If it were anyone else, their mortal body would have been burnt to ashes. His severely damaged mortal body was like the cracked earth beneath the blazing sun. It greedily and hungrily absorbed the strength of the blood flame fruit. In a short 2 hours, the strength of the first blood flame fruit had been completely consumed. Qin Yu's eyes flashed open. Without hesitation, he took out a second blood flame fruit and ate it. The boiling hot current that had calmed down began to rampage once more. At the same time, deep rumbling sounds emitted from within Qin Yu's body. Although it wasn't intense, it contained a formidable will that shook the heart. Traces of the annihilating space, strength entrenched in his flesh and blood, were constantly peeled off and expelled from his body. The space around Qin Yu shattered, forming a horrifying spiderweb. Schwa, when the strength of the second fruit was completely absorbed, Qin Yu's eyes flashed open, a sharp light flashing within them. He reached out a hand and slapped the ground, standing up. As he moved, his bones emitted explosive crackling sounds. Strength flowed through his body. Although there was still a great disparity from a complete recovery, it was much better than before. If he could eat 3 blood flame fruits at once, the effects would be much better. But Qin Yu didn't regret his actions. Even if he could go back in time and make a choice again, he would still take out a blood flame fruit to save old Leaf Zhou without hesitation. The reason that people were human was that their hearts were filled with good and evil. There were some things that had to be done. If he couldn't even adhere to this point, how different was he from a beast? He looked up at the clock. Qin Yu adjusted to his restored strength and pushed open the door to the restroom. Feng Qing was waiting anxiously outside. She hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Your Excellency." Her face was flushed, as if she wanted to say something but couldn't. Qin Yu suddenly realized that the clothes in the bathroom were hers. His eyes subconsciously swept over Feng Qing's body, and the image of her wearing those clothes appeared in his mind. Has Qi Yunshan finished refining the pill? Feng Qing hurriedly said, "Reporting to Your Excellency, the pill refinement is going smoothly and will be completed very soon." She couldn't see anything strange from Qin Yu's face, so she could only suppress her thoughts. "Your Excellency, please wait in the room for a moment. I will confirm it immediately." Qin Yu nodded. "All right." An hour later, Qi Yunshan, whose face was pale as if he had been squeezed dry by 10 pigs for an entire night, arrived at the box. He half knelt on the ground and said, "I didn't fail the mission. I have already refined the pill. I ask that you examine it." Along with the jade bottle containing the medicinal pill, a jade slip introducing the medicinal pill was also delivered into his hand. Qin Yu opened the bottle and sniffed it. He didn't touch the jade slip. "Since you have refined the pill, I am a man of my word. I will forgive you this time." Qi Yunshan trembled with excitement. "Thank you, Your Excellency." His field of vision darkened and he fainted. It could be seen that in just half a day, he had exhausted all of his mental energy in order to refine this bottle of pill. Qin Yu glanced at him and lightly said, "I will also be leaving." There is no need to send me off. He stood up and walked out. Elder Zhao relaxed. He thought that this mysterious Qin Yu was actually quite reasonable. If he had used his divine Tao methods to break through the shackles and leave, then the entire defensive array formation of Sky Declaring Pavilion would have been destroyed. It seemed that by taking the initiative to use Sky Declaring Pavilion's name to take out the materials needed for the pill, he had managed to calm this Qin Yu's anger. This was good, this was good. Elder Zhao's heart ached for taking out so many precious materials. Now all of that had completely vanished. To resolve the dissatisfaction of a formidable existence that was destined to step into the divine Tao, although these materials were precious, they weren't anything at all. Farewell. He and Feng Qin bowed in respect. Qin Yu left Sky Declaring Pavilion through a secret door. His steps were steady as he walked outwards. It was only when he left everyone's line of sight that he quickened his pace. When he emerged from an alley, he controlled the flesh and blood of his face to change into another ordinary face. Then, he mixed into the crowd and left Wudong Mountain. With a thought, the swarm of ants howled over, lifting Qin Yu up and taking him away at their fastest speed. It was only now that Qin Yu let out a long breath of relief. Luckily, the will of the divine Tao was terrifying enough that no one dared to casually violate it. Otherwise, if a true divine Tao existence were to be drawn in, that would be far more troublesome. Wali Village. The granny looked at the unconscious old man lying on the bed, her eyes filled with helplessness and fear. Perhaps it was because they had helped each other for so many years, but between the two old people there seemed to be some sort of strange telepathic connection. She could faintly feel that the old man's life was constantly fading away. As time passed, he was slowly approaching death. And today should be his limit. The granny's hands trembled as she grasped the old man's hand. Her voice was weak and hoarse, as if she were saying something to him. In this life, you have never despised me for being a mute. You have always been good to me and respected me. I am grateful to you from the bottom of my heart. Don't be afraid. Everyone has to welcome death. On the road to the Yellow Springs, I won't let you walk alone. Wait for me. To be able to spend a lifetime with you, and even die on the same day, this old woman is already satisfied. Tears flowed out from the corners of the granny's eyes, but she actually calmed down. She sat on a wooden chair in front of the bed, looking at the unconscious old man as she waited for the final moment to arrive. Suddenly, the courtyard doors were pushed open from the outside. Then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. The granny was in a trance. It was only when the doors were pushed open that she turned to look. All of a sudden, her eyes widened. Qin Yu smiled. Granny, I'm back. Don't worry, nothing will happen to the old man. 3 days later. There was also the somewhat weak old man Zhou. He was lying on a chair covered with clothes, basking in the sun as he directed Qin Yu to do some woodwork. Since I promised someone, I must do it. This work has already been delayed, so I must finish it as soon as possible. Qin Yu smiled and agreed. Don't worry. Although I have never done woodwork before, with your guidance, I will definitely be able to do it well. Of course. Don't you know who is guiding you? I am the top woodworker in the surrounding villages. If you can learn my craft, you won't have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life. The granny brought over some medicinal soup. She looked at the bragging old man and opened her mouth to say a few words. Qin Yu didn't understand what she meant, but the old man's face flushed red. I know. I won't go out and take on random jobs in the future. I've said it dozens of times already. Don't you find it annoying? He grumbled, but his expression was a bit guilty. He took the medicinal soup and drank it all in a few mouthfuls. It was so bitter that his eyes rolled back. He grabbed a few tea leaves and tossed them into his mouth, chewing to counteract the bitterness of the soup. The granny glared at him and put away the bowl. Soon, she returned with a cup of milky milk tea. She smiled and handed it to Qin Yu. Thank you, Granny. Qin Yu drank large mouthfuls of the fragrant and sweet milk tea, a look of contentment on his face. Life had finally returned to the right track. But just as this thought appeared, he revealed a stunned expression. When did he think that this was the right track of his life? Indeed, deep in his bones, he had always longed for this sort of peaceful and tranquil life. But reality was always cruel. Qin Yu was well aware that his ordinary life would soon come to an end. After eating 2 blood flame fruits, he had restored a portion of his mortal body's strength and was now comparable to the early Blue Sea realm. With the help of the purple-back blue-wing ants, it wouldn't be easy for others to kill him as long as he was careful. Qin Yu had to leave this place and return to the dangerous world of cultivators. He had to find a way to restore his wounds and pursue greater strength. That smelly whore, that damned smelly whore, I will kill her! I will definitely kill her! The youth lying on the bed, besides having a pale complexion, was undoubtedly handsome. But now, his entire face was twisted and filled with endless hatred. The cultivator that was treating his lower body's wounds was covered with beads of sweat. After a long time, he finally finished cleaning up. He let out a long breath and quickly withdrew from the inner room. "How is the situation?" the white side-burned cultivator asked, his expression dignified. The treating cultivator bowed. "Elder, the situation isn't too good." Because he was caught off guard, he suffered the explosion of an artifact. Young Master Feng's cultivation isn't strong enough to resist it and his lower body has been severely damaged. I can only give him some simple treatment so that his wounds don't worsen any further. The white side-burned cultivator's lips twitched. If he could, he really wished he could strangle this bastard in the room. It was fine if he played with a woman and forced himself on her, but didn't he know how to be more careful? Yet, he was actually reduced to such a state by a woman who had just stepped onto the path of cultivation. He was simply trash. But this trash's background wasn't one to provoke. He took a deep breath and said, "No matter the cost, we must maintain his injuries. I will think of a way to deal with what happens next." The treating cultivator respectfully nodded. "Teacher, it looks like we can't hide this any longer. Do you need me to notify them now?" a youth respectfully asked. Yu Qing rubbed his temples and nodded, a tired look on his face. "Immediately send a message, and tell them the truth about his injuries. This is a disaster he caused himself, so we can't be the ones to pay for it." Even so, whenever he thought of that young Miss Cold Eyes, he still felt a headache. The youth's face darkened, as if he felt the same pressure as his teacher. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Junior apprentice Sister Ali is waiting outside." "Teacher, what do you think?" Yu Qing frowned. He immediately said, "Let's go see her first." Outside the temple, Ali's face was pale. Her body was still stained with blood, but there was no fear in her eyes. "Teacher." She bowed. Yu Qing said in a low voice, "You were too careless. You clearly knew what kind of person Feng Yang was, so why did you give him a chance to be alone with you?" Ali bit her lips. "I'm sorry, teacher, I was too careless." Yu Qing let out a deep breath. "It's too late to say these things now. But this matter isn't your fault. I will testify for you. Go back and rest. Don't feel any pressure." Ali's eyes were red. She respectfully bowed. "Thank you, teacher. I've troubled you." She turned and left. The youth behind her tried to suppress the surprise in his eyes. In his impression, this teacher who was conservative and fair on the surface was actually a completely different person in private. Find someone to watch over him. Before that young miss arrives, don't let anything happen to her. The youth let out a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this was the style of the teacher he was familiar with. The abnormality just now was hard to accept. "Yes, I will give the order now." Yu Qing watched him leave. A dark cloud appeared on his face. He couldn't help but curse in a low voice. That idiot Feng Yang had ruined his preparations. This new female disciple was originally prepared by him for himself. But now that this matter had become so big, someone would definitely find out. It was impossible to enjoy her alone. In order to prevent her from falling into the hands of the sect master and becoming a bargaining chip for him to break through, he could only destroy her. But he couldn't do this himself. Borrowing the hands of that young miss was undoubtedly the best reason. In this matter, no one in the sect would risk offending her to voice any objections. With a flick of his sleeves, Yu Qing walked away. His back was straight and his expression was solemn. His bright eyes were filled with determination. Chapter 689. Feng Qing looked at her younger clan brother, who had taken medicine and was sleeping soundly. A cold light surged in the depths of her eyes. If Feng Yang wasn't the only remaining male descendant of the Feng family, she would have personally cleaned him up. She let out a light breath and turned to leave. When she appeared in front of everyone, her expression had already calmed down. Elder Yu Qing, I'll have to trouble you with this matter. Yu Qing had a solemn expression. I should apologize to Miss Feng Qing. I wasn't able to take care of Feng Yang, allowing him to be seduced by my disciple and suffer such serious injuries. He paused for a moment and continued to say, Miss Feng Qing, please rest assured that my sect will severely punish this matter. We will not tolerate it in the least. Feng Qing's expression was indifferent, although she knew that the fault in this matter was absolutely on Feng Yang. But as the only male descendant of the Feng family, Feng Yang, who was destined to become the future head of the Feng family, could not bear such a bad reputation. I'll have to trouble Elder Yu Qing. A plain voice came from his mouth, without the slightest fluctuation of emotion, as if this was a trivial matter not worth mentioning. Feng Qing secretly mocked herself. She had always prided herself on being noble and pure, but perhaps she was no different from these people. Yu Qing looked across at the dark and gloomy expressions of the sect master and the other elders. A faint smile lifted the corners of his lips. Miss Amorous Feelings, please stay in the sect for the time being. I will announce the final decision at the sect meeting. This was another gift. In front of all the cultivators in the sect, he would use the name of the sect to clear Feng Yang's name. Even if someone doubted him afterwards, they wouldn't dare to say a single word. This would seal the coffin. As for Zhou, although her physique was special and she had good potential, she could only blame herself for being too ordinary. In this world, being ordinary in itself was also a mistake. Gently nodding, Feng Qing didn't say anything more. She looked up at the lush green outside the window. It was clearly a scene full of vitality, but in her eyes it was filled with a rotten smell. An immortal with a sword came from Depression Village. He stopped right above old Zhou's home. Everyone said that the girl Ollie had made a name for herself outside and wanted to bring the old couple out of the mountain to enjoy a happy life. TSK, the Zhou family's girl is obviously a lucky girl since she was young. I've noticed it a long time ago. Just as I expected. No wonder she looks down on the boys from outside the village. Little girl Zhou is a phoenix in a chicken's nest. She is destined to fly far away. Now, old Zhou and his wife are going to live a good life. In their old age, their granddaughter has actually grown up. Perhaps this is God's compensation to them. Countless people's eyes were shining with envy, and their mouths were muttering. They wished they could go over and see the grace of the immortal with their own eyes, but they were so afraid that they could only stay at home. He was an immortal that could fly. If he were to accidentally break a taboo, he would definitely die. Li Wei stood on the azure cloud sword with his hands behind his back. His azure robes fluttered in the wind, giving off an ethereal aura. He looked down at the three lowly mortals in the courtyard below. He frowned, his eyes filled with arrogance. Are you Zhou Li's relatives? Elder Zhou forced himself to remain calm and respectfully said, reporting to Immortal, we are. Li Wei coldly said, Zhou Li encountered an accident while she was cultivating in the sect, so she needs relatives to go. Choose one of you to go with me. The old man hurriedly asked, what happened to Ali? Humph. Matters of the immortal path aren't things you can spy on. There is no time to waste. I must go back and report, Li Wei coldly said. Grabbing his grandmother's trembling hand, Elder Zhou took a deep breath. He turned to Qin Yu and said, Little Qin, go with the immortal. Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before slowly nodding. Li Wei frowned. Who is he? Can he represent your Zhou family? Elder Zhou said, Immortal, he is Ah Li's fiancé. He is the closest to her. Fiancé? Li Wei's complexion sank. He swept his eyes over him. That woman Zhou Li was so proud, but she had actually found a country bumpkin like this? Was he even worthy? Jealousy rose in his heart, but he soon sneered inwardly. This matter had already spread throughout the sect. Although the rumors said that Feng Yang hadn't succeeded, who knew the truth? A golden core realm cultivator couldn't deal with a mere rookie that had just entered the cultivation world. It was likely he had already eaten her up. If it weren't for her carelessness afterwards, how could Feng Yang have been schemed against? Li Wei thought back to how he had been rejected without hesitation. His heart filled with joy and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Once this brat learned the truth, his expression would surely be marvelous. Let's go. With a trace of impatience, Li Wei flicked his sleeves and pulled Qin Yu behind him. He formed a law formula and the blue cloud sword pierced through the skies. This cultivator has a nascent soul realm cultivation, but his aura is several times thicker than any nascent soul I know of. Moreover, he has many treasures on him and the flying magic sword beneath his feet is of high quality. It matches with his cultivation method and can increase his strength by several levels. Qin Yu looked at Li Wei, who was standing in front of him with his hands crossed behind his back. He silently estimated his strength. He certainly had no interest in such a small cultivator. He was simply using this person to estimate the strength of Ah Li's cultivation sect. Although Li Wei didn't say anything, Qin Yu could sense a trace of coldness from his attitude. It seemed that something had happened to Ah Li. It was because of this that Qin Yu agreed to take old Master Zhou's place on this trip. If there really was something wrong, then perhaps there was a chance he could resolve it. He hoped that things wouldn't be too troublesome. Sensing Qin Yu's silence behind him, Li Wei's lips curled up in disdain. What an ignorant country bumpkin. He must have been frightened to death. Perhaps I can be a bit faster. With a thought, he stimulated his magic power. The blue cloud sword emitted a humming sound and the blue light it emitted became even brighter, increasing its speed. From this change, Qin Yu could sense Li Wei's thoughts. His face immediately revealed a look of panic and he paled. For a nascent soul cultivator to have such a poor temperament, it seemed that although this world's cultivation level was high, it was because it was far too easy to obtain strength. Perhaps it was because cultivating one's temperament was relatively weak. If he were to fight with the cultivators of this world in the future, this would be a key point he could use to his advantage. As he was silently thinking, there was a sudden cry. It carried with it a formidable penetrating strength, piercing through his eardrums and straight into his soul. White-headed demon vulture! Li Wei screamed out. It was only after a moment of shock that he reacted. He hurriedly took out a jade token. Pouring magic power into it, the mark within the jade token was immediately activated. Light erupted in the air, condensing into the words Truewood. My status token is only at the nascent soul realm. The pressure it emits isn't enough to scare away the white-headed demon vulture. Moreover, it is a demonic creature that is bloodthirsty and murderous. Its mind is chaotic, and it might ignore the aura of the sect token. I'm finished. How could I encounter a horrifying white-headed demon vulture in such a place? Li Wei's face paled and his eyes filled with fear. The white-headed demon vulture really didn't seem to notice the aura of the Truewood sect's token. Its eyes flashed with a blood-red light and it fiercely leapt forward. My life is over. Li Wei had a look of despair. At this time, the petrified Qin Yu behind him suddenly looked up. His pitch-black eyes were like an abyss as he stared at the white-headed demon vulture. The demonic monster beast stiffened, as if it had been greatly frightened. It flapped its wings and crazily fled into the distance. Li Wei froze in place. It took him a long time to react. I'm still alive. I'm actually still alive. Thank the heavens and earth. He took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. He put away the token and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead. You damned feathered beast, it's a good thing you ran away fast, otherwise I would have cut you down on the spot. His eyes swept over Qin Yu. As he saw Qin Yu's awe and worship in his eyes, Li Wei let out a sigh of relief and his movements became even calmer. He formed a law formula and the blue cloud sword raced away. The rest of the journey proceeded smoothly. It was just that the speed of a nascent soul realm cultivator was far too slow. It took them nearly an entire day to arrive at the Truewood Sex station. The several large mountains in front of them were filled with a lush green color, and the world was filled with a vibrant vitality. When combined with the words Truewood, it wasn't hard to guess that this sect cultivated some sort of wood attribute cultivation method. Qin Yu's inspection of the sect fell into Li Wei's eyes, and he was naturally stunned. Now that his mission had been completed, he no longer concealed the ridicule in his voice. There will be a great sect meeting tomorrow. You can stay here for the day. He tossed Qin Yu into a remote corner that seemed to be where the sect servants lived and then left. The servant leader, who had been bowing and smiling all this time, suddenly straightened his back and looked down at Qin Yu. You are Zhou Li's fiancé? He, that woman is quite unyielding. The servant leader looked at Qin Yu several times with ill intentions. Then, he waved his hand and said, Take him away and take good care of him. Tomorrow, at the great sect meeting, this boy would need to appear. Although he was only going through the motions and was just a minor character, it was best not to take any risk. After tomorrow, when the dust settled, if anyone remembered who this boy was, they could slowly take care of him. That young Master Feng Yang had already said that no matter who it was that came from the Zhou family, they shouldn't think of returning in one piece. Although this young master was a bit of an idiot, he was actually quite generous. Since such a good thing had fallen into his lap, he couldn't miss out on it. Although he couldn't do what he was good at, he could at least punish him. Tonight, this boy wouldn't be able to sleep comfortably and he wouldn't have the energy to mess around tomorrow. As the servant thought of this, he revealed a smug look. Brat, you will sleep in the firewood room tonight. Once all the firewood has been chopped up, consider it your room fee for tonight. A big bald man with a black iron chain clenched his fists so hard that cracking sounds could be heard. He was as strong as a wild bull, and he grinned viciously. If you dare to be lazy, I will let you taste what despair is. Qin Yu paled in panic. He nodded again and again. With a loud bang, the door to the firewood room was closed and locked from the outside. As he listened to the footsteps fade away, Qin Yu straightened himself. He frowned and swept his eyes around the firewood room. Great sect meeting? It seemed that Ollie had really stirred up a great deal of trouble, or perhaps she had provoked someone that needed to be treated with such importance. Unfortunately, he didn't know what was going on right now. Even if he wanted to prepare ahead of time, he couldn't. He could only make plans tomorrow. If this matter was within the scope of his ability, he would do his best to save her. But if he couldn't, to lose a daughter-in-law in their middle age and their only grandson in their old age, such a blow was far too cruel for these two old people. Qin Yu let out a light breath. I hope there will be a turn for the better. In order to avoid any unexpected complications, he picked up the filthy hatchet and walked towards the pile of firewood that was several people high. Kacha, kacha, the sound of wood being chopped constantly echoed through the room. It wasn't until the next day that it finally ended. Qin Yu groggily slept for some time before he was rudely awakened. After hastily washing up, he was brought in front of the servant leader with a tired expression. The servant leader seemed satisfied. He darkly smiled and said, Let's meet again in a bit. Send him out. Li Wei lifted Qin Yu and used his magic power to rush forwards. Soon, he arrived at a square. At this time, many cultivators were gathered here, but no one spoke. The atmosphere was low and solemn. But now, everyone's eyes were focused on Qin Yu. There was coldness, ridicule, sympathy, but even more indifference. To these lofty cultivators, a lowly mortal didn't have the qualifications to attract their attention. Moreover, he was destined to fall into the abyss forever. When they arrived at the entrance of the hall, Li Wei let go of Qin Yu. He respectfully said, "Sect Master, Elders, I have brought Zhou Li's fiancé." After a brief pause, a deep and dignified voice echoed out from the hall. "Bring him in." Li Wei hurriedly nodded. He said to Qin Yu, "The sect master has summoned him. Hurry and enter." Qin Yu had a panicked expression. He nearly tripped over the door and stumbled in. His eyes swept around the hall, and then he lowered his head in panic. Although his cultivation hadn't been restored, Qin Yu still had his eyesight. Moreover, the people in the hall didn't seem to be hiding their auras at all. The one sitting in the center of the hall should be the master of the True Wood sect. This person's aura was like an unfathomable vortex, as if he were one with the heavens and earth. He gave off an incomparably mystical feeling. But compared to old Zhao from Sky Declaring Pavilion, he was much weaker. It was likely that he had just touched upon the great Tao realm and hadn't completed his breakthrough. There were 7 men and women sitting on chairs on either side of him. Each one of them was at the Calamity Immortal realm, and 3 of them gave Qin Yu a tremendous pressure. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself that this was truly fierce. This was only a small sect, and yet they had a strength no weaker than the Holy Emperor Palace. On the stage, a man with white sideburns stood up. He was one of the 3 people that gave Qin Yu a sense of pressure. His face was square and solemn. After Zhou Li entered the True Wood sect, I pitied her for her lowly background, and yet she never lost her heart to improve herself. Thus, I accepted her as my disciple. But I never imagined that in order to achieve her goals, she would resort to any means possible and use her beauty to seduce my outstanding disciple, Feng Yang, causing him to suffer severe wounds and nearly lose his life. As he spoke, his voice was harsh and his eyes were icy cold. Thus, I ordered people to bring people from the Zhou family here to listen to the punishment, to show that my True Wood sect is impartial and impartial. Since you are Zhou Li's fiancé, you also have the qualifications to be here. If you have any objections to the result, you may speak up to refute them. Yu Qing flicked his sleeves and shouted, "Men, bring that evil disciple Zhou Li to the hall and let her accept the severe punishment of the sect's laws." With the sound of shackles, Zhou Li took off her disciple's robes and entered the hall wearing only her white clothes. She tried to straighten her back, but as if she had touched the wounds on her body, faint traces of red seeped out, appearing particularly eye-catching on her new white clothes. Chapter 690. I am not guilty. Zhou Li bit her lips and stared at her teacher. You know the truth of the matter, so why do you have to distort the truth and slander me? Yu Qing's face was solemn. I only believe in evidence. I won't be biased just because you are my disciple. His eyes shined with a heavy pressure. Zhou Li, the sect has already investigated this matter and the evidence is conclusive. Do you still want to deny it? Zhou Li's eyes turned blank and she instinctively revealed a look of fear. But soon, she bit down on her lips and broke free from the pressure on her mind. Teacher, I am extremely disappointed in you and the entire True Wood sect. Did you do this just because Feng Yang came from a noble background and I came from a lowly mortal family? She saw her own fate and her heart turned cold. But since she couldn't avoid death in the end, what was there to fear? Her eyes were ice cold. She swept her eyes over the grand hall and the sanctimonious cultivators. Zhou Li said, You are not worthy of being called immortals. Because this was the grand sect meeting, everything within the grand hall could be sensed by the cultivators in the square. At this time, all of their eyes widened in shock. This Zhou Li's courage was greater than they imagined. She would die today, but as they listened to her words, they couldn't help but feel a bit of bitterness in their hearts. What if the one in Zhou Li's position was one of them? They feared the result would be the same. How insolent! Yu Qing roared out loud, his eyes twitching. He never thought that Zhou Li would be able to resist the pressure he exerted on her mind. Her words were like a slap to his face in front of everyone. Feeling the sect master's mocking gaze from above, Yu Qing took a deep breath. Zhou Li, your fiancé, is also in the grand hall right now. Husband and wife are one. If you refuse to plead guilty, I will start a second round of investigation. Once I obtain enough evidence, I will have your fiancé punished together with you. Zhou Li, think about it carefully. Will you plead guilty or not? Everyone cursed inwardly at how shameless she was. She even dared to use threats. This was simply beneath her status. Yu Qing was expressionless, as if he didn't see the gazes around him. He had to quickly resolve this mahjong matter. If this dragged on for too long, then he would only lose more face. If this became a farce, not only would his plan to befriend Fengqing fail, but he would also deeply offend her. Fiancé? Zhou Li revealed a vacant look. He followed everyone's gaze and saw Qin Yu standing in a corner of the hall with a panicked look on his face. It was him. You? Why are you here? She suddenly panicked. He couldn't possibly think that she had been touched by Feng Yang, could he? For some reason, the young girl who had been able to sneer at all the high-level cultivators in the hall suddenly felt a little flustered. Then, she felt wronged and her eyes began to redden. Qin Yu trembled and said, "The immortal said something happened to you, so the old man asked me to follow you." Looking at his pale and fearful face, the turbulent emotions in Zhou Li's heart suddenly disappeared completely. That's right, Qin Yu was only an ordinary person. Facing these lofty and powerful cultivators, it wasn't easy for him to remain standing. It was impossible for him to be someone she could rely on. Perhaps right now, he was afraid that he would be implicated by her. Zhou Li took a deep breath, and his expression became cold again. How are Grandpa and Grandma? Good, very good. Then I can rest assured. Zhou Li looked away. She looked at Yu Qing. Teacher, I admit my guilt. With how shameless the True Wood sect was, even if they investigated again, the results wouldn't change. They would only implicate Qin Yu and send him to his death. Whatever, that ash thread grass was given to her by him. Consider this as returning his favor. From now on, she no longer owed him anything. The True Wood sect's great assembly had already begun, but Fengqing arrived late. In her opinion, slandering the innocence of an innocent woman and even causing her death was nothing more than a dirty transaction. She instinctively rejected this. But regretfully, Fengqing was one of the parties involved in this transaction. No matter what she thought in her heart, she had to appear and complete her response to the True Wood sect. I have received your goodwill and will naturally repay you in the future. Her chest tumbled and her face paled. But her expression didn't change at all. She indifferently walked into the room. Through an array formation she had arranged ahead of time, she could see every corner of the hall. In these past years, she had already tempered a beautiful but cold smile and a heart as firm as stone. Miss Fengqing, Zhou Li has admitted her guilt. The True Wood sect cultivator leading the way turned around with a smile. Fengqing nodded without expression. She wasn't surprised by this result. How could a weak girl with no background possibly avoid the tacit malice of the entire sect? Zhou Li, was that her name? Fengqing silently remembered this in her heart. She wouldn't interfere with today's outcome, but after the storm was over, she could give some compensation to her family, just like what she had done before. Looking at the array formation projection, Fengqing saw Zhou Li's appearance. This was a tenacious and proud woman. In a trance, Fengqing seemed to see herself in her early years. She had no one to rely on, and she had clenched her teeth and endured. Suddenly, Feng Qing sat up straight. This was because in the array formation projection, she saw a figure that shouldn't have appeared here no matter what. With a flick of her sleeves, the array formation projection rapidly zoomed in. The man in the projection revealed a look of panic and astonishment. This person completely overlapped with the figure in her memories. Their movements and aura didn't have any similarities. Was it just a coincidence that their appearances were similar? No, this wasn't just similarity. Between their eyebrows, eyes, mouth, and nose, they were completely the same. Feng Qing took a deep breath. She lifted a finger and asked, "Who is this person?" The True Wood Sect cultivator respectfully said, reporting to Miss Feng Qing, "This person is called Qin Yu. He is Zhou Li's fiancé. My True Wood Sect has always been fair. Even if the other party is an ordinary mortal, we will allow their family to attend the trial to ensure that there are no objections to the result." After he finished speaking, he saw that Feng Qing didn't respond. He hesitated for a moment and asked, "Does Miss Feng Qing recognize this person?" If this were true, then things would be troublesome. Feng Qing suddenly stood up and quickly walked out. Several True Wood Sect cultivators were stunned for a moment before they hurriedly followed behind. They watched helplessly as Feng Qing passed through several long corridors. Then, with a flash of light, she flew straight towards the great hall where the great sect meeting was being held. In the square, the True Wood Sect cultivators, some with indifference, some with sneers, and some with complex expressions, suddenly saw a woman fly towards them. Her long skirt fluttered in the wind, her posture like that of an immortal, beautiful beyond compare. She landed at the entrance to the great hall. She took a deep breath and stepped inside. Before Yu Qing could smile, he saw a figure flash at the entrance of the great hall. He subconsciously stiffened and hurriedly said, "Miss Feng Qing, how come you are here? Zhou Li has already pleaded guilty, so I was just about to announce her punishment." Although everyone was well aware of what had happened with Zhou Li, Feng Qing's appearance here in broad daylight was still a bit bad. It was like ripping away the cloth covering everyone's faces and exposing the darkness and filth within. Everyone said that sky-declaring pavilion's Feng Qing was intelligent, but why was she so stupid today? She actually ran here. Wouldn't it have been better for her to just stay in her room and watch, waiting for the dust to settle? The smile on Yu Qing's face unknowingly stiffened as he thought to himself, "It was her?" Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Looking at Feng Qing, who had suddenly rushed in, he faintly guessed that today's situation might be related to her. As he thought about how Zhou Li had directly pleaded guilty in order to protect him, he sighed inwardly and looked towards the entrance of the great hall. Their gazes met in midair. Feng Qing's heart seemed to be grasped by a silent hand, instantly confirming Qin Yu's identity. It was him, the mysterious person who had appeared at Wudong Mountain. But why had he appeared here and become Zhou Li's fiancé? And more importantly, with his divine Tao-level cultivation, he could crush the entire True Wood Sect into powder with just a thought. So, why was he acting like this? Countless thoughts raced through Feng Qing's mind. She looked away, and a vague guess appeared in her mind. This might be an opportunity for him. Feng Qing was absolutely worthy of Yu Qing's previous impression of her. Her thoughts stirred, and she immediately made a decision. She lightly coughed. Then, facing all the True Wood Sect cultivators in the great hall, she slowly said, "I interrogated Feng Yang just now and he admitted that he intended to harm Miss Zhou Li. Miss Zhou Li resisted him and accidentally detonated an artifact, causing her to be severely wounded." Feng Qing's expression was sincere. "Miss Zhou Li, I solemnly apologize to you here. Concerning this matter, I will severely punish Feng Yang and give you sufficient compensation. I don't ask you to forgive him, but I hope that I can make it up to you a little." The entire great hall fell deathly silent. All the True Wood Sect cultivators stared with wide eyes, their jaws nearly falling to the ground. If it weren't for everyone having the same expression, they would have thought they were hallucinating. The script wasn't supposed to be like this. Miss Fengqing, how could you be like this? Our True Wood sect doesn't even care about face anymore, and even went all out to slander our own disciple in order to establish a friendly relationship with you and carry out multifaceted cooperation. Now that we've finished being the villain, you suddenly jump out and flip over the entire plate, directly apologizing and making amends. Where do you want us to put our face? People often say that they burn the bridge after crossing the river, but you haven't even crossed the river, yet you directly cut off the bridge and threw it into the water. You can't play around like this. Yu Qing froze in place. It took a great deal of effort for him to squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Miss Fengqing, are you feeling unwell? Cough cough. Regarding this matter, Zhou has already pleaded guilty. As he spoke, he emphasized the last sentence. There was nothing he could do about it. Things had already come to this, so how could he turn back? After all, he had been the one in charge of this matter from beginning to end. Fengqing looked at him, her tone faint. I know, but Miss Zhou only pleaded guilty because she had no other choice. Yu Qing's complexion paled. He didn't know what had gone wrong, but there was one thing he was sure of. After today, he would become a laughing stock within True Wood sect. Damn it! Fengqing, just what were you doing? His eyes darkened. Yu Qing began to consider what sort of situation he would face if he shredded all pretense of cordiality with her. But as he thought about it, he felt discouraged. The strength of Sky declaring pavilion wasn't something he could contend with. He could only forcefully suppress the tumbling rage in his heart. In the main seat of honor, the True Wood sect master revealed a look of disdain and disappointment. He had hoped that Yu Qing would lose all reason so that he could eliminate a rival that coveted his position. But even though he hadn't completely achieved his expectations, he was still satisfied with today's situation. With a light cough, the True Wood sect master said in a low voice, "Since Feng Yang has already admitted to it, then it must be that Elder Yu Qing made some mistakes in his investigation. Luckily, Miss Fengqing is fair and impartial and doesn't try to protect family ties, otherwise my True Wood sect would have wrongly accused a disciple." He looked at Zhou, his eyes soft. "Zhou, don't worry. The sect owes you for this matter and will definitely compensate you." With a single sentence, he pushed all responsibility onto Yu Qing's identity. If there was a mistake in the investigation, that was his own problem and had nothing to do with the True Wood sect. In the grand hall, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief, their faces relaxed. Even the two elders who were on good terms with Yu Qing and had worked together to resist the sect master's faction, hesitated for a moment before tacitly agreeing to this. Pushing Yu Qing out was better than having the entire sect's face stripped off and thrown to the ground and trampled on. Yu Qing was so angry that his lungs nearly exploded. But he could easily sense the changes in everyone's thoughts from their expressions. After his face paled for a moment, he clenched his teeth and bowed. "What the sect master says is correct. I was careless in my investigation." If he didn't admit to it, he would be standing against the entire sect. This would only make his situation even more awkward. Looking at Fengqing, who seemed completely fine, Yu Qing still couldn't understand why she had done this. If she was truly fair and impartial, then what was the point of protecting Feng Yang in the past? "I am innocent. I am innocent." Zhou Li's face suddenly streamed with tears. The more she wiped them away, the more tears flowed. Her legs buckled and she fell to the ground, crying her heart out. Her crying was like a slap to the face, causing the atmosphere in the grand hall to become awkward. The True Wood sect cultivators all had stiff expressions. Fengqing walked in front of her and said in a soft voice, "Zhou, don't cry. We were in the wrong and we almost wronged you." She patted her shoulder, her eyes flashing. "You have a stubborn temper and you don't get along with the gentle and restrained wood attribute cultivation methods of True Wood sect. Are you willing to leave with me and cultivate by my side from now on?" Zhou didn't know Fengqing's status, but from what happened just now she could guess that her status was extremely high. Thinking about how she was able to obtain Qinbai because of Feng Qing's selflessness, Jolie held back her tears and nodded. I am willing. She wasn't stupid. After today's events, even if no one said anything on the surface, she had already offended almost all of True Wood Sect's influential figures. If she continued to stay here, she wouldn't have an easy time in the future. Since there was a better chance, she would firmly grasp it. Feng Qing smiled, satisfied with her decisiveness. She pulled Jolie up and said, Don't worry. If you follow me from now on, no one will ever bully you again. Did these words mean that their True Wood sect was shameless enough to bully a little girl? There was another period of awkwardness in the hall. Luckily, Feng Qing didn't have any intention of slapping them in the face. She lightly said, Since the matter has been resolved, let's leave it at that. If there's nothing else, I will lead them away first. As she spoke, she looked at Qinyu. Today, she had offended True Wood Sect, and caused the future patriarch of the Feng family to bear a bad reputation, all in order to obtain such a chance. Feng Qing ordered people to send Feng Yang back home to recuperate. Then, she used other matters as an excuse, and brought Jolie and Qinyu in another direction. The carriage was quiet. Qinyu could sense the awkwardness between him and Jolie. Cough, are you all right? In all honesty, there was no other meaning to these words. They were only used to break the silence, but to Jolie it was particularly grating. Her face flushed red and her eyes turned cold. You don't need to worry. No matter what I, Jolie, become, it has nothing to do with you. Qinyu frowned, a bit of helplessness in his eyes. Although he knew she was overthinking things, he still nodded. That's good. Looking at Qinyu's expression, Jolie's lips moved. She felt that her tone just now might have been a bit too heavy. But Qinyu's silence made it so that after experiencing such a storm, she was extremely sensitive and unwilling to explain herself. Qinyu stood up. Rest well. I'll be leaving first. He pushed open the door. There was already someone waiting outside, leading him to another carriage. Feng Qing watched him enter the carriage. A look of understanding appeared in her eyes. Then, she pushed open the door to see Jolie. It was unknown what she said, but Jolie's mood soon recovered. She held an isotribute cultivation law formula and fell into deep thought. The carriage was extremely spacious. It was like a complete house. Although the decorations inside seemed ordinary, every part was incomparably exquisite and the materials used were also exquisite. The incense burner burned and light smoke wafted out, filling the air with a refreshing fragrance that refreshed one's mind. Qinyu sat behind a large table, quietly brewing tea with a teapot in his hands. The excellent shock absorption allowed one to sit in the carriage without feeling the slightest jolt. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Qinyu didn't look up. Come in. With a creaking sound, the carriage opened from the outside. With its performance, it could have been silent, but this was only a reminder. Feng Qing walked forwards and respectfully bowed. I didn't think that after such a short period of time, I would be able to see you again. It is truly my honor. Qinyu continued to brew tea until he poured 2 cups of tea. Then, he gestured, Miss Feng Qing, please sit. His every movement was as if he were the master of this place, calm and unruffled. Feng Qing's eyes lit up with joy. After earnestly thanking him, she sat down across from him and took a sip of tea. To be able to drink tea personally brewed by you is enough for me to be proud. Qinyu lightly said, You helped Jolie. This is what you deserve. Offending the True Wood sect, and having the infamous future head of the Feng family bear a bad reputation was actually only worth a cup of tea. But in Feng Qing's eyes, this was extremely normal. To rely on such a minor matter to obtain the approval of a divine Tao existence? This was simply the ravings of an idiot. All she wanted was a chance to speak with this mysterious sir. Qinyu's cup of tea represented that he had already taken out this chance. Feng Qing didn't speak as she drank her tea. Qinyu didn't urge her. After a long time, she placed down the cup and respectfully said, I ask that you forgive me for offending you. Qin Yu said, Speak. Feng Qing sucked in a deep breath. If I'm not wrong, with your current condition, you should need some additional help. As she spoke, she nervously stared at Qin Yu. Qin Yu didn't comment. Continue. Feng Qing said, Although my cultivation isn't too high, Sky Declaring Pavilion stands behind me. I should be able to provide you with some convenience. What makes you think I need your help? Your performance today is enough to show that your strength is far from being restored. Feng Qing clenched her teeth. This world is far too dangerous. Even divine Dao powerhouses have a chance of dying. Only by recovering as soon as possible can you rest easy. A sharp light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes, like thunder cutting through the skies. Feng Qing stiffened and fear gushed out from her heart. Facing a divine Dao, sir, wasn't my performance a bit too presumptuous? Even if her guess was correct, it wouldn't be difficult for this sir to kill her, but this was her only chance. If she missed it, she might never encounter it again in her life. After an unknown period of time, just as Feng Qing's mind was about to collapse, Qin Yu's eyes composed themselves. He lightly said, Your guess is correct. I am indeed facing some problems right now. If you can provide me with some help, I will give you enough in return. Success. Feng Qing let out a long breath, a smile appearing on her pale face. Of course. Please rest assured that I will do my best to help you recover as soon as possible. Qin Yu said, Speak. What is your request? In this world there was no free lunch. Feng Qing said in a low voice. I hope that you can help me investigate a matter. I want to know why the true master of Sky Declaring Pavilion values me so much. Qin Yu wasn't surprised. He rapped his fingers on the table. You suspect there is a hidden reason? What evidence do you have? Feng Qing shook her head. I don't. I have tried many methods, but all of them have been in vain. But, do you think that I am only an orphan girl from a ruined family clan? Just what is so special about me that I can obtain the favor of the Master of Sky Declaring Pavilion and become his representative? Qin Yu lightly said, You are lying. Feng Qing's face stiffened. Qin Yu stood up. It looks like there is no need to continue talking. Feng Qing hurriedly said, Please calm your anger. Feng Qing knows that I was wrong. I just think that this matter is far too strange. She stood up in front of Qin Yu, a pleading look on her face. Qin Yu had no expression. This is your last chance. If you continue to hide anything, I will forget about this matter. I will tell you everything. Feng Qing recalled, a look of fear on her face. I clearly remember that after my 18 years of age ceremony, I would unconsciously fall asleep every night. Then, I would have the same dream. In the dream, I would run through a dark forest. But no matter how fast I ran, no matter how far I ran, I could never escape the icy cold eyes that floated behind me. Her body slightly curled up and her voice trembled. Those were pale white eyes without the least bit of color. They were like a maze, cold and lonely. From those eyes I could feel its greed. It wanted to swallow me, yes, it wanted to eat me. Dream? Pale white eyes? Qin Yu frowned. What does this have to do with your suspicions? Feng Qing was silent for a moment. Then, she continued to speak. The true master of Sky Declaring Pavilion is an enigma. The outside world only knows that he is a tall and thin middle-aged man, but no one has ever seen his appearance. Several years ago, at a high-level trade fair, I inadvertently learned that the Master of Sky Declaring Pavilion had a title, the White-Eyed Lord. Chapter 691. From Feng Qing's expression, it could be determined that what she said was true. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He lightly said, I agree to this request. In addition, if your performance satisfies me and the situation is within my control, I will provide you with an additional guarantee of safety. Feng Qing was overjoyed. Thank you. This was originally an additional request that she was planning to make in the future after she provided him with some help. For Qin Yu to agree on his own initiative was naturally for the best. Qin Yu said, "There's no hurry to thank me. Tell me your plan first." Feng Qing's tone became even more respectful. "Although I am the manager of Sky Declaring Pavilion on the surface, the various branches have stewards and there are also elders patrolling everywhere. I cannot do things as I please. So, the best method is for you to become a member of Sky Declaring Pavilion so that I can make arrangements for you." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. "If your worries aren't false, then there should be people secretly monitoring you. Everything you do will be watched by others." Feng Qing nodded. "You are right. In order to avoid being discovered by others, you will need to find a suitable turning point." She paused. "Please forgive my daughter for being presumptuous, but in a situation where your cultivation is temporarily inconvenient, do you have any other abilities?" Qin Yu rubbed his chin. "What is the easiest way to enter Sky Declaring Pavilion? Alchemists and beast trainers. There has always been a shortage of masters in these aspects." Feng Qing revealed an awkward expression. "But Sky Declaring Pavilion has extremely high requirements. You must be sufficiently outstanding." For better or worse, Qin Yu had stayed in this world for some time and had learned some things. There wasn't much to say about alchemists, but beast trainers were a profession that specialized in raising powerful monster beasts. His cultivation hadn't been restored yet, so he temporarily couldn't walk the path of alchemy. But he could disguise himself as a beast trainer, but he still had to make sure. "Give me Sky Declaring Pavilion's criteria for recruiting beast trainers." Feng Qing didn't doubt him. She took out a jade slip and respectfully placed it on the table. Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Just tell me." Feng Qing revealed a look of surprise. She paused for a moment and then said, "Reporting to you, beast trainers that enter Sky Declaring Pavilion must be able to raise spirit food by themselves. They must control the method of raising it and ensure that the strength of the spirit beast can steadily increase. Moreover, they must complete the tasks assigned to them at each time period. If you can enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer, that would be for the best. This is because there are many times that materials needed to raise spirit beasts can also be used by cultivators. In terms of reporting losses and replenishing losses, I can relax the boundaries." But, before she finished speaking, Qin Yu understood what she meant. The stronger a spirit beast was, the more precious the materials they could come into contact with would be, and vice versa. If one's level was ordinary, even if one could obtain materials from it, it would probably be of little value to divine Tao existences. Qin Yu had a general idea of what to do. "All right. I will enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer." It was impossible to see her depths from her expression. Feng Qing nodded and said, "Soon, Sky Declaring Pavilion will be holding a large-scale beast trainer recruitment event. Please give me your personal information and beast trainer rank and I will help you complete the registration." She nodded. "Before long, Sky Declaring Pavilion will be holding a large-scale beast trainer recruitment event. Please give me your personal information and beast trainer rank and I will help you complete the registration. Like this, you will be entering Sky Declaring Pavilion through normal procedures and won't arouse suspicion." Feng Qing looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. Beast trainers were divided into 3 ranks: Starry Sky, Silver Moon, and Great Sunday. Each rank was divided into low, middle, and high rank. A high Silver Moon beast trainer could be respectfully called a Grandmaster. With the strength of a divine realm existence and their long lives, it wasn't impossible for them to become a high Silver Moon beast trainer. But what did that final probably mean? Could it be that Ning Qin was still holding back and was even stronger? But she could only bury these doubts in her heart. Feng Qing was smart enough not to ask. "There are still over a dozen days until the beast trainer recruitment event begins. Do you need me to make arrangements for you during this time?" Qin Yu said, "No need. Just give me the address and I will go there myself." Feng Qing mentioned several places where the beast trainer recruitment event would be held at the same time. Qin Yu remembered them and stood up. Miss Feng Qing, let's part ways here. He stepped out, not looking back as he said, Don't let Zhou Li know about my matters. I don't want there to be any complications. Feng Qing respectfully nodded. By the time she looked up, Qin Yu had already left. Is your soul damaged so you can't use your divine sense? If this was really the case, then his injuries were far more serious than she had imagined. By the time Zhou Li learned that Qin Yu had left, it was already the evening of the next day. Was it because of her previous attitude? For such a minor matter, she had actually missed out on Miss Feng Qing. This was a person who could change her destiny. She was simply too stupid. With such a narrow mind and shrewdness, she was destined to be mediocre for the rest of her life, unable to achieve anything at all. Across from him, Feng Qing's eyes flashed. She couldn't suppress the puzzlement in her heart. Zhou Li, is he really your fiancé? Her puzzled tone had a completely different meaning in Zhou Li's ears. Her face flushed red and she flatly denied, No. I only received his kindness in the past. Under the pressure of my family elders, I had no choice but to temporarily agree, but I absolutely will not be together with him. She didn't like such a worthless man. Ah, so that's how it is, Feng Qing said in a low voice. As she looked at Zhou Li, a strange light appeared in her eyes. With her intelligence, she soon guessed the relationship between Qin Yu and Zhou Li. It should be that the Zhou family had given him a great deal of help when he was injured, thus he was especially taken care of. As Feng Qing thought about how a divine Tao existence was so unbearable in Zhou Li's eyes, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. She really didn't know how lucky she was. If in the future Zhou Li were to learn the truth, just what sort of expression would she have? With the speed of the purple-back blue-wing ants, even if Qin Yu carefully hid his tracks, he would still be able to smoothly return to Depression Village in 2 days. Without accident, this would be the last time he would come here. First, he would bid farewell to the 2 old men, and second, he would have to take away the unconscious chicken overlord. Ah! As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. The old granny had an anxious expression. After Qin Yu left, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Although the old man was also anxious, he still managed to maintain his calm demeanor. He nodded to Qin Yu and said, You've worked hard to make this trip. He was increasingly satisfied with Qin Yu. He didn't know what had happened, but he was still willing to follow an immortal. This matter was enough to test Qin Yu's character. If Ali could really be together with this boy Qin, that would be her good fortune. Qin Yu smiled. Old man Granny, you don't need to worry. The immortal called me over because Ali's performance was outstanding and she was chosen by an even more formidable influence. She became the personal attendant of one of the young misses. Rest assured, this is a good thing. Ali will definitely have good prospects in the future and she will be filial to you. The old granny let out a long breath. She pressed her palms together, and every wrinkle on her joyful face was filled with sincerity. In this world, true Buddhist Tao existed. There was once an ascetic monk who passed through Depression Village and gave the villagers the love and care of spring. From that moment on, the old granny had become a Buddhist believer. The old man was stubborn. He humphed and said, It's not good for a girl to be too strong. It's fine if she just obediently follows the immortal and learns some skills. What are you doing? He waved his hand. Let's not talk about her. Old granny, go and kill a chicken. I will go to the village entrance and get some wine. Little boy Qin, you must have worked hard. Tonight, the 2 of us will have a good drink. The old granny chuckled and turned to grab a chicken. Qin Yu held down the old man and picked up the bamboo wine barrel. You wait here, I will go and get some wine. When he returned with the barrel, the old granny hadn't even started killing the chicken. As she saw Qin Yu, she hurriedly gestured. The old man coughed and helplessly said, Old granny said that the chicken in your room hasn't woken up for several days. It's most likely dying, so it's better to kill it while it's still alive. If it's dead, it won't taste good. Qin Yu nearly laughed out loud. If the chicken overlord knew that it had almost been killed and stewed, its expression would surely be wonderful. He held back his laughter and made up a story. He said that the chicken had grown up together with him, and that they had a deep relationship. The old granny patted Qin Yu's shoulder in praise. The old man said with a straight face, "It's just a feathered animal. Even if you have feelings for it, you shouldn't be so stubborn." The dinner was sumptuous. The old man made an exception and drank several cups of wine. His face was flushed red as he pulled Qin Yu over and said many things. He even said that he wanted to start a family with Ali earlier and have more children. As Qin Yu heard this, he broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly helped the old man back to his room to rest. For the next several days, Qin Yu stayed at home. After the black-horned sheep were transferred out, there was less work to do. He began to learn carpentry from the old man. Although the old man didn't say anything, one could tell from his smug smile that he was quite satisfied with Qin Yu's learning speed. Later, Qin Yu became the main force. The old man would occasionally give him pointers. He leaned back in his recliner and drank tea in satisfaction. "Little boy Qin, this table and chair is very well made. In terms of carving patterns, it has already surpassed mine. It's all thanks to your good teaching, old man." Even though he knew that Qin Yu was talking nonsense, the old man still laughed happily. Qin Yu came over and picked up a cup of herbal tea. He finished it in one gulp. "Old man, this is the last set of carpentry you have, right?" The old man nodded. "Yes. I can rest for a few days." Qin Yu smiled and put down the cup. He thought about how to speak, but he underestimated the old man's insight. The old man's sudden silence made the old man frown. He moved his lips and said in a low voice, "Little boy Qin, you're leaving?" Qin Yu was startled. He nodded calmly. "Yes." He thought for a moment and was about to explain when he was interrupted by the old man. "Say no more. Since you want to leave, you must have your own reasons." Elder Zhou exhaled. "Youth is capital. It's not a bad idea to go out and explore the world while you're still young. However, you must remember that the world out there is full of sinister people. Don't put yourself in danger so easily. After all, good luck won't always be with you." Qin Yu respectfully bowed. "Thank you for the reminder, old man. I will be careful. Remember, if you feel tired one day, come back to Wali village. Whether this old woman and I are here or not, this will always be your home. There will always be a bowl of rice and a bed for you." Qin Yu's heart warmed. "Old man, I will remember your words." He didn't want to be haunted by the feeling of parting, so he joked, "I will leave behind a pill. Remember to take one every month. Who knows, you might be able to live younger and give Ollie another relative." "You little bastard. Hurry up and scram." The next day, as the sky began to brighten, Qin Yu walked out of the Zhou residence. He glanced at the small courtyard and then walked away without looking back. The ordinary and warm life of a mortal was a luxury to him. It was time to end it. Mr. Rong sat behind a desk, a faint smile on his face. He accepted the congratulations of his disciples, his demeanor radiant and radiant. The dark star ice serpent's sudden breakthrough had left the sect's high-level figures overjoyed. They immediately blocked off news of this, and prepared to give their opponents a pleasant surprise in the Beast King War 2 months from now. At the same time, Mr. Rong had been given a massive number of incomparably precious and priceless rewards. As Mr. Rong's disciples, the several youths felt honored. Moreover, the higher their teacher's status in the sect was, the more benefits they would obtain. The envious looks of the other Grandmaster Beast Trainer disciples had left them feeling proud for a long time. Mr. Rong had a calm personality. He soon calmed his mind and lifted a hand. "That's enough. Now that teacher's lineage is attracting attention, you should be even more cautious in your actions. Don't get carried away and be laughed at by others. Teacher's teachings are fine. Teacher is right. We disciples will remember. We will not allow teacher's face to be damaged. Looking at his respectful disciples, Mr. Rong revealed a gratified look. They were all youths with outstanding talent. As long as they worked hard and diligently, they would surely have great achievements in the future. But at this time, he revealed a bit of surprise. Ziyue, your eyebrows are slightly furrowed. Is there something on your mind? Xiang Ziyue respectfully said, Teacher, this disciple is just puzzled. Why did the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? According to the statistical data and its recent performance, even if everything goes smoothly, it will take at least half a year before it can complete the accumulation of strength to advance. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent advanced, although its strength has greatly increased and all aspects of its data are within the normal range, its mind is actually quite listless and it is currently in a deep slumber. Mr. Rong revealed a look of praise. Very good. Ziyue, you can use realistic data as a starting point and not be overwhelmed by joy. This is very rare. To tell the truth, although teacher is confident that I can help the dark star ice serpent advance, as you said, it will take time. As for this sudden advancement, there are also some areas that teacher doesn't understand. If you have the energy, you can try unraveling it and see if you can obtain any harvest. Xiang Ziyue put away the jade slip that recorded the data in her hand. She nodded and said, Very well, teacher. I will divide some of my energy into this aspect. If I obtain any harvests, I will report to you at any time. The Upper Prime mountain range stretched for nearly 1,000,000 miles. Although the terrain was dangerous and monster beasts frequently appeared, it was also because of this that it was rich in materials and attracted a massive number of cultivators. After a long time, hundreds of cities of different sizes rose from the ground in the mountains and forests, becoming shining pearls that decorated the dark mountains in the darkness of the night. Mid-Morning City was the largest and most dazzling of these several hundred pearls. As one of the publicly recognized strongest influences in the Upper Prime mountain range, Sky Declaring Pavilion would naturally set up their chess pieces in the city. Hum hum, the low and deep humming sound quickly faded away. Not too far away from Mid-Morning City, Qin Yu calmly stepped out from a mountain. He calmly looked at the city that never slept. One of the locations that Feng Qing had left him for the beast trainer recruitment was in Mid-Morning City. But this wasn't the closest place to Depression Village. He had deliberately taken a detour to come here in order to avoid any future disasters that might occur to the Zhou family. With a thought, the flesh and blood on his face twisted, turning into a completely strange and ordinary face. Besides a pair of deep and serene eyes, this face didn't stand out at all in the crowd. After tidying himself up a bit, Qin Yu walked towards Mid-Morning City. There were only 2 days left until the date that Feng Qing had given him. After the dark star ice serpent advanced, it slept more than it woke up, and its spirit was dispirited. Luckily, this only lasted for 3 days before it returned to normal. The high-level figures of the sect let out a long breath of relief. Xiang Ziyue could almost hear the disappointed sighs of the other beast trainer grandmasters. For these past 3 days, he had been at his teacher's side, busying himself with checking on the dark star ice serpent's condition. He had been so busy that he had fallen into a deep sleep. Only now did he have some free time. After cleaning himself up and about to rest, Xiang Ziyue suddenly remembered that he had mentioned to his teacher 3 days ago that the dark star ice serpent had suddenly advanced. Should I go check it out after I wake up? After hesitating for several breaths of time, Xiang Ziyue let out a deep breath. He gathered himself and went to the study, taking out the jade slip that recorded the dark star ice serpent's data. He was well aware that his talent could only be considered above average. The reason he was able to become one of the more outstanding disciples of his teacher was because he worked harder than others. After carefully examining the data, Xiang Ziyue soon immersed himself in it, as if he didn't feel tired at all. He waited until the moon was high in the sky before he looked up from the massive amount of data. He subconsciously frowned. There wasn't anything different. Everything seemed normal, but this normalcy made Xiang Ziyue feel that something was wrong. If there wasn't any external interference, how could the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? Although it was possible for a bloodline mutation to occur, the chances were far too small. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent reached adulthood, it had already opened a bloodline promotion ritual. The chances of another mutation were nearly zero. Just what is wrong? Xiang Ziyue took a deep breath. He buried his head back into the data, trying to find the crux of the vast and complex record. After an unknown period of time, a simple and informal record fell into his eyes. This was a record made by the apprentice beast trainer that took care of the dark star ice serpent. This record contained information on the changes in the dark star ice serpent's blood vitality fluctuations. This record itself wasn't too valuable. In addition, another disciple of his teacher had already reviewed it and placed it into a file. Xiang Ziyue had only skimmed through it before. If it weren't for the dark star ice serpent's sudden advancement arousing suspicion, he feared it would never be looked through again. But now, this set of data was like a spark in the dark night, illuminating the darkness and confusion in Xiang Ziyue's heart. He immediately found other similar data records. After carefully extracting them, he was finally able to mark a simple diagram of the changes in the dark star ice serpent's blood vitality fluctuations before it advanced. This slightly raised curve caused Xiang Ziyue's breathing to become heavier. But this alone wasn't enough. He needed more evidence. Xiang Ziyue hurriedly gathered up the extracted data and pushed open the door. In the hazy darkness of the early morning, he stepped into the sect's treasury department. Here was the detailed data on the dark star ice serpent's meals. Xiang Ziyue was well aware that no one else had approached the dark star ice serpent during this period of time. If so, then its advancement must be related to something it ate. With the data diagram, he quickly found the items the dark star ice serpent ate. In order to avoid any accidents and also to record the data, the sect's high-level spirit beasts' 8 records were extremely important, and they were kept in an extremely complete state. Some of the more important items would be kept as samples. Only after the spirit beasts had eaten them would they be used again. This was to prevent the spirit beasts that the sect raised with great effort from being poisoned by hostile influences. Similar incidents had occurred many times in these past years. Xiang Ziyue arrived just in time. The preserved items hadn't been taken away yet. After comparing them to the ordinary materials and not finding anything, he turned his attention to this. 2 hours later, Xiang Ziyue looked at a light gray leaf in his hand. Its surface was covered with some sort of silver-white lines. Xiang Ziyue's eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up and knocked over a table. But he didn't seem to notice anything as he rushed out of the treasury department. TSK, did you see? These Lord Beast trainers are usually a bit crazy. From now on, be good and stay far away from them. The old cultivator guarding the door had an experienced look on his face. The several young cultivators around him nodded. Qin Yu asked around and soon found where Sky Declaring Pavilion was located. The recruitment of a beast trainer was a major event and there were special personnel to receive them. Mister, may I ask if you have already signed up? If you have, please inform us of your personal information. The female cultivator behind the counter smiled sweetly. Ning Qin. The female cultivator quickly looked up the information. Her mouth fell open as she hurriedly stood up. She respectfully said, "So it is Grandmaster Ning Qin. Your initial examination has passed and you may directly enter the final examination." The surroundings fell silent. Many people looked at him in astonishment before revealing awe. No one dared to tamper with their information. Sky Declaring Pavilion would also make a simple judgment, so there was no way to hide it. Without a doubt, This common-looking youth in front of them was a genuine beast trainer grandmaster. He hadn't thought of this, but with Feng Qing's status, it wasn't difficult for her to accomplish this. Qin Yu calmly nodded. The female cultivator handed over a black jade card. Grandmaster Ning Qin, your final examination time, location, and requirements are all written within. If you have any questions, you may come and ask them at any time. Then, she handed over a card. Because of your honored status, Sky Declaring Pavilion has already booked the best guest room in the city's beckoning moon court for you. This is the room card, please accept it. All expenses incurred during the examination may be recorded on this card. Thank you. After receiving the final examination jade card and letting go, Qin Yu left in front of everyone. Grandmaster Rong looked down at the recorded data, his fingers trembling. After a long time, he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Ziyue, if your data isn't wrong, we should be able to find key material evidence in the treasury. Xiang Ziyue glanced at her teacher. She clenched her teeth and took out a blade of grass. Teacher, I have already gone to the treasury and found the leaf of this ash thread grass. Ash thread grass. Grandmaster Rong took the leaf in his hand. By relying on his sharp senses as a beast trainer, he immediately sensed that this seemingly ordinary ash thread grass leaf contained some sort of unusual strength. He stood up and brought the ash thread grass leaf to the research room. After a moment, he looked at the data he obtained and shock filled his face. In order to ensure that the data was accurate, he immediately carried out 2 more identical experiments. The data he obtained was nearly the same. To think that such an amazingly effective ash thread grass exists in this world. The one who cultivated it must be a true Grandmaster level existence. Grandmaster Rong looked up, his voice resolute and decisive. Report to the sect. We must find this Grandmaster no matter the cost. Chapter 691. The discovered ash thread grass. From Feng Qing's expression, it could be determined that what she said was true. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. He lightly said, I agree to this request. In addition, if your performance satisfies me and the situation is within my control, I will provide you with an additional guarantee of safety. Feng Qing was overjoyed. Thank you. This was originally an additional request that she was planning to make in the future after she provided him with some help. For Qin Yu to agree on his own initiative was naturally for the best. Qin Yu said, There's no hurry to thank me. Tell me your plan first. Feng Qing's tone became even more respectful. Although I am the manager of Sky Declaring Pavilion on the surface, the various branches have stewards and there are also elders patrolling everywhere. I cannot do things as I please. So, the best method is for you to become a member of Sky Declaring Pavilion so that I can make arrangements for you. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. If your worries aren't wrong, then there should be people secretly monitoring you. Everything you do will be watched by others. Feng Qing nodded. What you say is correct. In order to avoid being discovered by others, we will need to find a suitable turning point. She paused for a moment. Please forgive my daughter for being presumptuous. In a situation where your cultivation is temporarily inconvenient, do you have any other abilities? Qin Yu rubbed his chin. What is the easiest way to enter Sky Declaring Pavilion? Alchemists and beast trainers. There has always been a shortage of masters in these aspects. Feng Qing revealed an awkward expression. But, Sky Declaring Pavilion has extremely high requirements. You must be sufficiently outstanding. For better or worse, Qin Yu had stayed in this world for some time and had learned some things. There wasn't much to say about alchemists, but beast trainers were a profession that specialized in raising powerful monster beasts. His cultivation hadn't been restored yet, so he couldn't walk down the path of alchemy for the time being. But, he could disguise himself as a beast trainer, but he still had to make sure. Give me Sky Declaring Pavilion's criteria for recruiting beast trainers. Feng Qing didn't doubt him. She took out a jade slip and respectfully placed it on the table. Qin Yu's lips twitched. Just tell me. Feng Qing revealed a look of surprise. She paused for a moment and then said, reporting to you, beast trainers that enter Sky Declaring Pavilion must be able to raise spirit food by themselves. They must control the method of raising them and ensure that the strength of the spirit beasts can steadily increase. Moreover, they must complete the tasks assigned to them at each time. If you can enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer, that would be for the best. This is because many times the materials needed to raise spirit beasts can also be used by cultivators. In terms of reporting losses and replenishing losses, I can relax the boundaries. It's just that, before she finished speaking, Qin Yu already understood what she meant. The stronger the spirit beast was, the more precious the materials they could come into contact with would be, and vice versa. If one's level was average, then even if they could obtain materials, they might still be of little value to a divine Tao existence. Qin Yu had a general idea of what to do. All right. I will enter Sky Declaring Pavilion as a beast trainer. It was impossible to see how deep his thoughts were from his expression. Feng Qing nodded. Soon, Sky Declaring Pavilion will be holding a large-scale beast trainer recruitment event. Please give me your personal information and beast trainer rank and I will help you complete the registration. Like this, you will be entering Sky Declaring Pavilion through the normal procedures and won't arouse any suspicion. My name is Ning Qin. Blue Sea Realm Cultivation. Beast Trainer rank, High Silver Moon. Feng Qing looked up, her eyes filled with surprise. Beast trainers were divided into 3 ranks: Starry Sky, Silver Moon, and Great Sunday. Each rank was divided into low, middle, and high rank. A high Silver Moon beast trainer could be respectfully called a Grandmaster. With the formidable strength of a divine Tao existence and their long lifespans, it wasn't impossible for them to become a high Silver Moon beast trainer. But what did that final probably mean? Could it be that Ning Qin was still holding back? Could he be even stronger? But she could only bury these doubts in her heart. Feng Qing was smart enough not to ask. There are still over a dozen days until the beast trainer recruitment event begins. Do you need me to make arrangements for you during this time? Qin Yu said, no need. Just give me the address and I will go there myself. Feng Qing mentioned several places where the beast trainer recruitment event would be held at the same time. Qin Yu memorized them and stood up. Miss Feng Qing, let's part ways here. He stepped out, not looking back as he said, do not let Jolie know about my matters. I don't want any side issues to crop up. Feng Qing respectfully nodded. When she looked up, Qin Yu had already left. Is your soul damaged so you can't use your divine sense? If this was really the case, then his injuries were far more serious than she had imagined. By the time Jolie learned that Qin Yu had left, it was already the evening of the next day. Was it because of his previous attitude? For such a minor matter, he had actually missed out on Miss Feng Qing. This was a person who could change his destiny, a person who was so incredibly stupid. With such a narrow mind and shrewdness, he was destined to live a mediocre life. It would be difficult for him to achieve anything. Across from him, Feng Qing's eyes flashed. In the end, she wasn't able to suppress the puzzlement in her heart. Jolie, is he really your fiancé? Her puzzled tone had a completely different meaning in Jolie's ears. Her face flushed red and she flatly denied, he isn't. I only received his graciousness in the past. Under the pressure of my family's elders, I had no choice but to temporarily agree, but I absolutely will not be together with him. She didn't like such a worthless man. Ah, so that's how it is, Feng Qing whispered. She looked at Jolie, a strange light in her eyes. With her intelligence, she soon guessed the relationship between Qin Yu and Jolie. It should be because the Zhou family had given him a great deal of help when he was injured, so this was the reason he was especially taken care of. As Feng Qing thought about how a divine Tao existence was so unbearable in Zhou Li's eyes, she couldn't help but bitterly smile. She really didn't know how lucky she was. If in the future Zhou Li learned the truth, just what sort of expression would he have? With the speed of the purple-back blue-wing ants, even if Qin Yu carefully hid his tracks, he would still be able to smoothly return to Depression Village in 2 days. Without accident, this would be the last time he would come here. First, he would bid farewell to the 2 old men, and second, he would have to take away the unconscious chicken overlord. Ah! As she spoke, she gestured with her hands. The granny had an anxious expression. After Qin Yu left, she hadn't had a good night's sleep. Although the old man was anxious, he still managed to maintain his calm demeanor. He nodded at Qin Yu and said, "It's been hard on you to make this trip." He was increasingly satisfied with Qin Yu. He didn't know what had happened, but he was still willing to follow an immortal. This matter was enough to test Qin Yu's character. If Ali could really be together with this boy Qin, that would be her good fortune. Qin Yu smiled. "Old man Granny, you don't need to worry. The reason the immortal called me over is because Ali's performance was outstanding and she was chosen by an even more formidable influence. She became the personal attendant of one of the young misses. Rest assured, this is a good thing. Ali will definitely have good prospects in the future, and she will be filial to you." The granny let out a long breath and clasped her hands together. On her joyful face, every wrinkle was filled with sincerity. There was true Buddhism in this world. There was once an ascetic who passed by Wali village and gave the villagers the care and help of spring. From then on, the granny became a Buddhist believer. The old man was stubborn. He snorted and said, "It's not good for a girl to be too headstrong. She should just obediently follow the immortal and learn some skills. What's the point of messing around?" He waved his hand. "Let's not talk about her. Old woman, go and kill a chicken. I'll go to the village entrance to get some wine. Little Qin, you've worked hard. Let's have a good drink tonight." The granny agreed with a smile and turned to grab the chicken. Qin Yu pressed down on the old man and picked up the bamboo wine tube. "Wait here, I'll go get some wine." When he returned with the bamboo barrel, the granny hadn't even started killing the chicken. When she saw Qin Yu, she quickly gestured with her hands. The old man coughed. He helplessly said, "Old woman said that the chicken in your room hasn't woken up for several days. It's most likely on the verge of death. You might as well kill it while it's still alive and eat its meat. If it's dead, it won't taste good." Qin Yu nearly laughed out loud. If the chicken overlord knew that it had almost been killed and stewed, its expression would surely be wonderful. He held back his laughter and made up a story. He said that the chicken had grown up together with him, and that they had a deep relationship. The granny patted Qin Yu's shoulder in praise. The old man said with a straight face, "It's just a feathered animal. Even if you have feelings, you shouldn't be so stubborn." The dinner was very sumptuous. The old man made an exception and drank several cups. His face was flushed red as he pulled Qin Yu over and said many things. He even said that he wanted to start a family with Ali and have a few more children. Hearing this, Qin Yu broke out in a cold sweat. He hurriedly helped the old man back to his room to rest. For the next few days, Qin Yu stayed at home. After the black-horned sheep were transferred out, there was less work to do. He learned carpentry from the old man. Although old man Zhou didn't say anything, one could tell from his smug smile that he was quite satisfied with Qin Yu's learning speed. Afterwards, Qin Yu became the main force. Old man Zhou would occasionally give him pointers. He reclined in his chair and drank tea, feeling quite content. "Brat Qin, these tables and chairs are very well made. In terms of carving patterns, they have already surpassed me. This is all because of the good teachings of the old man." Even though old man Zhou knew that Qin Yu was speaking nonsense, he still laughed heartily. Qin Yu walked over and picked up a cup of herbal tea, drinking it in one gulp. "Old man, is this the last set of carpentry that you have?" The old man nodded. Yes. I can rest for several days. Qin Yu smiled as he laid down the teacup. He thought about how to speak, but he had underestimated this old man's insight. His sudden silence caused old man Zhou to frown. His lips moved and he said in a low voice, "Brat Qin, you want to leave?" Qin Yu was startled. He immediately nodded. Yes. He thought for a moment and was about to explain when he was interrupted by the old man. There's no need to say more. Since you want to leave, you must have your own reasons. Old man Zhou sighed. Youth is capital. Taking advantage of your youth, it's not a bad idea to go out and explore the world. But you must remember that the outside world is full of evil people. Don't put yourself in danger easily. After all, good luck won't always be by your side. Qin Yu bowed respectfully. Thank you for the reminder, old man. I will definitely be more careful. Remember, if you feel tired one day, come back to Wali village. Whether this old woman and I are here or not, this will always be your home. There will always be a bowl of rice and a bed for you. Qin Yu's heart warmed. Old man, I will remember your words. Not wanting to be haunted by the emotions of parting, he joked. I will leave behind a pill. Remember to take one every month. Who knows, you might become younger and give Ali another relative. You brat. Cram. The next day, as the skies began to brighten, Qin Yu left the Zhou family. He glanced at the small courtyard and then left without looking back. To him, the simple and warm life of a mortal was a luxury. It was time to end it. Mr. Rong sat behind a desk, a faint smile on his face. He accepted the congratulations of his disciples, his demeanor radiant and radiant. The dark star ice serpent's sudden breakthrough had left the sect's high-level figures overjoyed. They immediately blocked off news of this, and prepared to give their opponents a pleasant surprise in the Beast King War 2 months from now. At the same time, Mr. Rong had been given a massive number of incomparably precious and priceless rewards. As Mr. Rong's disciples, the several youths felt honored. Moreover, the higher their teacher's status in the sect was, the more benefits they would obtain. Today, the other Grandmaster Beast Trainer disciples had envious looks on their faces, causing them to feel proud for a long time. Mr. Rong had a calm personality. He quickly composed himself and lifted a hand. That's enough. Now that my lineage is attracting attention, you should be even more cautious in your actions. Don't forget yourself and be laughed at by others. It doesn't matter if I teach you. Teacher is right. We disciples will remember. We will not allow teacher's face to be damaged. Looking at his respectful disciples, Mr. Rong revealed a gratified look. They were all youths with outstanding talent. As long as they worked hard and diligently, they would surely have great achievements in the future. But at this time, he revealed a bit of surprise. Ziyue, your eyebrows are slightly furrowed. Is there something on your mind? Xiang Ziyue respectfully said, Teacher, this disciple is just puzzled. Why did the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? According to the statistical data and its recent performance, even if everything goes smoothly, it will still take at least half a year before it can complete the accumulation of strength to advance. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent advanced, although its strength has greatly increased and all aspects of its data are within the normal range, its spirit is actually a bit sluggish and it is still in a deep slumber. Mr. Rong revealed a look of praise. Very good. Ziyue, you were able to use realistic data as a starting point and not be overwhelmed by joy. This is very rare. To tell the truth, although I am confident that I can help the dark star ice serpent advance, as you said, it will take time. As for this sudden advancement, there are also some areas that I don't understand. If you have the energy, you can try to unravel it and see if you can obtain any harvest. Xiang Ziyue put away the jade slip that recorded the data in her hand. She nodded and said, Very well, teacher. I will divert some of my energy into this aspect. If I have any harvests, I will report to you at any time. The upper Prime mountain range stretched for nearly 1,000,000 miles. Although the terrain was dangerous and monster beasts frequently appeared, it was also because of this that it contained rich resources that a massive number of cultivators were attracted to it. After a long time, hundreds of cities of different sizes rose from the ground in the mountains and forests, becoming shining pearls that decorated the dark mountains in the darkness of the night. Amongst these several hundred pearls, Mid-Morning City was the largest and most dazzling one. As one of the publicly recognized strongest influences in the Upper Prime mountain range, sky-declaring Pavilion naturally placed their chess pieces in the city. Hum hum, the low and deep humming sound quickly faded away. In a mountain not too far away from Mid-Morning City, Qin Yu walked out with steady step. He calmly looked at the city that never slept. One of the locations that Feng Qing had given him for the beast trainer recruitment was in Mid-Morning City. But this wasn't the closest place to Depression Village. He had deliberately taken a long detour to come here in order to avoid any future disasters that might occur to the Zhou family. With a thought, the flesh and blood on his face twisted, turning into a completely strange and ordinary face. Besides a pair of deep and serene eyes, this face didn't stand out at all in the crowd. After tidying himself up a bit, Qin Yu walked towards Mid-Morning City. There were only 2 days left until the date that Feng Qing had given him for the recruitment. After the dark star ice serpent advanced, it slept more than it woke up, and its spirit was dispirited. Luckily, this only lasted for 3 days before it returned to normal. The high-level figures of the sect let out a long sigh of relief. Xiang Ziyue could almost hear the disappointed sighs of the other beast trainer grandmasters. For these past 3 days, he had been at his teacher's side, busying himself with checking on the dark star ice serpent's condition. He had been so busy that he had lost his mind. It was only now that he had some free time. After cleaning himself up and about to rest, Xiang Ziyue suddenly remembered that he had mentioned to his teacher 3 days ago that the dark star ice serpent had suddenly advanced. Should I go check it out after I wake up? After hesitating for several breaths of time, Xiang Ziyue let out a deep breath. He gathered himself and went to the study, taking out the jade slip that recorded the dark star ice serpent's data. He was well aware that his martial talent was only above average. The reason he was able to become one of the more outstanding disciples of his teacher was because he worked harder than others. After carefully examining the data, Xiang Ziyue soon immersed himself in it, as if he didn't feel tired at all. It was only when the moon hung high in the sky that he looked up from the massive amount of data. He subconsciously frowned. There wasn't anything different. Everything seemed normal. But this normalcy made Xiang Ziyue feel that something was wrong. If there wasn't any external interference, how could the dark star ice serpent suddenly advance? Although it was possible for a bloodline mutation to occur, the chances were far too small. Moreover, after the dark star ice serpent reached adulthood, it had already opened a bloodline promotion ritual. The chances of another mutation were nearly zero. Just what is wrong? Xiang Ziyue took a deep breath and immersed himself in the data once more. He tried to find the crux of the vast and complex record. After an unknown period of time, a simple and informal record fell into his eyes. This was a record made by the apprentice beast trainer that took care of the dark star ice serpent. This record contained information on the changes in the dark star ice serpent's blood vitality fluctuations. This record itself wasn't too valuable. In addition, it had already been reviewed by another disciple of his teacher and placed into a file. Xiang Ziyue had only skimmed through it before. If it weren't for the dark star ice serpent's sudden advancement arousing suspicions, this record might never have been looked through again. But now, this set of data was like a spark in the dark night, illuminating the darkness and confusion in Xiang Ziyue's heart. He immediately found other similar data records. After carefully extracting them, he was finally able to mark a simple diagram of the changes in the dark star ice serpent's blood vitality fluctuations before it advanced. This slight curve caused Xiang Ziue's breath to quicken. But this alone wasn't enough. He needed more evidence. Xiang Ziue hurriedly gathered up the extracted data and pushed open the door. Against the hazy darkness of the early morning, he stepped into the sect's treasury department. Here was the detailed data on what the dark star ice serpent had eaten. Xiang Ziue was well aware that no one else had approached the dark star ice serpent during this time. If so, then its advancement must be related to something it had eaten. With the data diagram, he quickly found the items that the dark star ice serpent had eaten. In order to avoid any accidents and also to record the data, the sect's high-level spirit beasts' feeding records were extremely important, and they were kept in an extremely complete state. Some of the more important items would be kept as samples. Only after it was determined that the spirit beasts hadn't eaten anything wrong would they be used again. This was to prevent the spirit beasts that the sect had painstakingly raised from being poisoned and murdered by hostile influences. Similar incidents had occurred many times in these past years. Xiang Ziue arrived just in time. The items that had been kept as samples hadn't been taken away yet. After comparing them to the ordinary materials and not finding anything, he turned his attention to this place. 2 hours later, Xiang Ziue looked at a light gray leaf in his hand. Its surface was covered with some sort of silver-white lines. Xiang Ziue's eyes widened in disbelief. He was stunned for a moment. Then, he jumped up and knocked over a table. But, he didn't seem to notice this at all. He rushed out of the warehouse. TSK, did you see? These Lord Beast trainers are usually a bit crazy. From now on, be good and stay far away from them. The old cultivator guarding the door had an experienced look on his face. The several young cultivators around him nodded. Qin Yu asked around and found where Sky Declaring Pavilion was located. The recruitment of a beast trainer was a major event, and there were specialized personnel there to receive them. Mister, may I ask if you have already registered? If you have, please inform us of your personal information. The female cultivator behind the counter smiled sweetly. Ning Qin. The female cultivator quickly looked up the information. Her mouth fell open, and she quickly stood up. She respectfully said, "So it is Grandmaster Ning Qin. Your initial examination has passed, and you may directly enter the final examination." The surroundings fell silent. Many people looked at him in astonishment before revealing awe. No one dared to tamper with their information. Sky Declaring Pavilion would also make a simple judgment, so there was no way to hide it. Without a doubt, this common-looking youth in front of them was a genuine beast trainer grandmaster. He hadn't thought of this, but with Feng Qing's status, it wasn't difficult for her to accomplish this. Qin Yu calmly nodded. The female cultivator handed over a black jade card. Grandmaster Ning Qin, your final examination time, location, and requirements are all written within. If you have any questions, you can come and ask them at any time. Then, she handed over a card. Because of your honored status, Sky Declaring Pavilion has already booked the best guest room in the city's beckoning moon court for you. This is the room card, please accept it. All expenses incurred during the examination may be recorded on this card. Thank you. After receiving the final examination jade card and letting go, Qin Yu left in front of everyone. Grandmaster Rong looked down at the recorded data. His fingers trembled. After a long time, he closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Ziue, if your data isn't wrong, we should be able to find key material evidence in the warehouse. Xiang Ziue glanced at her teacher. She clenched her teeth and took out a blade of grass. Teacher, I have already gone to the warehouse and found the leaf of this ash thread grass. Ash thread grass. Grandmaster Rong took the leaf in his hand. By relying on his sharp senses as a beast trainer, he immediately sensed that this seemingly ordinary ash thread grass leaf contained some sort of unusual strength. He stood up and brought the ash thread grass leaf to the research room. After a moment, he looked at the data he obtained and his face filled with shock. In order to ensure that the data was accurate, he immediately carried out 2 more identical experiments. The data he obtained was nearly the same. To think that such an astonishing ash thread grass exists in this world. The one who cultivated it must be a true grandmaster-level existence. Chapter 692. Teacher. Xiang Ziyue had a complex expression. Master Rong smiled. What? Did you think that teacher would conceal this matter and keep the reward from the sect? No, this disciple wouldn't dare. Teacher has received the sect's offerings, so I will do my best. You should have already realized how important this ash thread grass is to the dark star ice serpent. Master Rong's tone was solemn. You are the disciple I value the most. In the future, you must remember that there are things in this world that you cannot do. Even if you face greater temptations, you must uphold the integrity and bottom line of a beast trainer. Xiang Ziyue had an excited expression. She respectfully bowed. Teacher, you will always be my role model. You will always illuminate the road ahead for me. She took several steps back and hurried away. The high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect were shaken. They summoned several beast trainer grandmasters to verify the data Xiang Ziyue provided and the effects of the ash thread grass. Their eyes filled with excitement. According to the conclusion of the several beast trainer grandmasters, this ash thread grass contained a strange strength that could stimulate the dark star ice serpent's bloodline. Once it accumulated enough strength, it could naturally make a breakthrough. This time, the reason that the dark star ice serpent seemed dispirited after its advancement was because it had accumulated insufficient strength. It had used up its flesh and blood essence energy to make a breakthrough. In theory, as long as it obtained enough of the same ash thread grass, the dark star ice serpent's future advancements would be smooth. Even if it developed resistance towards medicinal properties and the effects decreased, that would only happen after 2 or even 3 more advancements. The high-level figures of the Hidden Fog sect could already see themselves surpassing their ancestors and raising the strongest guardian spirit beast of the sect. If they could smoothly accomplish this, then with the Dark Star Ice Serpent's protection, the Hidden Fog sect's tens of thousands of years of foundation would be preserved. This was the greatest event that allowed the inheritance of the sect to continue its teachings. The various factions within the Hidden Fog sect had reached an unprecedented unity. Hurry! Find the source of this ash thread grass. This matter concerns the tens of thousands of years of our sect's foundation. This matter must be kept secret and not known by outsiders. No matter the price, we must ask that Grandmaster to help us and provide a batch of precious ash thread grass to our Hidden Fog sect. Thanks to the foresight of the sect's ancestors, they had detailed records of materials used by high-level spirit beasts. They soon locked onto its source. Upper Prime Mountain Range, Descendant City. The Greenwood Hall was a shop that Zhen Mu had stationed in Koan City. It mainly sold all kinds of precious spiritual items cultivated by the Zhen Mu sect. At the same time, it also had the function of gathering information. The original shopkeeper of this place was an early divine soul realm cultivator. After waiting for nearly 100 years, a replacement finally arrived. He didn't even have time to pack up his things before he happily departed on the same day. For the cultivators of the True Wood faction, cultivating in the outside world was not as comfortable as cultivating in their own sect. With the sect's grand array gathering the world's verdant wood aura, it was enough to increase their cultivation speed by several folds. The new shopkeeper was a young cultivator. It was said that he was a disciple of the very powerful Elder Yu Qing. But not long ago, after a storm, Elder Yu Qing lost a great deal of face and became the laughingstock of the sect. The sect master's faction took advantage of this opportunity to expel him and take away a lot of his power. This new shopkeeper was clearly one of the sacrifices. Otherwise, how could an elder's disciple with extraordinary potential be sent to such a place that was akin to being exiled? Sensing the cold and gloomy aura of the new innkeeper in the inner hall, the subordinates sensibly stayed far away from him. They greeted their customers separately, afraid that they would be blamed if they were not careful. But when would such days come to an end? As everyone was groaning inwardly, the light at the entrance flickered and 3 figures walked in. At the front was a thin old man. Behind him was a middle-aged man with a scholarly aura and a tall and sturdy red-skinned man with his eyes closed. "What do the 3 of you need?" A verdant wood sect cultivator hurried forward. This was an immortal shop, and there was an enchantment placed outside. Only cultivators could enter. The thin old man's voice was hoarse. "About 2 months ago, you sold a mutated ash thread grass here. The buyer was Pengcheng's cheesy Chamber of Commerce. I am the final user of this ash thread grass, and there are some matters I need to inquire of you." The verdant wood sect cultivator's complexion changed. He still remembered this matter. After all, the reason Jolie was able to enter the True Wood faction was because of this ash thread grass. Afterwards, it had caused a storm and left a deep impression on him. Now, someone had come knocking on his door? Was there something wrong with that ash thread grass? This was truly a great problem. Cough. 3 guests, please wait a moment. This matter is not something I can handle. Please allow me to ask the shopkeeper to come out. The thin old man nodded. The manservant hurried into the hall. A few breaths later, with an angry snort, the new shopkeeper walked out with a sullen expression. 3 guests, so much time has passed. No one knows if there were any accidents during the delivery process. Are you going to cause trouble for my True Wood sect just because of a mere ash thread grass? Several guests in the hall turned their heads and looked at him with puzzled eyes. The mutated ash thread grass was extremely precious to ordinary mortals, but to cultivators, it was just a relatively rare spirit herb. Even if it had some value, it was not worth it. Furthermore, this shop was opened by the True Wood sect. It was not a wise decision to become enemies with them over a spirit herb. Several True Wood sect disciples widened their eyes. They did not expect the new shopkeeper to be such an idiot. If he could not say such words out loud, wouldn't he be giving himself away? He was confessing without being pressed. The thin old man furrowed his eyebrows and a cold light appeared in his eyes. "I have no intention of causing trouble. You only need to tell me the source of this ash thread grass." The new shopkeeper sneered. "Since there is no problem with the ash thread grass sold in this shop, I have nothing else to say. If there is nothing else, please leave." "How insolent!" The thin old man lifted his hand and grasped it. A terrifying strength gushed out from the void. Before anyone could clearly see his movements, the new shopkeeper had already been grabbed by the throat. "Old Wei, please calm your anger," the white-faced middle-aged man hurriedly said. Old Wei's eyes flashed with a scarlet-red light. His tone was icy cold, every word filled with a ruthlessness that left one despairing. "Answer my questions honestly. This is your last chance." The new shopkeeper loosened his grip. He gasped for breath, his face deathly pale. "This person dared to kill me. He actually dared to kill me." When the manservant reported, the new shopkeeper was sure that this was his chance for revenge. The reason why he had fallen to such a state was all because of Jolie, and these people had come for her. His thoughts raced. He decided to deliberately provoke these people so that they wouldn't hesitate to pursue the matter because of Jolie's current status. But he never imagined that he would nearly lose his life because of this. The new shopkeeper didn't doubt that if it weren't for the middle-aged man speaking up just now, he would already be dead. Just where did these people come from? They acted so overbearingly and didn't place the True Wood sect in their eyes at all. But there was one thing he was sure of. They absolutely had extraordinary backgrounds and didn't fear Sky declaring pavilion. "Jolie, you caused me to fall to such a state. This is your retribution. Senior, please calm your anger. I will immediately go check the files." "Hurry, hurry, what are you waiting for?" A moment later, Old Wei obtained all the information. He turned and left with the other 2. "Sky declaring pavilion." He frowned, a dignified expression on his face. Grandmaster Roang, what do you think about this matter? The white-faced and scholarly man was one of the Hidden Fog Sect's beast trainer grandmasters, Roang Wei. He thought for a moment and said, "It should just be a coincidence. If Sky Declaring Pavilion really knew that this female cultivator named Zhou Li might know a grandmaster-level existence that cultivates spiritual objects, they would never have allowed her to become Fengqing's maid." Roang Wei's eyes flashed. He continued to say, "Moreover, that true wood sect cultivator just now should have deliberately provoked Old Wei in order to use you to continue investigating the matter of the ash-line grass. There must be some sort of grudge between this person and Zhou Li. If Zhou Li's relationship with that grandmaster is exposed, this person absolutely wouldn't dare to do such a thing." Old Wei revealed a faint smile. "Grandmaster Roang's words coincide with mine. But, as for the specifics, I will need to verify them. Because the recent events that occurred in the True Wood sect had taken place during the Great Sect meeting, it was impossible to keep it a secret. It had already spread far and wide. It didn't take too much time for the Hidden Fog Sect's group of 3 to determine that no one had discovered the relationship between Zhou Li and that mysterious Grandmaster. Sky Declaring Pavilion is tyrannically strong. Although my Hidden Fog Sect doesn't fear them, it isn't good for us to casually offend them. It would be best if we could think of a way to have them hand Zhou Li over to us on their own initiative." Old Wei muttered to himself. Then, his eyes brightened. "I've got it." Roang Wei frowned. Old Wei wants to use the ash-line grass as an excuse? Old Wei knew that Qin Yu was a righteous person. He smiled and explained, "It's just a stopgap measure. As long as Zhou Li reveals information about that Grandmaster, not only will I not make things difficult for her, but I will even reward her handsomely." Roang Wei thought for a moment and slowly nodded. "For now, that's all I can do." Beckoning Moon Court, Qin Yu was carefully reading through the detailed information on beast trainers in order to have a good grasp of the situation so that he wouldn't be exposed. The spiritual objects needed to raise monster beasts weren't difficult for him. The little blue lamp had always been successful in every endeavor. The only difficulty was how to make a spirit beast recognize him as a beast trainer. It had to be known that an official beast trainer had to have a formidable affinity and be able to obtain the monster beast's approval. Otherwise, it would be impossible to collect all sorts of detailed data on it. He laid down the book and rubbed his temples. "This is the best choice. Although it isn't perfect, I can only take it one step at a time. In the worst-case scenario, even if he couldn't obtain the monster beast's approval, as long as he could raise high-quality spiritual objects, Sky Declaring Pavilion would tacitly allow him to stay." Feng Qing withdrew her divine sense from the jade slip. She frowned, a dignified expression on her face. Standing at the side, Zhou Li was surprised. During this period of time she had been at the young Miss's side. She had never seen her with such an expression. "Miss, is there something wrong?" Feng Qing took a deep breath, her complexion relaxing a little. "It's just an accident, it's fine." She thought for a moment and then stood up. "I will go and deal with it. You stay here and cultivate." "Yes, miss." As she left, there were already Sky Declaring Pavilion cultivators waiting outside. They looked behind Feng Qing and respectfully said, "Miss, are you prepared to protect her?" The Hidden Fog sect was tyrannically strong, and there were countless masters in their ranks. They weren't a force to be trifled with. Feng Qing said, "Don't make this matter public for the time being. I will handle it appropriately." "Yes." The person turned and left, a puzzled expression on his face. Although the young miss had a good heart, after all these years of experience, she was able to control her emotions. So, why was she treating Zhou Li differently? Feng Qing certainly wouldn't tell him that there was someone standing behind Zhou Li, someone she didn't even know was a divine realm expert. Even if she had to tear apart all pretense of cordiality with the Hidden Fog sect, she would never hand over Zhou Li. Moreover, she faintly guessed that the ash-line grass that Jolie had used to change her destiny should have been Qin Yu's handiwork. If it really was Qin Yu's creation, how could there have been a problem? Or, could it be that the Hidden Fog sect had discovered that there was something different about the ash-line grass? This was simply an excuse for them to approach Qin Yu. Feng Qing certainly didn't want others to discover Qin Yu's existence. But this matter involved Jolie, so she didn't dare to make a decision on her own. Her thoughts raced. Feng Qing summoned a cultivator and had him look up the beast trainer recruitment procedures. Soon, she found Ning Qin's registration information. He was currently in Mid-Morning City. Feng Qing didn't dare to contact him through Sky Declaring Pavilion's intelligence network in order to avoid ruining her plans. She quickly wrote a letter and placed it in a bamboo tube. She tied it to the leg of a small black bird and whispered some words into its ear. Then, she let go and the small black bird shot into the air like an arrow, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. This small black bird didn't seem remarkable, but it possessed the bloodline of an ancient monster beast. It was skilled at hiding its tracks, and its speed was even more astonishing. It only needed a day to cross mountains and rivers to reach Mid-Morning City. As for what to do, that will be up to you to decide. Sky Declaring Pavilion's reply was that they needed to consider it and that the Hidden Fog sect should wait for a moment. Old Wei's complexion sank. He sneered. These past years, Sky Declaring Pavilion has become increasingly domineering. Even for such a minor matter, they want to throw away my Hidden Fog sect's face. I want to see just what they want to do. This matter concerned the Dark Star Ice Serpent's future advancement, so the sect attached great importance to it. They couldn't allow any mistakes to occur. As long as they could ultimately achieve their goal, even falling out with Sky Declaring Pavilion was worth it. Old Wei suspects that Sky Declaring Pavilion has already sensed something? Rong Wei furrowed his eyebrows. I don't think so, otherwise Sky Declaring Pavilion's reply would be much more reliable. Old Wei's expression relaxed. Grandmaster Rong, what do you mean? Rong Wei said, I actually think that this is a good thing. It is impossible for Sky Declaring Pavilion to make us wait for a maid, unless the authority to deal with this maid isn't in their hands. Old Wei, we might as well wait patiently. Perhaps we will soon have an unexpected harvest. Qin Yu looked at the small black bird outside the window. The bamboo tube that held the letter on its leg was particularly eye-catching. At this time, the only one who had the ability to communicate with him like this should be Feng Qing. Could there be a change in the situation? He took the small bird in his hand and took off the bamboo tube. He quickly looked over the contents and subconsciously frowned. The ash thread grass for Jolie? This was indeed unexpected. So much time had passed, yet it was still noticed. Was it because after the little blue lamp shined on the ash thread grass, something unusual had happened? This was the only possibility that could explain the current situation. This caused Qin Yu to be secretly vigilant. The beast trainers of this world seemed to have some sort of keen sense that they could actually sense this. If someone discovered the secret of the little blue lamp because of this, then that would be a big joke. He warned himself that he had to be more cautious in the future. Then, he had to consider what he should do next. The Hidden Fog sect clearly wanted Sky Declaring Pavilion to hand over Jolie. If he didn't appear, then the Hidden Fog sect likely wouldn't give up. But, if they made excessive demands, what should he do? After a long time, Qin Yu let out a light breath, a firm expression on his face. Since it was because of him that something had happened, he naturally couldn't stay out of it. Now that he had restored a portion of his strength, and had the help of the ant colony, even if there was a problem, he might be able to protect himself. Now, he had to see just what the Hidden Fog sect wanted. She put down Qin Yu's letter. Sure enough, the ash thread grass was something that was produced by your hands. Then, it was clear that the Hidden Fog sect's so-called criticism of the ash thread grass was just an excuse. Her eyes flashed and a trace of envy appeared on Feng Qing's face. It seemed that Zhou Li's status in your heart was even higher than she expected. In this situation, he didn't hesitate to risk being discovered and agree to contact the hidden fog sect. Or, even if you couldn't use your divine sense, you still had a way to protect yourself and wouldn't place yourself in a truly dangerous situation. Feng Qing didn't dare to underestimate the strength and mysteriousness of a divine realm existence. She shook her head and suppressed these thoughts. Since he had already made his decision, she would do as he said. She picked up a jade slip and wrote an official reply, ordering her subordinates to send it out. Mid-morning city. Old Wei stood up. Let's go now. That mysterious Grandmaster had actually shown himself. Rong Wei's face was also filled with excitement. This was because the strange energy contained within the ash thread grass allowed him to see a brand new and vast world. Behind the two of them, the red-skinned big fellow who had his eyes closed suddenly lay down on the ground. With a deep roar, a monstrous light flashed and a 70 to 80-foot-long tiger appeared on the ground. A pair of wings spread out from its back, and it was hundreds of feet long. Old Wei and Rong Wei flew onto the tiger's back and sat down. The tiger flapped its wings and howled into the skies. In a short half a day, the two of them arrived outside Mid-Morning City. The tiger landed on the ground and turned back into a big fellow. The three of them quickly entered the city. And today just happened to be the day that Sky Declaring Pavilion would be hiring beast trainers. When Old Wei learned from Feng Qing that the mysterious Grandmaster was present at the final hearing, his complexion immediately darkened. This was completely different from his original plans. A Grandmaster that could cultivate such precious ash thread grass should certainly be brought back to the Hidden Fog sect, otherwise how could they be willing? Miss Feng Qing, why didn't you tell us about this ahead of time? Feng Qing had an innocent expression. Old Mr. Wei, Grandmaster Ning Qin signed up a long time ago to participate in this hiring event. Today is only a coincidence. Her eyes flashed. I wonder, why are you so anxious to see Grandmaster Ning Qin? What is it for? Old Wei's face stiffened. Rong Wei smiled. The ash thread grass that Grandmaster Ning Qin cultivated is extremely outstanding, so he must be a true Grandmaster level character. The Hidden Fog sect has always been thirsty for talent, so I naturally wanted to make contact with him after discovering him. But I never thought that Miss Feng Qing would be one step ahead of me. What a pity. I wonder if Miss Feng Qing can arrange for us to meet with Grandmaster Ning Qin as soon as possible after the final hearing ends. I hope that I can have an exchange with Grandmaster Ning Qin in the area of beast raising. Feng Qing smiled. Of course. Grandmaster Ning Qin has already agreed to come see you two after the final hearing ends. ######. Chapter 693. Mid-Morning City, Sky Declaring Pavilion Branch. The final beast trainer recruitment examination had already begun. Looking at the silver-white door that was tightly shut, groups of youths spread out, their faces filled with envy. Those that could enter the final examination were all outstanding beast trainers. Although they all had talent in this aspect, it was unknown just how much time they had to spend in order to reach this step. Perhaps they might never be able to reach this step in their entire lives. Therefore, it was very important to find a good teacher. This was also the greatest hope that they had harbored in their hearts after racking their brains to come here. I heard that our Mid-Morning City Branch Division has received a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster. If you can be chosen by this person, becoming an official beast trainer is just around the corner. In a small team, the young man who spoke had a head of rare long gray hair. It lay softly on his forehead and had a look of longing on his face. Advanced Silver Moon, this was a legendary creature that they had never seen before. The petite female cultivator next to him sneered, "Stop daydreaming. The final trial has already begun, and I heard that the Grandmaster hasn't arrived yet. I'm afraid that he has already been identified in secret and won't go through the ordinary procedures." Although she was mocking him, a trace of disappointment flashed in her eyes. If she could really become an in-name disciple of a master, it would be a chance to change her fate, but it was a pity. A slightly hoarse voice came into everyone's ears, calm but firm. "The status of an advanced master of the Silver Moon is very noble. It's normal for him to arrive late. Even if we really miss the opportunity, as long as we work hard enough, we can still achieve something." Under her light purple bangs, her long eyelashes fluttered, adding a touch of gentleness to her coquettish face. The young female cultivator's mocking expression changed. She respectfully bowed. "Big Sister Yundai is right." Several young cultivators nodded in agreement. It was clear that she had a high status in this small group. At this moment, a creaking sound rang out. Everyone was trying their best to keep their voices down, but the sound was exceptionally clear. The other end of the passageway was opened, and apart from a pair of eyes, a young man with an ordinary appearance and clothes walked in. When he saw the scene before him, he frowned and seemed a little surprised. And at this moment there were also many people who were looking at him with a frown. Everyone knew what day it was. Perhaps it could change their lives in the future. One more person meant one more variable, further diluting the already frighteningly low probability. More importantly, everyone had received the notice and had been waiting here for a long time. How could this person join in midway? They couldn't help but wonder if this kid had gone through the back door, or if he had some connections. Thus, the gazes that gathered on him were filled with coldness, envy, and disdain, jealousy. Qin Yu frowned. He thought that if Sky Declaring Pavilion's final trial were to be presided over by these youths, it would be far too childish. After thinking for a moment, he stepped forwards. "Excuse me, is this the final trial of the beast trainers?" There was a sneer. "Of course. Otherwise, why would we come here so early in the morning?" The one who spoke was a slightly fat cultivator. His small eyes stared at Qin Yu with ill intent. But at this moment, he could feel the gazes of many beautiful sisters landing on him. Little Fatty was even more spirited now. Damn it, had he reached the peak of his life? "I've never had the honor of being noticed by so many beautiful ladies." Qin Yu said, "You came to participate in the final trial?" There was a hint of hesitation in his voice, but as it fell into the ears of everyone present, it was simply ridicule. "Bastard, even if you have a background and connections, you still dare to be so arrogant? Of those that could come here today, who didn't have some skill? Be careful that you don't end up with a bloody face. Let alone participating in the final trial of the beast trainers right now. Even if they could do this 30 years from now, they would still be grinning from ear to ear." Thinking of this, they found Qin Yu even more displeasing to the eye. "This little brat, it's like you are participating in the final trial. Why don't you stay here with us and pray that you'll be chosen by some beast trainer after the final trial?" After an awkward silence, the little fatty grinned. He really felt embarrassed. "This isn't the final trial. It is behind this door." Yundai didn't know why she was explaining this. She met Qin Yu's puzzled gaze and continued to say, "This isn't the entrance. The Lord Beast Trainers will enter from the front door." So she had gone the wrong way. Qin Yu glanced at her and smiled. "Thank you for the reminder." He turned and walked back. He pulled open the door and vanished from everyone's sight. This was beyond everyone's expectations. Many people's eyes widened. The little fatty's lips twitched. "Is this fellow retarded?" There was a burst of light laughter before it was immediately tossed to the back of everyone's minds. In such a tense moment, no one wanted to be distracted by this strange brat. Yundai could sense the confusion in her companion's eyes. She lowered her head, covering her beautiful eyes. This was because there really wasn't anything she could explain about this matter. Just as Qin Yu pushed open the door, he saw two Sky Declaring Pavilion cultivators running towards him, sweating profusely. As they saw him, their eyes brightened and they repeatedly apologized. Grandmaster Ning Qin, we are truly sorry. We didn't make proper preparations and wasted your precious time. I ask for Grandmaster's forgiveness. The middle-aged man beside them fell to his knees, his face pale and sweat streaming down his face. The final trial had already begun. This person had arrived a bit late to begin with. If he was delayed and something happened, would he still be able to live? It's fine. I was the one who went the wrong way. Lead the way. Thank you, Grandmaster. Thank you, Grandmaster. After passing through an arched door, a spacious courtyard appeared in front of them. This was the final trial location. The three beast trainers revealed looks of impatience. If someone was responsible for presiding over the final trial, they definitely had some skill. After being left hanging here for such a long time, their mood could be imagined. If it weren't for the fact that they were high-level Silver Moon Masters, they would have already stormed off in a huff. Even now, they were only suppressing their anger. Hearing the sound of footsteps, the three beast trainers sucked in a deep breath and squeezed out a smile. Before determining the depths of this Grandmaster Ning Qin, it would be best if they didn't offend him. But as they saw Qin Yu standing behind the two sky-declaring pavilion cultivators, their faces stiffened. Although there were indeed geniuses in this world that could accomplish things that ordinary people couldn't, for them to believe that this boy in front of them was a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster was simply a joke. Just how had the preliminary trial been conducted? They had actually allowed a young junior to take advantage of a loophole. It was fine if he was tired of living and wanted to seek death, but he actually wanted to waste their time. In particular, of the three beast trainers, the younger one had a pale complexion. When he learned that a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster had come to apply, he had spent a great deal of effort to obtain the qualifications for today's final trial. He wanted to establish a good relationship with the Grandmaster ahead of time, so that he could ask for guidance in the future. If looks could kill, Qin Yu would have been riddled with holes by now. Mr. Su, Mr. Zhou, Mr. Sun, Grandmaster Ning Qin has arrived. Sensing that the atmosphere wasn't right, the two of them quickly drew back to the side. Sun Xiangzhang took a deep breath. You are Ning Qin? Good, very good. As he thought about the price he had paid in order to obtain today's position, as well as the ridicule he would inevitably receive from everyone, his complexion paled even further. Today's final trial topic is to use the materials prepared by Sky-Declaring Pavilion to restore a sick skylark to health in 4 hours. With a flick of his sleeves, the ground rumbled and cracked open, revealing stone steps leading underground. The skylark is here, but the final trial has already begun an hour ago. In other words, you only have 3 hours to complete it. Begin. Su and Zhou sat down. They shook their heads and closed their eyes to rest. Today's topic wasn't easy to begin with. Only someone with the strength of a high-level Silver Moon would be able to cure a skylark in 4 hours. Now, the time had been reduced by an hour, and it was also this unreliable boy. Today's matter had to be reported to the pavilion, and they would be given the compensation they deserved. It had to be known that a beast trainer's time was extremely precious. Qin Yu didn't care about the attitudes of the 3 final trial examiners. Since he came here, he had already expected this. He nodded to indicate that he understood the topic. Then, he walked up the stone step. There was a loud rumbling above his head, but it wasn't dark in front of him. The beads embedded into the stone walls emitted a warm and bright light. Chapter 694. Mr. Zhou suddenly opened his eyes. The baby in the skylark's egg is no longer safe, and its bloodthirsty nature has erupted. Will there be an accident if this boy enters? Before figuring out his identity, if something were to happen to him, it was likely to attract unnecessary trouble. Mr. Su lightly said, "Don't worry. Before the examination began, I inspected the skylark's condition. Its inner core has been damaged and it won't wake up for some time. That's good. This junior will find it hard to escape punishment. As long as nothing happens to him in our hands." Mr. Zhou faintly smiled. Sun Xiangzhang suddenly said, "Two sirs, if there is an accident in the skylark's egg, is its inner core damaged and not sick?" His face paled. Mr. Su paused for a moment, a trace of annoyance in his eyes. He said, "Xiangzhang, I know that you were the one who took care of this skylark before it gave birth, but this has nothing to do with you. When the skylark laid the egg, its bloodline changed, causing the egg to be damaged. If it was just a simple illness, how could it become the topic of the examination for a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster?" Mr. Zhou glared at his old friend and continued to console him. "Indeed, we concealed it from you because we didn't want you to think too much about it." Sun Xiangzhang was absent-minded. After a long time, he squeezed out a bitter smile. "I understand. Thank you for your consolation." The reason he had passed the initial Silver Moon examination was because he had stimulated the thin bloodline of a low-level stone sparrow, allowing it to smoothly transform into a skylark. Thus, this skylark held an extraordinary significance to him. Now that its fetus was in danger and its inner core was damaged, did this really have nothing to do with him? If he had been more careful and cautious when he took care of it, he might have been able to discover ahead of time that the skylark's bloodline was about to mutate. Looking at Sun Xiangzhang's pale face, Mr. Zhou and Mr. Sun glanced at each other and sighed at the same time. The entire hall fell silent. The moment the skylark opened its eyes that were overflowing with magma, it cried out and spread out its wings. Every feather flowed with flames and a terrifying aura erupted. The surrounding temperature rose at an astonishing speed. Runes of array formations lit up on the walls and floor of the basement, releasing a powerful sealing aura that isolated the inside from the outside. This was a condition that had to be met in order to place a high-level spirit beast. Otherwise, if an accident were to occur, for instance, this mutated skylark in front of them, the destructive strength it released was enough to turn the majority of Sky Declaring Pavilion into a pool of lava. The skylark's blood-red eyes locked onto Qinyu. Its wild and savage will didn't allow the skylark to hesitate at all. It flapped its wings and flames erupted. Its long beak that seemed like fire crystals shot straight towards Qinyu's head. Qinyu narrowed his eyes, thinking that pretending to be a high-level Silver Moon Grandmaster really wasn't easy. If his strength was a bit weaker, he feared that in the next moment he would have been roasted and swallowed by the skylark. Fortunately, his physical strength had recovered a bit and he was able to deal with this skylark. Qinyu took a deep breath and stepped forwards. He shouted out loud and clenched his fist. His heart wildly beat and billowing blood energy erupted. Pitter-patter, with the crackling of his bones, Qinyu's eyes became increasingly deep. The aura of endless years filled his eyes, as if he were filled with endless vicissitudes of time. Strength erupted and the ground groaned in pain. Then, cracks began to appear. Just as Qinyu was about to strike out with his full strength, he saw the cruel and bloodshot skylark suddenly cry out in pain. Its aura rapidly dissipated, and it slumped to the ground, shivering. Qinyu furrowed his eyebrows. His first thought was that this skylark was so smart that it knew how to play tricks, but he soon overturned this thought. The skylark shivering on the ground was indeed expressing its fear and submission to him. Was it because of the ancient race bloodline? Besides that, there was no other explanation. Now wasn't the time to think about this. It was naturally best if this skylark admitted defeat. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to waste his efforts. The reason I came here is to save you. If you understand, then nod. The flames around the skylark restrained themselves and its eyes became clear once more. It kowtowed again and again to show that it understood. Very good. Qinyu's thoughts stirred. He looked at the experimental platform not too far away. Luckily, he had protected it when the array formation lit up, otherwise the materials on it would have been destroyed by the high temperatures just now. He lifted a hand and pointed. You should be the clearest about your situation. Go take a look at the experimental platform and see if there is anything you need. Seeing the skylark try several times to stand up, Qin Yu hesitated for a moment before withdrawing his blood energy fluctuations. The skylark struggled to stand up, but its eyes were still filled with awe as it looked at Qin Yu. Arriving in front of the experimental platform, the skylark's eyes brightened. Its long beak was separated by the array formation's barrier of light and it pointed at several different materials. Qin Yu fumbled around for a moment before grasping the switch of the array formation. He took out the materials that the skylark had chosen. There was a white fruit, 7 or 8 purple petals, and a common-looking grass. Can they cure you with just these? The question shouldn't be so simple. And sure enough, the skylark shook its head. It flapped its wings as if it wanted to express something. Qin Yu looked at it for a long time and rubbed his chin. You want to say that these things are useful to you, but not enough to cure you. The skylark nodded. Qin Yu smiled. If this was the case, then it shouldn't be too much of a problem. He drew back his smile and expressionlessly looked at the skylark. His voice was deep and dignified. Now turn around and face the stone wall. Close your eyes. If I don't tell you to come back, then maintain this posture. Do you understand? The skylark quickly nodded and walked over. It was so obedient that it was hard to believe. Qin Yu looked at it several times and determined that the skylark wouldn't disobey his orders. As he marveled in his heart, he raised his hand and spread open his fingers. The phantom of a small sun appeared between his fingers. It sprinkled down a deep blue light that covered the fruit, flower petals, and grass. The silence of the final trial was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps. Several cold and stern cultivators strode into the field. Mr. Su furrowed his eyebrows. What happened? The leader bowed. Mr. Su, the central control detected the opening of the underground array formation just now and the energy fluctuations were extremely fierce. I fear that an accident has occurred. Mr. Su's complexion changed. Impossible. If there really was an accident, then even if there was an array formation isolating the aura, we would still be able to sense it. Mr. Zhou said, That's right. Everything is normal. Sun Xiangzhang regained his composure. He took a deep breath and said to this person, Brother Zhai, there really isn't anything wrong. Zhai Shan and Sun Xiangzhang had a close relationship, so he naturally believed in his friend's words. His cold expression relaxed. If there isn't any movement, then it should be a false alarm from the central control. There have been similar situations during this period of time, but we haven't found the cause yet. Wait. Mr. Zhou's expression was dignified. Fellow Taoist Zhai, you should check to see whether or not the underground array formation has been opened. Mr. Su and Sun Xiangzhang's complexions changed. They understood Mr. Zhou's meaning. With that boy's age and cultivation, if there really was something wrong with the skylark, he could be killed in a single move. They were outside, so they naturally wouldn't be able to sense any movement. Damn it, if someone really died inside, then although they wouldn't have to bear any responsibility, it would still be troublesome. Zhai Shan frowned. He didn't have time to ask about the change in their attitude. He took out a ring and placed it on the ground. The ring trembled and a pale white light spread out. Zhai Shan let out a breath of relief. Luckily, the array formation hasn't been activated. However, the light from the ring seemed to be brighter than usual. Could the underground array formation really have been opened just now? That shouldn't be the case. If that skylark had really woken up, it would have already caused a great uproar. How could it be as calm as it was now? Moreover, this was the final examination. If they wanted to test it, they had to consider the attitudes of the beast trainers participating in the examination. Well, since the ring indicated that nothing was wrong, then there was no need to cause trouble. Zhai Shan's thoughts raced through. He cupped his hands together and said, Since there are no problems, then I won't disturb the final examination any further. Farewell. He turned and led his people away. Mr. Zhou smiled. Zhai Shan's talent is outstanding and his cultivation has been progressing at a rapid pace these past years. Not long ago, he broke through his bottleneck and smoothly reached the calamity immortal realm. In the future, his great Tao is within reach. He looked at Sun Xiangzhang. Xiangzhang and Zhai Shan's friendship started at a young age. If they can advance together in the future, it will surely become a legend. Mr. Su nodded in agreement. The two of them were both middle silver moon beasts and feared that they would never be able to take another step forwards in their lives. Thus, they held Sun Xiangzhang in high regard. If it weren't for the two of them jointly guaranteeing him, how could a beast trainer who had just entered the Silver Moon realm obtain such a precious position in such an important occasion? Zhai Shan is indeed outstanding. Sun Xiangzhang had no intention of speaking further. His eyes were filled with worry as he looked at the sealed entrance to the basement. After learning of the Skylark's true condition, he began to worry even more. That Junior Ning Qin shouldn't recklessly try anything and cause its condition to worsen even further. Mr. Su said in a low voice, "Xiangzhang, no matter what the result is today, I do not wish for you to interfere with the Skylark's treatment." "That's right," Mr. Zhou continued. "We know your feelings towards this Skylark, but a damaged inner core is no minor matter. Only a Grandmaster-level character can possibly save it. If you recklessly act and aren't careful, your reputation will be damaged, and that will be detrimental to your future development." Sun Xiangzhang's lips moved. Finally, he nodded with difficulty. "I will listen to you two misters. I will not interfere with the treatment." Within his sleeves, he tightly clenched his fists together. For the first time, he felt disappointment in himself. His entire body was filled with powerlessness. The bitterness of wanting to save the Skylark, but being unable to do so constantly gnawed at Sun Xiangzhang's proud heart. An hour and a half passed. Qin Yu silently calculated the world. With a thought, the great sun phantom vanished and the deep blue light converged to reveal the white fruit, flower petals, and green grass below. Compared to before, they didn't seem to have changed much. But there seemed to be a faint flow of light on their surface. He hoped it was useful. Qin Yu said in a low voice, "All right, come over." The Skylark obediently turned around. When Qin Yu saw it, it cautiously opened its eyes. It silently walked over. Although its body was massive, in front of Qin Yu, it seemed particularly small and insignificant. "Eat what you chose. Let's see if it can cure you." The Skylark's eyes brightened. Its long beak tapped the ground, directly swallowing the fruit, flower petals, and grass. In the next moment, it let out a cry that seemed both pained and happy. The surface of its feathers uncontrollably ignited with raging flames. The underground array formation lit up once more. But this time, the temperature in the air soon surpassed its limit. Even with the support of the array formation, the ground and walls began to melt. After Zhai Shanwei returned to the control center and confirmed that the alarm had disappeared, he gloomily ordered his subordinates to find the source of the false alarm as soon as possible. Then, he flicked his sleeves and returned to the restroom. Today was his turn to be on duty. An accident could occur at any time and he wouldn't be able to cultivate. But to someone like Zhai Shanwei who cherished every moment, he certainly couldn't waste a single day. He took out the body transformation art he was practicing and began to perceive the obscure parts within. This body transformation art was a reward he had obtained from the Tower Master for his outstanding performance. After Zhai Shanwei touched it, it was like he had obtained a supreme treasure. But this body transformation art was extremely difficult to perceive. Besides perseverance and willpower, one also needed sufficient talent to cultivate it. Soon, he immersed himself in it. But just as Zhai Shanwei's mind began to light up and he began to understand some obscure parts, there was a loud ringing in the restroom. Zhai Shanwei's eyes flashed open, blazing with anger. The inspiration he had grasped with great difficulty had been interrupted like this. Bang! he fiercely pushed open the door and roared out, "You had best give me a satisfactory explanation." The cultivator outside shivered as he endured the roar. He said with a panicked expression, "My lord, the control center has issued a level 1 alert, level 1 alert, level 1 alert." Important things had to be repeated 3 times. But Jai Shanwei didn't have the time to listen to everything. The first time he heard it, his complexion changed and he rushed out. To hell with his comprehension being interrupted. The control center had issued a level 1 alert, indicating that an array formation had been struck by a strength that surpassed its limits and was on the verge of collapse. Something similar had happened before. At the time, a small portion of sky declaring pavilion had been torn to shreds by a berserk energy. Even though the aftermath had been quickly dealt with and it hadn't caused too much of a commotion, Jai Shanwei's predecessor, who had once been in the limelight, had been banished to the cold palace ever since. Jai Shanwei didn't want to follow in the footsteps of his predecessor. His eyes locked onto the area where the warning had been issued, and he rushed out. "Don't let anything happen, please don't let anything happen. Time's up." Sun Xiangzhang didn't waste even a moment. But before he could open the array, a sudden roar came from the ground. Then, the ground shook incessantly, causing the doors and windows to make "kacha" sounds and dust to soar into the sky. Mr. Zhou cried out, "This is bad, it's that skylark underground." His complexion paled. The skylark's inner core had been damaged, so it was impossible for it to erupt with such a formidable strength. The only exception was if it had completely gone berserk, disregarding everything else. Just what had that bastard brat done? Sun Xiangzhang clenched his teeth. "If anything happens to the skylark, I won't forgive you." He was about to open the array formation when he was interrupted by Mr. Su. "You cannot open the array formation, otherwise neither you nor I will be able to escape. Everyone here will die." Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, Jai Shanwei appeared in midair. He lifted his hand and 4 rings shot out, occupying the 4 corners of the ground. He shouted, "Suppress!" Each ring erupted with radiant light. Then, they condensed into pillars of light that smashed into the earth. They were like 4 pillars that supported the heavens, carrying with them an irresistible strength that imprisoned all. After completing this, Jai Shanwei relaxed a little. It was only then that he discovered that his back was drenched in a cold sweat. Luckily, he had arrived a step earlier, otherwise the consequences would have been unimaginable. His eyes flashed like lightning as he looked at Sun Xiangzhang and the others. Jai Shanwei asked, "What happened?" "We can't answer this question." After a second of silence, Sun Xiangzhang roared out, "It was Ning Qin. He must have done something that caused the skylark's strength to go out of control. Damn it, if he had known earlier that the skylark's inner core was damaged, he would never have allowed that bastard to go in." Strength went out of control? Jai Shanwei shook. He looked at Mr. Su and Mr. Zhou in horror. The 2 misters had bitter expressions. "It should be like this. Hurry and evacuate everyone nearby. Once the skylark's inner core explodes, the destructive power isn't something that the array formation can resist. It's over. Even if I came a step faster, I still wouldn't have been able to prevent this tragic end." Jai Shanwei paled. But at this time, the shaking earth rapidly weakened. In just several breaths of time, everything calmed down, as if everything that had just occurred had been nothing but an illusion. This was the skylark supposed to lose control of its strength and explode its inner core. Was it going to end like this? Just as Jai Shanwei thought of this, he lifted his hand, wanting to slap himself in the face. What the hell was he thinking? If he didn't court death, he would suffer. His complexion darkened. He clenched his teeth and flicked his sleeve. The 4 pillars of light suppressing the ground scattered and the entrance opened. With a clear cry, Sun Xiangzhang's eyes widened. In the next moment, blazing flames flashed in front of him. The skylark spread its wings and flew out, its massive body covering the courtyard. Even though it had restrained its strength, the air still became hot and dry. The leaves of the bamboo in the corner of the courtyard rapidly withered and fell off. Fire Phoenix! Mr. Zhou cried out in alarm, his face filled with disbelief. Beside him, Mr. Su and Sun Xiangzhang were also dumbfounded. The rock sparrow was an ordinary low-level monster beast, but it had an extremely thin skylark bloodline within it. In theory, there was a chance that it could transform into a skylark, and it was loved by many beast trainers. As for the skylark, the legends said that it was a descendant of the ancient god-beast True Phoenix. It was an incomparably powerful vicious beast that could compare with divine Tao existences. The ancient texts recorded that tens of thousands of years ago, there was indeed a skylark that activated the True Phoenix bloodline within its body. It was able to control the thunder of the heavens and become one of the most powerful spirit beasts in the world at that time. As for this skylark in front of him, it had a majestic aura and luxurious feathers. Its entire body was bathed in crimson flames. It was clearly the manifestation of an evolution. Although its aura hadn't risen too much, the transformation of its bloodline meant infinite possibilities. Perhaps in the future, this skylark, no, it should be said that this fire phoenix could become a peerless spirit beast that could control all flames in the world, possessing a portion of the might of a true phoenix. Why would this skylark suddenly advance? Had it already broken free from the spells laid down by Sky Declaring Pavilion? What if it wanted to escape? No, it absolutely could not be allowed to leave. This fire phoenix was the most valuable experimental subject. Perhaps they could find the key to awakening a monster beast's bloodline from it. Mr. Zhou took a deep breath. Just as he was about to order Zhai Shangyue to keep it here no matter the cost, he saw the fire phoenix obediently lie down on the ground. Then, he saw the black-robed youth covered in burning wings. His eyes widened and his mind went blank. Everyone, I should have passed the final trial, right? This voice seemed to ring out from the distant horizon, spreading into everyone's ears and awakening them from their shocked silence. He was the one who had cured the skylark and helped it smoothly advance? How was this possible? Suddenly, the skylark cried out and a flame phantom flew out, falling onto the back of Qin Yu's hand where it turned into the phantom of a lifelike fire phoenix. A spirit beast has recognized a master. Zhai Shangyue cried out in alarm. Her eyes were filled with shock, as if she had seen something unbelievable. In the next moment, a woman's voice sounded out in his mind. Master, I beg you to save my child. It hasn't been born yet, it shouldn't die like this. When a spirit beast recognized a master, that meant that it would pass all risks to its master. With just a thought, its life or death could be decided. Qin Yu understood that the fire phoenix hadn't recognized him as its master because he had saved it, but because it hoped to use this as a price to beg him to save its child. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "Where is the fire phoenix egg? Perhaps I can give it a try." The fire phoenix reared its head back and cried out. It flapped its wings and soared into the skies. It arrived outside a grand hall and flew straight towards the entrance. A collision didn't appear. Rather, space twisted in front of him and a vast space appeared. There were mountain ranges and long rivers, and there was even a great sun shining overhead. Qin Yu narrowed his eyes. The feeling this sun gave him was actually the same as a true great sun. Was this some sort of supernatural ability? The fire phoenix landed atop a steep mountain peak. Several ancient trees wove together, forming a massive natural bird's nest. The egg was over a meter in diameter and was covered with cloud patterns. It lay peacefully within. But at this time, over half of the cloud patterns on the egg were burning red, like burning cloud. The life force fluctuations within were extremely weak, as if they could dissipate at any moment. The fire phoenix cried out in sorrow. As it looked at its child, tears flowed out from its eyes. But before they could flow down, they were evaporated by the high temperature. As if sensing its mother's aura, the egg suddenly trembled. The little fellow inside wanted to come out, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't open the egg. Zhi, a small sound sounded like it was crying. Master, please save it. As long as it can live, I am willing to do anything. The fire phoenix's voice sounded out in his mind. Whoosh whoosh, or there was the sound of breaking air. Besides Jai Shangyue, Sun Xiangzhang, and the others, there were also several other cultivators with extraordinary bearings. The one leading them cupped his hands together and said, Grandmaster Ningqin, I am Jiang Yun, the current steward of the Mid-Morning City Branch Division. If Grandmaster can save the Fire Phoenix egg, Sky Declaring Pavilion will surely repay you. Qin Yu said in a low voice, There isn't enough time. Tell me the specifics. In truth, he really didn't know where to start investigating. Jiang Yun turned around. Mr. Zhou, I'll have to trouble you to relay my words to the Grandmaster. Zhou Xinhong deeply looked at the young man in front of him. He blushed at his previous actions and his tone became increasingly respectful. Grandmaster Ningqin, during the process of the Fire Phoenix laying the egg, a mutation occurred in its bloodline. Its strength eroded into the embryo egg, causing the unborn little skylark to suffer a calamity. If we want to save it, we must resolve the conflict between the two different bloodlines and have them fuse together. He bitterly smiled. This sort of matter is far too rare. Although Sky Declaring Pavilion urgently transferred over a blood-fusing pill, the rank of the pill is too low. It isn't enough to neutralize the two powerful bloodlines. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. If the medicinal efficacy is enough, then the blood-fusing pill can save it? Zhou Xinhong nodded. That is indeed the case. But the blood-fusing pill is incomparably difficult to refine and only one will be born by chance. Even with the strength of Sky Declaring Pavilion, we were only able to find a single one. If it weren't for this, how could they have given up on this embryo egg? It had to be known that although it had been corroded, it still possessed two different bloodlines. Once it hatched and fused together, its potential would inevitably be astonishing. In particular, now that the Skylark had transformed into the Fire Phoenix, this embryo egg was even more valuable. But saving it wasn't a simple matter. Even though Qin Yu had cured the Fire Phoenix and even helped it activate its bloodline to complete its advancement, and even though there was no doubt that he was a Grandmaster, no one held much hope in his heart. Master, I beg you, you must save it. The Fire Phoenix's tears began to evaporate. Qin Yu, are you sure it's that simple? This was an unsolvable problem that had stumped the entire Sky Declaring Pavilion. In his opinion, it was far too simple. If the blood-fusing pill wasn't effective enough, then purifying and strengthening it would be enough. Of course, he absolutely wouldn't speak of this matter. He had a dignified expression. As the Fire Phoenix's eyes filled with despair, he slowly nodded and said, Bring the blood-fusing pill over. I might have a way to strengthen its effects. Everyone fell silent. Jiang Yun's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. The blood-fusing pill was extremely precious. Even with his status, he didn't dare to casually deal with it. He looked at Qin Yu, wanting to see how deep he was from his expression. But all he saw was indifference. Sun Xiangzhang had an anxious expression. Steward Jiang, we absolutely cannot give up on this Fire Phoenix embryo. Even if the chances are slim, we still have to try. He took a step forward. If someone investigates this matter afterwards, Steward can push the blame onto me. I am willing to bear the consequences. Jiang Yun's eyes relaxed. Mr. Sun is too serious. I am duty-bound to save this Fire Phoenix embryo. Men, hurry and bring the blood-fusing pill. With Sun Xiangzhang's words, if there really was an accident, he could at least say a few words to evade responsibility. Zhou Xinhong and Su Yuanbai looked at Sun Xiangzhang with worry in their eyes. Once these words left his mouth, he wouldn't be able to escape this matter cleanly. Qin Yu didn't have the time to care about their thoughts. Strengthening the blood-fusing pill requires time. How long can you keep the embryo egg alive? Sun Xiangzhang respectfully said, Grandmaster Ning Qin, I guarantee you that it will be fine for 2 hours. Zhou Xinhong and Su Yuanbai sighed inwardly. They stepped forwards at the same time. With us 2 old fellows helping out, we should be able to keep it alive for another hour. An hour was the same amount of time as before. Qin Yu wasn't sure if that was enough. He directly said, Then don't delay any further. Give me a quiet place. Jiang Yun said, Grandmaster Ning Qin, please follow me. Sun Xiangzhang quickly walked in front of the embryo egg. He said to the fire phoenix, It was my negligence that led to today's situation. Don't worry, I will do my best. Zhou Xinhong and Su Yuanbai revealed helpless expressions. In the current situation, no matter how hard the 3 of them tried, it was useless. They could only look at Grandmaster Ning Qin. Although it was possible to strengthen a finished pill a second time, it was far more difficult than refining a new one. The chances of success were minuscule. Teacher, once the blood-fusing pill is damaged, you will surely be held accountable. Why take such a risk? A sky-declaring pavilion cultivator bitterly smiled. Since this fire phoenix embryo egg had already been sentenced to death, there was no need to complicate matters in order to protect himself. Jiang Yun shook his head. Although I like to play some tricks and embezzle money from public funds, you must firmly remember the principles of your position. I am the person with the highest authority in Mid-Morning City's branch division. I have the duty and obligation to help the pavilion master recover his losses. If I couldn't even do this, I would have been kicked out of my position long ago. He looked towards the chamber. Another reason was that Jiang Yun wanted to give it a try. If he succeeded, that would be a great merit to him. Even if he failed, he would still be able to form a closer relationship with a beast trainer grandmaster. Chapter 695. An hour and a half later, beneath the golden light, the blood-red color rapidly spread across the surface of the fire phoenix egg, dyeing all of the cloud patterns. The bloodline has fused, Sun Xiangzhang whispered. Although he was happy to see this, he still had a blank look on his face. The second strengthening of the blood-fusing pill had been completed. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. Zhou Xinhong and Su Yuanbai's eyes widened. They stared at Qin Yu. If it weren't for the fact that they still had a trace of reason left in them, they really would have thrown themselves at him and hugged his thigh. High Silver Moon Realm. This was absolutely impossible. Grandmaster Ning Qin was likely a peak Great Sun Realm beast trainer existence. Only such a legendary grand character would be able to accomplish such an inconceivable feat. Kacha. A crack appeared on the surface of the fire phoenix egg. A small wet head poked out, looking at Qin Yu and emitting a tender cry. It seemed to know who had saved it. Jiang Yun's face was flushed red and he walked with the wind. In front of his trusted disciple, he didn't need to hide his inner emotions. Congratulations, teacher, congratulations, teacher. Feng Jun smiled. He knew that his teacher's days hadn't been too good recently, but with today's merit, all accusations would vanish like smoke in the wind. Jiang Yun laughed. I never thought that I would have such an unexpected harvest today. Grandmaster Ning Qin is the person of my life. A beast trainer that was highly suspected to be at the Great Sun Realm had a revered status. If he could obtain his approval, he would be able to sleep in peace in the future. Feng Jun was one with his teacher, so he was naturally excited. The only thing he didn't understand was that Grandmaster Ning Qin was far too low-key. Teacher, why did Grandmaster Ning Qin ask us to keep his matters a secret? Could there be some other reason? Jiang Yun waved his hand. With Grandmaster Ning Qin's status, it is enough for Sky-declaring Pavilion to go all out against him. Even if he causes trouble in the future, we won't be blamed. Since it is the Grandmaster's request, we will naturally comply. But you must understand that you must give Grandmaster Ning Qin sufficient respect. There cannot be any accident. Feng Jun bowed. Teacher, rest assured that I will do my best and not arouse any suspicions. Waving his hand for him to leave, Jiang Yun respectfully began to record everything related to Ning Qin. He crushed the jade slip in his hand. Even though he had promised the Grandmaster that he would keep his existence a secret, this didn't include the Master of Sky declaring pavilion. As for the others, humph, it wouldn't be long before the Beast Trainer Grand Competition of the Eastern Territory was held. The mid-morning City Branch Division would surely shock everyone. They obeyed Grandmaster Ning Qin's will and chose to conceal his existence. Zhou Xinhong and Su Yuanbai could only watch with envy as Sun Xiangzhang and Zhai Shan led Qin Yu away. Grandmaster, I, Sun Xiangzhang, did not know your identity before and was arrogant enough to offend you. I hope that Grandmaster can be magnanimous and forgive me. Sun Xiangzhang bowed respectfully. Zhai Shan had a worried look on his face. When Grandmaster Ning Qin had chosen Sun Xiangzhang to lead the way for him, he had felt apprehensive. A true Grandmaster-level character was a pivotal figure in Sky declaring pavilion. If they wanted to make things difficult for Sun Xiangzhang, then even if he were a Silver Moon-level beast trainer, it would still be difficult for him to proceed. Qin Yu had a calm expression. There is no need to mention the past. Right now, he only wanted to borrow the Grandmaster's identity to recover from his injuries as soon as possible. Naturally, he wouldn't waste time on such a trivial matter. But in the eyes of Sun Xiangzhang and Zhai Shan, this was the demeanor of a Grandmaster. As expected, his heart was as broad as the sea, and not something ordinary people could compare to. The two of them became even more respectful. Grandmaster Ning Qin, after you pass the final trial, you may establish your own laboratory. This will require a certain number of assistants to help you with some miscellaneous matters. According to convention, we have prepared some outstanding youths ahead of time. You may freely choose from them. Sun Xiangzhang paused, an apologetic expression on his face. Because of the matter with the Fire Phoenix egg, I have delayed Grandmaster's precious time. Thus, the other beast trainers that have passed the final trial have likely already completed their selection. If you are not satisfied with the remaining people, Sky Declaring Pavilion will prepare some new ones for you. Qin Yu waved his hand. There is no need to trouble yourself. Let's deal with some trivial matters today. Outside the silver-white doors, there were fewer young cultivators standing apart. Those that remained were a bit crestfallen. There were many apprentices that thought highly of themselves but weren't chosen. They clenched their fists in their sleeves and gnashed their teeth. They clearly weren't any worse than them, so why weren't they chosen? Bang! The silver-white doors were pushed open and a Sky Declaring Pavilion cultivator appeared. Looking at the badge on his chest, he was an apprentice of an official beast trainer. He swept his eyes over the crowd and said, "The beast trainers have finished their selection. You may all leave." There was a sudden silence. Then, there was the sound of stifled sobs. Several female cultivators with poor mental states had tears streaming down their faces. If they missed out on today's chance, they would be doomed to a life of mediocrity. Big Sister Yun Dai. The petite female cultivator paled. Although she told herself not to hold out too much hope, when the end arrived, she still felt a heavy feeling in her chest that made it hard for her to breathe. Yan Jiao thought of her mother's eager eyes when she left. She could read the anticipation in them. She didn't know how to face her mother's sad expression. Don't be sad. Even if you miss out on today's chance, that doesn't mean you can't become a true beast trainer in the future. Although a good teacher can help us avoid detours, we still have to rely on ourselves. Beneath her light purple hair, she had a light expression. She chose to ignore the puzzled and mocking gazes around her. Indeed, she had refused that beast trainer selection. In their eyes, this was a very stupid thing to do. But from that person's eyes, Yun Dai was well aware just what sort of fate awaited her if she agreed to become a secret disciple. Yun Dai didn't want to sell herself, so she refused. Just like all these years, she had given up one opportunity after another. But in the end, there was always a trace of disappointment in her heart. Yun Dai pursed her lips. Let's go. She bowed to the sky, declaring pavilion cultivator, and left. Just as the several people were about to push open the door, there was the sound of hurried footsteps behind them. There were several whispers, and then the sky declaring pavilion cultivator who announced the end shouted out, "Everyone, come back. There is still a beast trainer who hasn't chosen yet." Yun Dai fiercely turned around. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but she seemed to see a trace of envy in this person's eyes. Envy? How was that possible? An official apprentice that had a teacher guiding them was far, far stronger than them. It should be an illusion. Yun Dai took a deep breath and suppressed her thoughts. She turned and said, "There is still one last chance. Perhaps good luck will arrive?" "Even if there is good luck, there are so many people here. It might not fall on our heads," the gray-haired youth muttered. Yen Jiao ruthlessly glared at him. "Shut up. No one will think you are a mute if you don't speak." She looked at the open silver door, her bright eyes filled with stubbornness. She was like a drowning person who had grasped onto the last straw of hope. Everyone lined up according to their number plate. They lowered their heads, excitement and awe filling their hearts as they walked through the silver door. This was a spacious corridor. At the end of it was a grand hall. At the entrance of the grand hall stood two calm figures. "Zhai Shangyue!" A shout suddenly sounded out. But even more eyes were focused on another figure. No, the young girl's eyes were filled with infatuated little stars. Is that Mr. Sun Xiangzhang?" Yen Jiao's voice trembled. No one answered her question. Even the usually calm Yun Dai blushed at this time. Sun Xiangzhang was an extremely famous figure in Mid-Morning City. He was a rising star of the beast trainers and had hopes of reaching the Grandmaster realm in the future. Moreover, he wasn't even 100 years old. His talent was so outstanding that it left one amazed. In particular, the key point was that Sun Xiangzhang came from an ordinary background. For him to have his current achievements, he had relied on himself to reach them step by step, without any tricks at all. Because of this, he became the idol of countless low-level beast trainers and was regarded as a beacon of hope on the road of life. Could it be that Mr. Sun Xiangzhang was choosing apprentices today? "Greetings, Mr. Sun." All the apprentices respectfully bowed. Sun Xiangzhang was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, "I am truly envious of everyone here today. You were actually able to obtain such a lucky chance. I hope that you can grasp it well and not waste this chance to change your destiny." He didn't say anything else and drew back to the side. Yun Dai was stunned. This time, she was sure that she wasn't mistaken. Mr. Sun really was expressing his envy towards them. Could it be that with Mr. Sun's status, he also believed that entering this grand hall and being chosen was a lucky chance that left others envious? Then, just who was in this grand hall? Yun Dai's heartbeat quickened. She subconsciously clenched her fists. She swept her eyes around and discovered that everyone had excited expressions. Since they were able to come here, no one needed to top up their intelligence. They naturally grasped the crux of the matter. The group became increasingly quiet. Even the sound of breathing was restrained. Everyone lowered their heads even more, putting forth all of their awe and respect in the hopes that they would be chosen by the person in the hall. Zhai Shan lowered his voice. "Xiangzhang, who do you think the Grandmaster will choose?" He knew most of the youths here. They all had decent backgrounds and decent talent. Sun Xiangzhang shook his head. "How can I know what the Grandmaster is thinking, but if he really chooses, he might be able to do as he pleases. With the Grandmaster's strength, he could even carve a piece of rotten wood into something brilliant." He really envied these juniors. He wondered if he would have a chance to enter the Grandmaster's tutelage in the future, and the status of a Silver Moon-level beast trainer? In his opinion, that was worthless. Zhai Shan looked at his good friend's disappointed expression and easily guessed what he was thinking. His lips twitched. He thought that he really needed to work harder, otherwise sooner or later he would be left behind by this fellow. However, the body transformation method that the pavilion master had bestowed upon him was truly difficult. It had already been several years and he still hadn't been able to peek through it. Just thinking about it left him sad. The grand hall was quiet, but everyone could clearly feel the corporeal gaze coming from above. It was calm and full of oppression. "Choose me! Choose me! Hurry up and choose me!" Several short breaths of time passed by, but to everyone it felt like an eternity. Their bodies grew increasingly tense and beads of sweat dripped down their foreheads. Yundai's breath caught in her throat. This was because her intuition told her that that gaze had fallen on her. Was it because of that? Chapter 696. Ever since he was a child, Siyuan's appetite had always been delicious. His body was so round that it didn't conform to the aesthetic standards of most female cultivators. Thus, even now he was still a single man. This time, his family had spent a great deal of effort in exchange for a chance for him to turn things around. As long as he could become an official beast trainer, what did it matter if he was a little fat? There were countless beautiful women willing to throw themselves at him. For this great dream, Siyuan came to Sky Declaring Pavilion filled with anticipation. But reality was always cruel. Of the 6 beast trainers that chose him, he wasn't even on the list. What left Siyuan especially sad was that a woman he had loved for many years had already been chosen. Although she was lucky and had only entered the list as a substitute because a girl called Yundai had given up her qualifications. But this wasn't important. What was important was that without accident, she would likely become a true beast trainer in several years and the distance between them would only grow wider and wider. This was his last chance. Reason told Siyuan that he had to show enough respect in order to be chosen. But every time he showed less respect, he had already failed 6 times. He couldn't just sit here and wait for death. He had to find a way to obtain attention. Only like this would he have a chance. Little by little, Siyuan struggled to look up. A figure appeared in his peripheral vision, but he was just a bit away from seeing it clearly. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and into his eyes. A sour feeling blurred his vision. He blinked and that figure finally became clear. In the next moment, Siyuan's eyes widened. He staggered and his fat body crashed to the ground, emitting a deep rumbling sound that was particularly clear in the quiet hall. The nervous crowd was startled. They subconsciously looked up and gasped. With so many people speaking together, there was a momentum that seemed as if it could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was him. It was him. How could it be him? Everyone was dumbfounded. The one sitting high in the hall was the black-robed youth that they thought had cut in line not too long ago. It was still that ordinary face, without the least bit of brilliance. But now, in their eyes, there was a dignified air. After a moment of absent-mindedness, they finally regained their composure. As they looked at the twitching little fatty on the ground, their faces filled with pity. If it were them, they would have been so frightened that they couldn't even stand. It didn't matter if your mouth was cheap, but your luck was just too bad. Qin Yu lifted a finger. "Are you willing to follow me and learn?" Schwa, all eyes gathered on Yundai, filled with envy. Just now, it seemed that she was the one who answered this gentleman's question. Sure enough, kind-hearted people were more likely to be rewarded. Yundai met Qin Yu's gaze. She didn't feel anything else from his eyes, but after all her experiences these past years, she didn't dare to easily believe this. Why me? Is it just because I answered his question? This didn't make sense at all. For some strange reason, Yundai said, "My lord, I hope that you can accept my companions as your secret disciples." The envious crowd stared with their eyes wide open. They thought to themselves, "Are you crazy? This kind of heavenly good thing, others can't even beg for it, and you actually dare to raise conditions. Milord, look, she's not qualified at all. Please choose me, I'm a very obedient person." Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, to everyone's surprise, he nodded. Sure. Then, he raised his hand and pointed at a few more people. You, and the three of you, report to Sun Xiangzhang later. Thank you, my lord, thank you, my lord. The selected people were overjoyed. Qin Yu didn't delay any longer. He nodded and left. Sun Xiangzhang, who was waiting outside, had a strange expression. Most beast trainers would only choose 1 or 2 secret disciples, but this person had chosen 10 in a single breath. Could he even guide them all? Grandmaster, he whispered in his heart, not daring to reveal any of this. Qin Yu nodded. In the next 2 days, I will have a secret disciple coming. Prepare ahead of time. Sun Xiangzhang respectfully nodded. Healing the skylark, helping it evolve into a fire phoenix, and even saving a dying fetus. Feng Qing looked at the strange face in front of her and sighed from the bottom of her heart. Indeed, a great figure that could reach the divine realm couldn't be speculated with common sense. Grandmaster, Hidden Fog Sect's old Mr. Wei and Grandmaster Rong have been waiting for a long time. The door to the box opened from the inside. Old Wei and Rong Wei walked out and cupped their hands across their chests. We took the liberty to visit. I ask for Grandmaster's forgiveness. They didn't know the final results, but just the gray thread grass alone was enough to prove Grandmaster Ning Qin's strength. And powerhouses, no matter where or when, would always obtain enough respect. Qin Yu nodded. I already know why you two have come. Let's talk inside. Grandmaster, please. Food and wine were prepared in the box. With the door closed, it was isolated from the outside world and quiet. Old Wei smiled. Grandmaster, this wine is part of my Hidden Fog Sect's precious collection. Drinking it can cleanse one's spirit and mind and make one's mind clear. There is no harm in tasting it first. Qin Yu lightly said. I have already joined Sky Declaring Pavilion, and there are still many trivial matters to attend to. Let's not beat around the bush and get straight to the point. Rong Wei said, Grandmaster is a straightforward person. I will listen to your instructions. He took a deep breath, his eyes solemn. Grandmaster Ning Qin, may I ask if the gray thread grass in Miss Jolie's hand was one of your masterpieces? Qin Yu said, That's right. Although he already knew this, hearing Qin Yu admit it still caused Rong Wei's eyes to brighten. There was a bit more respect in his eyes. Grandmaster's method of cultivating that gray thread grass is something I have never seen before. It is truly breathtaking. Old Wei and I originally hoped that Grandmaster would join my Hidden Fog Sect. For this, my sect is willing to show sufficient sincerity. Feng Qing suddenly pouted. Grandmaster Rong, are you trying to steal someone from Sky Declaring Pavilion right in front of me? Grandmaster Ning Qin is already a member of my Sky Declaring Pavilion. I ask Grandmaster Rong to rest assured that even in the future I will not give you a chance. Rong Wei forced a smile. Miss Feng Qing is right. If my Hidden Fog Sect can recruit Grandmaster Ning Qin, we will also treat him as an honored guest and not give others the slightest chance. He took a deep breath and continued to say, So, my sect can only take a step back and hope that we can invite Grandmaster Ning Qin to cultivate 10 gray thread grass of the same quality for us. Feng Qing relaxed a little. She smiled. This sort of matter will depend on Grandmaster Ning Qin's own opinion. Old Wei cupped his hands together. Grandmaster Ning Qin, I ask that you help us. The Hidden Fog Sect will surely give you sufficient compensation. Qin Yu tapped his fingers on the table. So, in order to obtain the gray thread grass, you want Sky Declaring Pavilion to hand over Jolie. Are you planning on using her as a bargaining chip to threaten me into lowering my head? The room fell silent. Feng Qing's expression didn't change. She had already expected this. How could the dignity of a divine realm powerhouse tolerate such provocation? Although the Hidden Fog Sect was strong, in the eyes of this person, they weren't strong enough to make him swallow his anger. Old Wei's face stiffened. Rong Wei hurriedly said, I won't hide it from Grandmaster Ning Qin. The gray thread grass you cultivate is extremely important to my sect. It is because of this that I was anxious and made this decision. But, I ask Grandmaster Ning Qin to rest assured that my sect has absolutely no ill intentions towards Miss Jolie, nor have we ever thought of using her to threaten you. I can swear on this. Qin Yu coldly sneered. Remember, this is the last time. Otherwise, the Hidden Fog sect can forget about obtaining anything from my hands. Although his attitude wasn't good, Old Wei's complexion eased a great deal. This meant that the previous conflict had temporarily passed. Of course, they had also received Qin Yu's warning. They absolutely couldn't use Jolie in the future. The cultivation of gray threadgrass is extremely complex, especially since you want 10 stalks. I will need some time and the cost will be great. Forgive me for my solemnity when I lie with my eyes wide open. But the entire Hidden Fog sect was willing to believe him. What nonsense! That sort of astonishing transformation wasn't something that could be easily accomplished. Old Wei said in a low voice, Grandmaster, please state your price. From his appearance, it was clear he was prepared to suffer a saber strike. If he opened his mouth too small, he would be letting down the Hidden Fog sect's resolve. Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. Miss Feng Qing, what do you think I should ask for? Feng Qing covered her mouth and smiled. Grandmaster, do you really want me to say it? Her thoughts raced. Qin Yu nodded. Feng Qing had already made her decision. Then I won't decline. If there is anything I'm not satisfied with, Grandmaster can point it out. She looked at Old Wei and Rong Wei. You two should know that whether it is raising beasts or cultivating spiritual objects, both are extremely taxing on the soul. I heard that the Hidden Fog sect has a mystic realm where a strange flower called the blue orchid grows. It is greatly beneficial to the soul. I will exchange 1 gray threadgrass for 1 blue orchid. What do you two think? Impossible. Old Wei stood up. Miss Feng Qing, you are far too insincere. This wasn't just a lion opening its mouth, it was even bigger than a dragon's head. Feng Qing smiled. I am only bidding for Grandmaster as a reference. If you don't agree, then Grandmaster can decide for himself. Qin Yu lightly said, 1 stalk for 1 stalk. Bartering is very fair. Old Wei's complexion paled. Rong Wei bitterly smiled. Grandmaster Ning Qin, it isn't that we don't want to agree, but the blue orchid grows very slowly. It takes 1,000 years for one to mature and it has many uses. Right now, our sect's entire stock is only 7 stalks. Feng Qing's eyes brightened. Grandmaster, the Hidden Fog sect is very sincere. If possible, you might as well take a step back. She didn't know what gray threadgrass was, but the value of 7 blue orchid flowers was enough to make anyone's heart race. In the past, Sky Declaring Pavilion had auctioned off one, and the final price had been so high that it left one dumbfounded. Qin Yu frowned. After a long silence, he slowly said, then 7. Rong Wei said, deal. Old Wei opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he chose to remain silent. Blue orchid flowers were indeed precious and could be called the Hidden Fog sect's ultimate treasure. But as long as the mystic realm existed, they could continuously produce them. Compared to that, the gray thread grass that could help the dark star ice serpent transform its bloodline was far more important. How long will Grandmaster Ning Qin need to deliver the gray thread grass? Qin Yu thought for a moment. 3 months. Rong Wei had a difficult expression on his face. Can you deliver 2 of them within a month? The rest can be made up after 3 months. Of course. Feng Qing said, according to the rules, the Hidden Fog sect will also need to pay 1/3 of the reward in advance. Old Wei took a deep breath. In 3 days, the Hidden Fog sect will deliver 2 blue orchid flowers to Grandmaster Ning Qin. But, I ask that Grandmaster and Miss Feng Qing keep this transaction a secret. Do not mention it to anyone else. Qin Yu smiled. Of course. Even if the Hidden Fog sect didn't mention this, He still had to explain this point. Otherwise, Jolie would inevitably be noticed and a series of unpredictable consequences would occur. After discussing proper business, Ronway relaxed. Although he had paid a great price, he had still completed the sex mission. Cough. Grandmaster Ningqin, I have a personal request. I wonder if Grandmaster can make a trip to the Hidden Fog sect and teach us a lesson on cultivating spiritual objects? Of course, this doesn't involve Grandmaster's specific methods. I only need to point out a general direction. Feng Qing's eyes brightened. To be invited by the Hidden Fog sect to teach, there had never been a beast trainer in Sky Declaring Pavilion who had such an honor. This was a great honor. If there is time in the future, I will consider it. Sky Declaring Pavilion's reception and trading area only occupied a small portion of the overall layout. The larger area was allocated to the cultivators of the building according to their status. Although he had concealed his true strength according to Grandmaster Ningqin's request, the Mid-Morning City Branch Division naturally wouldn't treat him on the same level as ordinary beast trainers. There were 3 independent wooden buildings and the surrounding courtyards that were around 3 to 4 acres in size. This was where he would live and work from now on. There was a small building near the lake that was covered in vines. Opening the door, one could see the beautiful scenery of the lake. This was where Qin Yu lived. Now, he was sitting on a soft sofa in the hall on the first floor. Standing in front of him were 10 respectful youths. They were the disciples he had chosen. Teacher. They knelt to the ground and bowed. The so-called secret disciple was only a relatively nice-sounding title. Their status was a bit higher than that of an apprentice. They helped beast trainers complete experiments, recorded all sorts of complex data on spirit beasts, and were also responsible for daily care. Only by truly obtaining recognition could they become a true disciple and receive the orthodox teachings of a beast trainer. Even so, as they knelt on the ground, the young disciples were still excited. Although they had already guessed that their teacher was strong, it was only after arriving here that they had a more direct understanding. The stronger one was, the larger their residence would be. This was one of the simplest rules in Sky Declaring Pavilion to judge one's strength. And their teacher's manner was at the top of the entire Sky Declaring Pavilion. Just thinking about it left them excited. The only bad thing was that their teacher had chosen far too many secret disciples. If they wanted to stand out and become a true disciple, it wouldn't be simple at all. In particular, there was a difficult character to deal with. Several people looked at Yundai with worry in their eyes. Qin Yu's eyes swept over them. He smiled and said, "Rise. Starting from today, you will follow me and learn. The only thing you must remember is to speak less and do more. Do you understand what I mean?" "Yes, teacher," the disciples respectfully said. Suddenly, there was a loud cry. A burning heat rose up between the heavens and earth. Waves rose up on the surface of the calm lake. With the howling of the wind, a massive flaming bird flapped its wings as it flew over. There was a crown on its head and its eyes were like fire crystals, filled with a majestic aura. Each and every movement it made emitted a formidable pressure. This was the skylark that had evolved into a fire phoenix. Behind it was a small fireball that flapped its wings as hard as it could. After a cry of surprise, it suddenly accelerated and landed on Qin Yu's shoulder, happily humming against his neck. Seeing this, the eyes of the disciples were filled with deep envy. Was this the fire phoenix that had recognized their teacher as master? The feeling it gave off was even stronger than the rumors made it out to be. They had no idea when they would be able to reach their teacher's level and have such a formidable spirit beast recognize them as master on its own. Qin Yu didn't care about the disciples' expressions. He smiled and reached out a hand to stroke its feathers. His eyes fell on the rippling surface of the lake.